It's 9:28, so I'll just give a 2-minute warning if everybody wants to find a place to sit, and we will try and start on time today. Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat. If everybody wants to find a seat. If everybody wants to find a seat. Is this when you use this thing?
Yeah.
Would anybody like to make a nomination for the at-large? Lisa, you have spare time. Okay, we will call the November 16th, 2021 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:31. We almost made it on time, and we'll start with the invocation by the Reverend, I was going to say Lois, but it's Louis Gates from Colby Temple and Casadega. If everybody would care to stand, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
We have attitude of prayer. Infinite Spirit, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in a meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group and to nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace and power, Spirit, as we make decisions that might affect the residents and businesses of Volusia County. And continue to remind us that what we do here today, all that we accomplish is for the greater good for all concerned. We ask Spirit to guide our heart and always be touching the Christ Spirit within us and to allow us to know that we are one with God. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
good morning. I'm sorry, I'm just spaced out with it. Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Carissa, would you call the roll?
Miss Wheeler. Miss Gertman. Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Miss Post.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Brower.
Here. Okay, we'll have, go into public participation. We have a few people that would like to speak. I'll just call them in order. When I call your name, just come up. You can remove your mask if you like, if you're wearing a mask, so we can more clearly hear you. And just tell us your name and the city where you reside. And you have 3 minutes to speak to the council. Paul Richardson.
Council members, my name is Paul Richardson again from DeLand. I rise up that today to comment that the infrastructure bill, $1 trillion infrastructure bill passed. And while no one is going to look down upon you for taking some of that money to build roads, there's a courthouse, I think in Deltona, that needs repairing. That's a good probably use of infrastructure money. But at the same time, we have a U.S. Transportation Secretary who said that roads are racist, and that myth has been debunked several times over, and so we don't know what is going to be in infrastructure spending, what kind of mandates, so be careful of them. There will be strings attached, and strings attached that you guys will not like, so be careful. But one thing that we should be doing if we're going to be taking some of that infrastructure money is possibly when we do spend it for roads and stuff, have like 50% people from Volusia County, at least for the company, to hire people from Volusia County, because this is for money for us, for our roads and stuff. And should have a E-Verify qualifier for the employers, because this is for us. It should be spent here in America. And you know, there are some people here on work visas, you know, people who are legitimately here to work from other countries. But there's, the Biden administration is sending a lot of people here to Florida from the border. So we gotta be careful about that. Just notating that something we should be doing if we're gonna be spending this infrastructure bill money. These are just suggestions. Hot topic is gonna, in the next year about this money. So we will support you if you support Volusia County. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. Keith Chester.
Good morning, my name is Keith Chester, and I live in DeLand. This county government needs to change how it operates, and it needs to stop putting expensive band-aids on gaping wounds. It would be hard for me to remember when this county council held a meeting that did not include a representative from a group coming before it with a request for a handout of our tax dollars claiming they want to help the poor, the homeless, the children, the veterans, or the environment. All in doing so before a county council that allows the county to contribute to many of the problems the same various groups claim to be wanting to help solve. In an effort to save money, this county council has allowed the county's bureaucrats to contract out many services, from the security of county facilities, cleaning of county facilities, lawn maintenance, and more. The money that is being saved on the backs of the working class. The contracts are not filling temporary needs of the county. These are long-term and very important positions that are needed to keep our facilities safe, secure, and properly maintained. We should all be ashamed of ourselves for allowing these contracts to occur. The people doing these jobs deserve more respect, and they should be part of the county's family of permanent employees, and they should be paid a livable wage. Before giving another dime out to a group with its handout, the leaders of this county should look within and fix the injustices that are occurring. And no one in this room or on the dais should think they are any better than any of the people who are protecting and maintaining our facilities daily because they are the best among us and deserve better. We have all heard some elitists say, Or maybe you are an elitist yourself and have said, when referring to low-paid working-class people, if they want to make more, they will better themselves. The people who are doing the jobs described are already as good as one can get, and there is little room for improvement in my book. So if we are going to help the working class poor, the children of the working class poor veterans, and the potentially homeless working class poor, let's start right here today from that dais by ending the county's contracts for long-term employment for services. Secondly, before giving money away to groups claiming they wish to help fix the environment, how about fixing the many ways the county, local governments, and citizens are contributing to the degradation of the environment? How about spending most of those millions of dollars received on projects that will eliminate the pumping of wastewater into our waterways? How about mitigating our stormwater runoff? How about creating a robust infrastructure of reclaimed water pipelines that will allow many more households and commercial facilities to use the reclaimed high-nutrient water outdoors, where the nutrients will be beneficially absorbed and used by the lawns and plants? How about cutting off the sources of the problems before dumping good money after bad into one Band-Aid after another? Let's get the county, cities, and citizens working together to solve these issues, and let's not allow any more development that contributes to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Benjamin Collins.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Ben Collins. I live in DeLand. I'm the founder and pastor of Collective United Methodist Church here in downtown DeLand, and have served as an executive board member for the Main Street DeLand Association for the last 6 years. Our congregation is one of 32 diverse congregations across Volusia County that make up an organization called Faith. For the last few years, our organization has been sounding the alarm that our current housing situation is untenable. The county's most recent consolidated report details how thousands of working families and seniors in Volusia County are paying over half their income in rent. The problem has been exacerbated by the pandemic and now threatens not only the well-being of our neighbors, but jeopardizes the economic viability of our region. Yes, there are new jobs being created, and that's fantastic, but so many of these essential jobs in our community, like nursing assistants, EMTs, security guards, they pay less than what somebody needs for a one-bedroom apartment in our county. Earlier this fall, our neighbors in Orange County announced an exciting new development with money from their new countywide housing trust fund. They secured the development of 500 new affordable housing units. With their new housing trust fund, Orange County plans to create 30,000 units of housing that is affordable to working families and seniors in the next 10 years. Orange County, like our neighbors in Hillsborough and Seminole County, as well as cities like Winter Haven and Fort Myers, recognize the severity of this problem and the reality that Tallahassee and DC are not going to fix it for us. Local governments like ours have taken action to create local housing trust funds in the last few years and are now seeing the return on this investment. This council recently has already approved funds and uses consistent with the function of a housing opportunity fund. In support of the Clyde Morris Landing, projects like this already exist and could be bolstered by this fund, as well as countless new projects developed and made viable by a vehicle like this in our county. We're here again to urge the county council to create a countywide housing trust fund and to kickstart that fund with at least $2.5 million from the American Rescue Plan. Please hear this first as gratitude for the progress we have made. And we have made progress. Webinars, workshops, public assemblies, promises. We've admitted that this is an emergency, and it's an emergency for county residents 10 and 15 years from now. We've admitted it's an emergency. It's our turn to follow through. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Watts.
Good morning. Mark Watts, resident and business owner in DeLand, and here to speak on something a different topic than normal, I suppose. Really here with an invitation for you and anybody that's listening. If you're not doing anything this evening at 6:30, there's a new counseling cooperative here in DeLand that's having an open house. It's actually co-located with the Reverend Ben Collins Church, the Collective United Methodist Church. It's actually in the upstairs portion of that building, downtown, 112 East, I should know that address, East New York Avenue. But the main purpose for the DeLand Counseling Cooperative is going to be to offer reduced and free mental health counseling services to the people of Volusia County. They'll also be accepting, of course, paid services and clients as well. But I think that the provision of mental health services is something that we often struggle with. And so this is another attempt to approach it from a nonprofit standpoint. To me, it's my wife is the president of the board that's working to create this, so she's excited about it. If you have time this evening, if anybody has time this evening, feel free to stop by. We'll give you more information about it. I have one pamphlet with me. Happy to pass it around up there if anybody wants it. So, but anyway, I appreciate the time this morning, and hope to see some of you out there this evening. So I'll start with that.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I've got 4 things that are, I believe, important. You've read in the paper about the Methodist home and the kids that are vanishing from that home and the problems that they are causing. Several years ago, I brought before you Jack, the Juvenile Assessment Center. I know we're working on it and there's a problem. I think there's no better time to get this done than now, because those were horrendous. That 14-year-old shooting a guy, so I'm asking you again to put an emphasis on it, do whatever has to be done to get that established. Secondly, I went to a meeting last night on Main Street and Beach Street. They're renovating the north end. You all own Main Street, which is Fairview on the mainland side. They want to put a roundabout. And I came before you 2 years ago, and thank you, Billy, for that. You took an interest in the roundabout on A1A and the problems that it would create. This same thing exists because there are 2 lights less than a block apart. And when you put in the roundabout and one light is red, the traffic backs up. And when it backs up into a roundabout, it means that the roundabout doesn't function. So 2 things. One, they're going to keep it underwater, because as you know, for the last 100 years, that area floods with even a slight rain. So they're not going to do anything about lifting it. So you will create a bowl, and it's property that you all own that will be underwater. There are 3 projects going in right there. You know about the Brown & Brown that just finished. There's an apartment complex going in. The renovations going in. So there's going to be more traffic. And the city is, for some reason, I don't believe them, but they're saying that they're going to redo Main Street. If that becomes viable and the bridge goes in, then what's going to happen to that intersection? So there are things that do pertain to you all that I ask you to take a look at. And lastly, flooding. It's flooding here, but it's flooding everywhere. And I'm told that there are areas out, Mosaic, Margaritaville, et cetera, and there were some properties over here that worried about the development next door to them flooding their property. So I'm asking you all to, instead of retrofitting like we have to do in Daytona Beach, we have an area off Keith Street that's in a bowl, and all those homes flood every year. So make sure that we, as a community, don't pass that along to future generations, so that we raise the land, no matter where it is, without the idea of saying, oh, well, it's okay for right now. Plan for 20 or 30 years in the future, and make sure that land is high enough for whatever may be down the pike. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody that participated. We'll move to item 1, which is the consent agenda, and I have been asked to pull several items for comment, F, G, M, and then K. Others that the council would like to pull? Apparently not. Mr. County Manager George Rectamo.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item Y for a clarification as well.
Okay. All of these are just pulled for comment. Then can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion was by Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Who wanted to speak on item F? Staff. No? Yes.
Good morning, Brad Barbal, your Director of Resource Stewardship. So item F is a request a request for a change in scope from the City of New Smyrna Beach for the historic women's club that was built in 1924. In July 2019, they were awarded by this council a grant for $267,000 to restore and stabilize the historic women's club. As is the case with many of our historic projects, once they got in to the project, they realized that there were more work that needed to be done in terms of stabilizing the entire foundation. So what they're asking for in their scope change is to use the $267,000 to stabilize the foundation, and they'll use other money to finish the interior of the project.
Are you doing G as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like me to go ahead?
Yes, sir.
So just for context, this is another change in scope request from one of our partners, the City of Holly Hill. And in 2004, the council awarded them an ECHO project and $150,000 to modernize Hollyland Park. In 2019, they came back to us and asked to redevelop half of the park for Pictona. The council approved. The request before you is to request a change in scope to use the other half of Hollyland Park. What they will repurpose the things that were bought previously with the ECHO grant in order to complete phase 2 of Pictona.
Thank you. Kay, Lisa Lewis, if you would like to come and speak to us. Thank you for taking time to come.
Good morning, members of the council. Thank you very much for giving me a few minutes. I think show and tell is important, especially when it's this much money we're talking about for me. Anyway, as you can see on the consent agenda, we have an item where we are requesting reappropriation of funds from last year's budget. But along those lines, we're giving you $1,451,395.50 back to the county, where we have saved over the year, especially over a 2020 election. That is very good that we were able to cut some of the money. We do everything that we can in every election that we prepare for to cut as much as we can. But my mother is famous for saying it's better to have more than enough than not enough. So our budget, sometimes it does seem a little bit high, but printing and postage is a huge cost in elections. But the three items that we are requesting the reappropriation of funds for, one of them, the biggest amount, the $203,250, is for a clear ballot auditing system. And what that does, after every election, if people don't know, we are required to do a manual audit, which is a random selection of a race, and then depending on the race is the number of precincts. And we count all of the ballots pertaining to that race and those precincts by hand to ensure that they are the same results that went through on election night. And knock on wood, we are 100% every time. It works. This system will calculate all of it. We will run everything through this system, so it will be a 100% independent automated audit after every election. We are required, if you do an automated one, just 20%. We're doing 100% because every ballot will go through just as they do through the tabulating. It does count them. It is not the tabulated votes that go through on election night. This is just to ensure that what does is correct. So we will be implementing that. The next thing is election night reporting. We are now required by the state to give live voter turnout on election night. So this ensures that we are able to do that. We have always posted our results, and you can watch them as they're coming in on election night. This goes throughout the day to tell you the precincts, how many people have checked in at the precincts, how many vote by mails we're doing, the early voting totals. It does it by party, it does it by precinct. You can select your favorite races. If you're on the ballot and you don't want to watch everybody else, you can pick yours and just watch the favorites come in that you may be specifically watching. So we're excited about that. The last thing is ballot-on-demand printers. Those that we have and we utilize at early voting and sometimes in small elections at precincts are no longer going to be supported by the manufacturer. So we now have to purchase new ones, which will be a little bit more smaller. We seem to be going smaller. The technology gets better, but smaller. First printers we put out, we had these huge carts, were about as big as this dais right here. And we implemented ballot-on-demand printers, but they're getting smaller and better, but we are excited about that also. One more thing that we will be purchasing is ballot tracks. And it is where someone can track their vote by mail ballot when it leaves our office, when we receive it back. When we implement IMBI or IMBM, this barcode that's on the outside of the envelopes, you can track it when it's on the mail truck, when it is delivered to our office. So all of that is coming, and we're excited about that. And I will tell you, with that system, they messed up. We tried to get it last year, and the company didn't get back with us. So now we have a complimentary one for the next election in 2022 for August. So thank you very much for giving me the time, and it's money back.
Lisa, before you go, sometimes can be confusing to the public. You're returning money and then you're asking for money back. I think it's important for everybody to know that this is really a procedural thing that's required by the state. If you can't take delivery on something in this fiscal year, you have to, even though you've ordered it, even though you planned for it, you have to return the money and then ask us to give it back so that you can purchase it in the next fiscal year,
Yes.
something that was already planned.
Being a constitutional officer now, it doesn't roll. It is,
Right.
the money is returned to the county, and then we do ask for a portion of that back if we have deliveries that haven't been received as of yet.
And the significant thing is, hold that check up again, you're returning $1,451,395.50. Thank you.
Asking for $288,000, so still over $1 million is coming back.
Thank you
Thank you.
for making it clear.
Thank you.
Why?
M.
Do you want to do M? Who's doing M?
I was asking for someone to be here. Clay, that would be wonderful. M is just something I wanted everyone to know. Again, our friends at the Marine Science Center came through, and I will just state there was a fundraiser for them last night, and I think they did very well. I was there. But this organization is just an amazing group of dedicated people. So this is another one of their, oh, Chad, how would I expect anybody else but you to be here to present it? This is our warrior. Thank you.
Good morning, Council Chair. I'm here today to present a donation for $125,000 from the Friends of the Marine Science Center. I'm here with Arlene Deegan, the president of the Friends of the Marine Science Center, and we're very appreciative to be here today and have your support. The donation, combined with grant opportunities and county support, will lead to improvements to increase awareness of Volusia County's conservation efforts. This project will create the Volusia County, the Marine Science Center's Raptor Education and Conservation exhibit, which will be a new exhibit at the Marine Science Center that will focus on Volusia County and especially the Atlantic Flyway that is very important to Volusia County and these birds that migrate over 19,000 miles and depend on these salt marshes for their migration. You can see here that right now the existing Raptor Row is located in the Mary Keller Bird Sanctuary. The new project will be located closer to the main building where we'll be able to combine our efforts, our turtle rehabilitation, our educational efforts, and our bird conservation and rehabilitation efforts all into one project, one main campus here. Currently, this is the existing Raptor Row. Currently, we have 4 rehabilitation spaces for an average of over 1,100 birds per year that come to the Marine Science Center. So we'll be able to expand these rehabilitation spaces from 4 to 10 spaces, and that'll really help to lessen this bottleneck that we have in the rehabilitation stages, and also be able to make our hospital a lot more efficient. And this is a conceptual drawing of the new exhibit that was rendered. And and like I said, it'll be placed closer to the main campus. And these are the architectural drawings that we have in order to proceed with the project. As you can see, the new exhibit is slightly different than the conceptual drawing, the original conceptual drawing. But this will allow the public to actually walk through the exhibit and to be able to be protected from the elements and increase our educational space for signage and interpretive signage. So that it'll be a big improvement. And we'll also be able to increase the habitats, the exhibit space, to be able to showcase, instead of 4 of our animal ambassadors, 6. So that's another improvement. And so we hope that, I guess it's been approved, and we're very appreciative of this. And I have Arlene Deegan from the Friends Group, and I think she'd also like to speak to the council.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be back before council again, which is something Ms. Wheeler tells me she doesn't hear too often. The Friends of the Marine Science Center has been in existence for almost 20 years now. We've maintained our nonprofit standard. And we're run strictly by volunteers who are all like-minded. We all feel a responsibility to protect and enhance our unique coastal environment. Even through the last 2 years of COVID with restricted exposure, our donors have been more than generous. And on their behalf, I'd like to ask council to accept the $125,000 that will be specifically allocated for the Mary Keller Seabird and Raptor exhibit, and we're very excited to be able to do that. Thank you.
And this is the Marine Science Center in Ponce Inlet.
Is there or not?
We have to divide that confusion. It's not New Smyrna.
Thank you all for coming and sharing that.
Thank you so much. I just...
Yes. Yes, it was approved. Okay. County Manager, or Heather Post, you wanted to speak to them?
Not to them specifically, but did I hear 11, or not 11, W?
No.
Pulled for
Did you want to
discussion?
speak to W?
I did want to make sure I had talked to staff about W, just for discussion.
Okay. Why don't you do that before, since it comes before Y?
So Y is the contract task assignment to Schenkel Schultz Architecture, Inc. for the Fire Station 15. Just wanted to point this out. I think it's very important. We discussed doing some stuff with the ARPA funds, and then just making sure, no matter where the funds were coming from, that we were taking care of this for sure. Fire Station 15 is the one on Indian Lake Road, which is off of ISB out near the jail.
Correct.
And they currently don't have restrooms or kitchen that is their own. They share it with the training facility. So if you can imagine coming back from shift and needing to take a shower and needing to regroup, and then having a training class going on and having to share that with the people that are in those facilities. This is huge, I think, for those employees, and certainly for us moving forward and getting our stations well equipped. So just wanted to point this out, that we are doing the contract task assignment, and we are moving forward in this. So did you have anything to add, Tad?
You covered.
All right. Thanks so much.
Are you here for Y?
I am for a while.
Okay. Go ahead.
On item Y, unfortunately, in the summary, there was a typo. It indicated that the proportionate fair share funding would be allocated to LPGA and Clyde Morris intersection. Unfortunately, that was a carryover from the agenda item just before that, which that proportionate fair share money will be used for that. The proportionate fair share funding that will be collected as a part of item Y will actually be used in a general category. It'll either be allocated to the current project at Pioneer Trail and Sugar Mill, the intersection improvements there, or over to the Pioneer Trail and Tomoka Farms intersection improvements there. So we haven't decided yet where that's going to be allocated. We haven't moved far enough along in the design for the Pioneer Trail and Sugar Mill project to determine how much money we need exactly for those improvements. If we have enough, then we will allocate it to the Pioneer Trail and Tomoka Farms intersection. Any we have left over will be allocated to that as well. So apologize for the error.
Well, thank you. There's plenty of needs.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments from council? Thank you, Ted. Okay, that looks like all of the questions on the consent agenda. We'll move to item 2. Confirmation of appointment of Carol McFarlane to the position of Planning and Development Services Division Director.
Mr. Chair, if we could, I don't know if anybody had talked to you about doing this, but if we could move one item prior to, there was a surprise. We have a veterans presentation that we wanted to do prior to the start, if you wouldn't mind. We have people here.
I don't mind. Which number?
Okay, it will be, I guess 1A or 0 or however you want to work it.
We would have to add it, Kevin Captain, Community
1A.
Information Director. We would have to add that post as a 2A item before the confirmations.
Okay.
If you agree, sir.
That's fine. Do you want to proceed?
Actually, I'm going to pass it off to Councilwoman Post and then ask the folks to come down.
Thank you very much. So if the veterans groups in the room, everybody from the veterans groups, if you could come down, and Carla Howe, I see you back there as well. We needed to have you come up. So I'll tell you, the veterans groups are, in our county, are so large and so full of attendance that it's very hard to keep a secret. So Carla, I'm not sure if you know why you're here today or not.
I don't.
Okay, good. Yay. So I have to admit, I lied to Carla Howe. I told her that we were doing a veterans initiative today and that we were, that I knew that she would immediately jump in to assist and help, and I said I needed her to come and express how very needed the initiative was, and just really the importance of veteran services within Volusia County, and she was all on board. She said absolutely, and so she showed up, thank goodness. But I have to tell you, the reason we invited Carla Howell here today is I found out not too long ago, very short notice, that she is retiring tomorrow, November 17th. That is her last day with the Vet Center. And when I found that out, I was a little devastated for the veterans in Volusia County. As long as I've known her, she has been just a force for veterans. Every time I have sent her something, I always knew we're going to get from point A to point B if I send it to Carla. She's going to either make sure to take care of it, or she's going to make sure to connect those people with the services they need and that they would be taken care of. That's all I've ever heard. And I don't say this too often about too many people, but Carla, I think you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. And again, the veterans in this county are, we're going to be remiss without you for sure. It's going to be hard to fill your shoes. So I have a proclamation to read today. Today is actually Carla Howe Day in Volusia County. So let me read this. Whereas serving veterans and their families is one of the nation's greatest callings, and nobody does it better than Carla Howe. And whereas Ms. Howe, the Veteran Outreach Specialist for the Daytona Beach Vet Center, had been a tremendous asset to our community, tireless advocating for veterans at every turn. And whereas she has worked for the U.S. Veterans Affairs Department for 15 years, 10 of which were spent at the Daytona Beach Vet Center, which provides counseling to veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder and other mental health issues. And whereas, as a member of the Veterans Council of Volusia County and the Volusia and Flagler Veterans Assembly, Ms. Howe stepped up to assist with homeless veteran stand-downs and all other programs they sponsored. And whereas she has been an invaluable member of the Veterans Court team, which is where I saw you most, not missing a session in years, and helping countless veterans to break free from the criminal justice system and get the assistance that they need. And whereas she comes from a proud military family, as her husband is retired career Army Sergeant Major, and her son actively serves with the U.S. Army. And whereas 1 in 6 Volusia County residents are veterans, and we are eternally grateful for Ms. Howe's service, which helped improve the lives of so many veterans who were suffering from physical and mental trauma. And whereas she is a true professional in her field, her absence will be deeply felt, and she will be greatly missed upon her retirement. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim November 16th, 2021 as Carla Howe Day in Volusia County, and we urge residents to join us in thanking this incredible woman for her incredible service to area veterans. Congratulations.
Where's she coming from? John, Edwin, I see you guys.
I guess I could have come down here and read it to you, but
You tricked me.
congratulations. Thank you.
That's so sweet. You definitely deserve that.
Thank you from our heart to yours.
Thank you.
And we hope that you'll stay connected.
I definitely
And I know
will.
you that I know that you
I
will,
will.
but we're greatly indebted for your service for sure.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to get a whole bunch of pictures, and would you like to say something? Yes.
What a surprise. I had no idea. I have worked with veterans for a long time. My husband retired, so I've been military spouse, military mother. Then I came to the VA and got into the counseling aspect of recruiting, finding all the veterans, trying to convince them that help is just a phone call away. And I've been blessed to be around a lot of these veteran organizations and colleges to do outreach and let them know that we're here to help them. So I've done 6 years of outreach, and you make it hard to leave, but I am gonna be still in the community, and I will still volunteer and help these great organizations. So thank you very much for this, it's a surprise. Thank you.
I'm so glad you came.
Let's see. Move way down that way. Okay, that's good. Okay, and tilt the top toward me. That'll reduce the glare. Okay. Thanks.
Ms. Post.
Carissa, I'm assuming you're going to ask me for a vote to add that to the agenda? Okay, then can I get a?
Motion
to add.
Motion to add.
Okay. You take it.
Motion by Post, second by Wheeler. Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's what you meant, right? All in favor of the award, say aye. Any opposed?
And then motion to approve it? Yes. Motion to approve.
That's what we just did.
Well, we had to do a motion to add it, and then we have
Okay.
to do a motion to approve.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
By Post, second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Both motions carry 6-0 because there's one out of the room.
Thank you, Council.
Would have been 7. You're welcome. Thank you for doing that. Are you ready for item 2?
Sir.
Okay.
All right. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council. Agenda item number 2 is the confirmation of appointment of Carol McFarlane to the position of Planning and Development Services Division Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Ms. McFarlane's background. George?
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable council. It's my pleasure to present Carol McFarlane to you for confirmation as the new director of the Planning and Development Services Division. Carol is a certified planner for the American Institute of Certified Planners. She's engaged in the Florida chapter of American Planning Association and the Florida Planning and Zoning Association. She also brings a well-rounded perspective to the position. She's a longtime resident of Volusia County. She has over 15 years of experience in urban and regional planning for local governments, including the cities of DeLand and Orange City. She actually started the county back in 2008, initially as a planner 2. She left the county in 2016 to act as the city planner for Orange City, returned back in 2020 as our land development manager. She's also served as the interim Planning and Development Services Director from May 2020 through January 2021. Carol has a bachelor's degree in public administration from the University of Central Florida and a master's certification in urban and regional planning, also from UCF. She's got great experience. She's well liked in the community and within the department, and it is my honor to present Carol for your confirmation.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you very much, Chair Brower and County Council members. I just quickly want to, of course, thank you all for this opportunity to serve the community. I have dedicated my career and most of my life to local planning and growth management, and I can't say how much I'm excited to serve for my home county. I do want to acknowledge I have my father behind me here, and I have 2 children that are out of state at college right now, so they are watching online, and you know, everything that I do is for those kids, and I also want to thank my wonderful staff as well. Thank you.
Motion to
Thank you.
approve.
Second.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Lowry. To approve, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
You brought your own fan club. If they were going to do pictures or... Okay, we're ready for item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item number 3 is the confirmation of appointment of Lori Coons to the position of Road and Bridge Division Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Ms. Coons' background.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, Mr. Chair, of course, Road and Bridge always has a special place in my heart. It's where I began my career here. Lori has an impeccable professional qualifications. She is 28 years of service in the public works field. She has a lot of experience in roadway maintenance operations, construction management, and stormwater infrastructure management. She started with us in August 2019, initially as the deputy director, where she oversaw bridge maintenance operations as well as the county's stormwater capital projects. Since arriving in Volusia County, Lori has been instrumental in obtaining over $4.2 million in water quality related grant funding for stormwater projects throughout the county. And prior to coming here, she worked for the Lake County Board of County Commissioners as the Road Operations Division Director for 8 years. And she worked for a total of over 26 years in multiple positions in public works in the Lake County area. Lori has a bachelor's degree in organizational management from Warner Southern College and is currently a member of the Florida Association of County Engineers and Road Superintendents, and as well as a member of the Florida Stormwater Association. She's done a terrific job for the county already and is eminently qualified for the position of Road and Bridge Director. So it is my honor to present Lori Koontz for your confirmation.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman and council members. I'm grateful for this opportunity and proud to be a member of the Road and Bridge Division. They are a group of hardworking and dedicated employees who work to solve problems and make a difference for the citizens of Volusia and the traveling public. Thank you, Mr. Rechtenwald, Ms. Conchen, and Mr. Bartlett for the opportunity, for the confidence. Thank you for my staff who are able to come today, and especially to my husband and daughter for their unwavering support and love.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for the confirmation of appointment of Lori Koontz to the position of Road and Bridge Division Director.
Well, thank you. And I heard a second, but I didn't see who was from. Second by Robbins. Are you ready for the vote?
I'm ready for the vote.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. You know how important this, every division in the county is important, but I don't know about the rest of the council members, but I get more emails about things that affect roads and bridges, public works. You have a big job ahead. It's an important job to the community, and we just welcome you and thank you in advance for your service. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 3A. Ongoing project for the last, 3-4 years, collective bargaining agreement. And thank you, Donna.
Good morning, Chair Brower, council members, staff. Dana Page Pender, Human Resources. Here today are representatives from the International Union of Police Associations Corrections bargaining team, as well as your county bargaining team. These teams have worked tirelessly over many, many bargaining sessions on an initial contract for the hardworking corrections officers, senior corrections officers, and corrections sergeants. We are requesting approval of the collective bargaining agreement between IUPA and the County of Volusia for fiscal years 2020 through 2023. Some highlights of this agreement include a retention bonus in exchange for a 2-year employment commitment, as well as a market rate adjustment to bring correction salaries more in line with the market. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Flowers, our Director of Corrections, who would like to say a couple of words.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council, Mr. Mark Flowers, your Corrections Director, and I will tell you that this has been a long road, but as the saying goes, you can't rush perfection. And although this contract may not be 100% perfect, it's a great start to recognize the men and women of corrections. They work very hard. These two individuals behind me represented them very well. And although the road wasn't smooth all the way, at the end of the day, I think we've got a great contract here. And I really want to applaud the men and women of corrections for the hard work that they do. It's an honor to be their leader, and I think these two individuals here represent us all very well. Thank you.
I had just a few things I'd like to say. First and foremost, happy birthday, Jeff. Hello, council members. My name is Matt Harrison. I'm a senior corrections officer with 21 plus years of continuous service with Volusia County. I'm also the president of the local Volusia Corrections Association 6034. With me is Officer McMullen, Senior Officer McMullen. He's the vice president of the union as well. On behalf of myself, Senior Officer McMullen, and the majority of the corrections staff, we would like to thank council, the county manager, Dr. Flowers, and your negotiating team for coming up with a fair resolution to complete our first contract after 18 plus years without one. Last week, corrections staff voted with the overwhelming 102 yes votes to only 6 no votes. The majority were in favor of ratification. The majority of staff seemed happy with the county's offer. Retention was key in this first contract, and we definitely appreciate the moves that were made. In closing, I again want to thank you and look forward to working with council and the negotiating team in the future. Thank you.
Anybody else care to speak?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the IOPA collective bargaining agreement for corrections officers, senior corrections officers, and corrections sergeants for fiscal year 2020-2023.
Second.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Gertman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Yes, thank you for sticking it out through however many years this took, and thank you for your hard work, and please convey that to everybody at corrections. Thank you. That brings us to item 4, allocation of hospital district Medicaid matching cost. And we'll start off with Donna.
Good morning, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. I want to take you through a brief presentation this morning, and I'll promise I'll be brief because I know you've heard a lot about this, but so the Medicaid distribution is guided by Section 409.915 of Florida statutes, and we have been required, all Florida counties have been required to participate in the Medicaid cost-sharing relationship since 1972. So it provides health coverage for millions of Americans, but including low-income adults, children, pregnant women, and elderly adults. And you'll see here a list of all the other things that come into play when we're talking about those that receive Medicaid benefits. So Medicaid is administered in the state of Florida by ACA, Agency for Healthcare Administration, and prior to 2013, bills were reviewed individually by my staff. So every single bill that came in, we determined eligibility, we made sure there wasn't duplicate bills, and then we forwarded those costs to the housing hospital taxing districts. Guess what I've got on my mind, the affordable housing. Hospital taxing districts for those associated costs. But in 2013, the statute was revised and took away the ability to go through the process in that manner. So the state in the statutes put forward a plan for how they would switch from payment as the primary way of determining what everyone should pay to enrollment. And so you'll see here a list. The first 2 years, it stayed the same, totally based on payments. And then 5 years, they did a rolling from payment allocation to enrollment until they got to the 100% in fiscal year 1920, and that's their fiscal year. So the Florida statutes state that in any county which a special taxing district or authority is located which benefits from the Medicaid program, the Board of County Commissioners may divide the county's financial responsibility for this purpose proportionately, and each such district or authority must furnish its share to the Board of County Commissioners. So what we currently do, using a method that I'll talk about in a little while for distribution, we send monthly bills to each of the districts. They in turn pay us, and we are paying the state on their behalf. So in 2015, though, after they finished going through the statutes, we needed to figure out a way to make it equitable, and that was really challenging. But the 3 districts got together, Halifax, West Volusia, and Southeast, and talked about how they thought it should be done. This wasn't our decision. They came and said, hey, we want to use a variety of different ways of data from 2010 to 2014 to make sure that we feel that it's an equitable split. So they did that, and those percentages have been used from that point until now. So this is what those percentages were. It was based on an averaging of a variety of years of bills. So the county had traditionally been paying 20.95% of for nursing home costs, and then you'll see here Southeast paid 8.72, Halifax 52.04, and West Volusia 39.24, making up the 100% of what was owed. And the state would tell us every year what the county would owe, and we would send that out and come to you with letters of agreement on how that would be paid. So in fiscal years 2019-20 and 2020-21, our staff requested information from ACA on the number of Medicaid enrollees by district. ACA refused. They stated that HIPAA regulations would permit them to would not permit them to be able to share that information. However, earlier this year, Halifax Hospital had gotten 1 month of that information, so we decided to take it further, and we asked for a whole year. So the past 12 months, what was the enrollment by zip code? So we switched our ask from district, which they definitely would not provide, and asked for it by zip code. And county staff, including GIS staff, was able to use that data to determine the number of enrollees by district. And it's not exact because there are zip codes that cross over the district boundaries, but we worked using census data and some other things to figure out what we felt was the best percentages. You know, unless we have exact addresses, which they can't provide us, we are unable to do it exactly. But this was the best that we felt that we could do. Here you'll see all the different zip codes and the actual numbers allocated to each of the zip codes, and you'll see some where they crossed over. And so you'll see where we've provided numbers on both sides based on using population data. So some of the districts, we've had a lot of conversation about this with our districts, and there was some frustration on the part of some about continuing this methodology because it was old data. I mean, this was back from 13 and 14, and now we're in 20 and 21, and we just really struggled. So it was proposed that we move all of our percentages to enrollment percentages like the state does to us. They base our entire bill on the number of enrollees and the number of costs statewide, and they divide it out. And that's how we get our bill from them. It's based completely on enrollment. So when we provided that information to the districts and the two viewpoints emerged, the two that came out were the percentages should stay the same with the historic data as this best reflects the continued Medicaid usage in each district, or the county could follow the state's methodology in using enrollment data. So we went back to ACA because we were hopeful that because we had made the request for the zip code information for enrollment, that we might be able to ask for the same information for billing information. But we asked for 3 years, and we got it. We're not sure that we got all of the data. You have to ask very, very carefully, and so we did the best we could. We asked for inpatient and outpatient care and by zip code. And so we tried to do the same exercise using GIS staff. They were absolutely phenomenal in helping us to work through it. So we've got the nursing home share over here, and then you see the Medicaid share based on enrollment, where the percentages have changed, and the Medicaid share based on billing. And so you'll see there are definitely differences in the two, but they're somewhat similar. So there was a lot of discussion on this, and I know you've heard about that discussion. Staff is recommending, because you know the billing data, for example, each year had a big line across the bottom that said not applicable, and it was a large chunk of funds that they just didn't distribute to zip codes. And when asked why, they said, well, because they don't fit into zip codes. Well, then why should we even have the responsibility for making that payment? And there was no response. So we really feel that enrollment is the cleanest way to go in terms of trying to allocate the way the state is allocated to us. We feel that we're being consistent that way. So we wanted to provide you 2 options to consider. There are many options out there, but as you go forward and you have discussion today on this issue, we wanted to give you 2 options, there are many, for potentially rolling out the cost shift, because there is a cost shift. And West Volusia would go up, Halifax would come down some, Southeast Volusia stays pretty close to where they were before. And you'll see on the left side of the screen here, you'll see the historic percent of total contribution. So Southeast Volusia was 8.72, and under the enrollment percentage, it would go to 9.65. 52% for Halifax down to 42.97, and West Volusia 39.24 to 47.38. So, and I think that may have been switched. Is that also a Scribner's error? That's right? Okay, sorry. So this is a 2-year phase-in to make it a little bit easier for those that are having a big change. And then we've also got a 3-year phase-in. So next up, I want to invite Ms. Laura Coleman. She's our county attorney that has been working so hard with us on this, and she's going to share a little bit more of the statutory requirements.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Laura Coleman. I'm an assistant county attorney. All right, so there is a statute at the heart of this question, as there so often is when we get into these very exciting questions. In this case, statute 409.915 that Ms. Butler alluded to earlier is a statute that we're looking at, and I'd like to draw your attention to some specific language in that statute. This statute not only goes through how the state can allocate its statewide contribution amount between the counties, but it also has subsection 5 that's up there on the board, or at least in part up there on the board. And that talks about how the counties can allocate the county's contribution amount between any special taxing districts or authorities that are located in the county if those special taxing districts or authorities benefit from the Medicaid program. Now, the only real instruction you get here is that you need to make that division proportionately. That's an important question, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But let's look at those first 2 items there, because they do play into what you're being asked to do today. The first thing is that we're talking about special taxing districts or authorities. We're not talking about Medicaid providers or healthcare providers or hospitals. It is pretty specific here. These are special taxing districts or authorities. And as we'll get to in a second, we've got quite a few of those in the county. So how do we decide which ones? And the question we have to ask ourselves is, who benefits from Medicaid? Now, it's important to note that the statute doesn't say one that receives benefits from Medicaid or is paid benefits by Medicaid. We're not talking about the Medicaid benefits. We're talking about a more generic benefit from the Medicaid program. So like I mentioned, we have quite a few special taxing districts. I think at last count we have about 34 in this county. But it seems a bit of a stretch to say that mosquito control, for instance, is benefiting from Medicaid. Not really. We do have 3, however, that are directly related to healthcare, and those, of course, are our hospital authorities. The hospital authorities are each governed by a special law, the state of Florida. They've been amended a couple times, some of them. And each of them have various responsibilities and rights under those laws, but all 3 of them have in common the responsibility to care for indigent residents within their districts, to provide access to health care for them or to provide health care for them, however they choose to do that. The hospital districts are permitted to tax their residents because they have that purpose. They're intended to tax them in order to fund the services they provide. About 19% of our county is enrolled in Medicaid. The populations that are served by the Medicaid program and that are the responsibility of the hospital districts, they overlap significantly. As Ms. Butler mentioned earlier, income is a factor in whether or not you can be enrolled in Medicaid. Now, there are other factors you have to fit into as well, but income in the state of Florida is always a question. Medicaid equals fewer people with health care coverage. If Medicaid did not exist, fewer people would be able to afford health care. Because there are fewer people who can't afford health care, there are fewer people for each of our hospital districts to pay for. In other words, the pool gets smaller of people that have to be covered, have to be provided access to health care by our hospital districts. All of our hospital districts benefit from Medicaid, whether or not they receive Medicaid benefits. They all benefit from the program because their budgets are greatly, greatly extended. What they can do with their money, it can go much further. They can serve their populations at a larger degree because Medicaid helps cover some of the need within their districts. For those reasons, we have presented, actually, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back 1 second here. As I mentioned earlier, you're really just given the instruction to divide this proportionately. So you are asked to look at the entire county, all the special taxing districts that do benefit from Medicaid, and to do a proportionate division. We do try to meet with our hospital districts every year and reach a consensus, and as Ms. Butler mentioned, we were just not able to do that this year, but we did meet many times. I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Butler to go through anything else she wants to on those options that we've presented, but you're also going to have the opportunity to hear from several of the hospital authorities who have asked to speak to you today to talk about their own suggestions. Anything else you'd like to say about these? Nope, we can cover your show.
So 2 of the 3 districts are here, I believe. I don't think Southeast came. Am I wrong? So you've got Halifax Taxing District and West Volusia Taxing District. If you'd like to call on them, they're prepared to speak. We gave them a maximum of 5 minutes apiece. So it's at your pleasure how you would like us to proceed.
Yes, why don't we do that first, and then we have members of the public who wanted to speak on this issue as well. So why don't we call West Volusia? Do either of you care who goes first? West Volusia District? Okay. And you are representing the West Volusia Hospital Authority?
Thank you. Yes, Chairman Brower. My name is John Mullen. I'm an attorney from Tampa with the law firm of Phelps Dunbar, and we were retained to advise West Volusia Hospital Authority on exactly this issue. And Ms. Coleman addressed the statute, and I'm going to talk about the statute as well. We have no disagreement about what statute applies, but we read the statute differently, and that's what brings us here today. And this is a very important issue to the West Volusia Hospital Authority. It's a very important issue also to the taxpayers, the Volusia County taxpayers who reside within the with the West Volusia Hospital Authority's taxing district. The question before you, the question before the council is, how do we allocate? How should we allocate this Medicaid match contribution that must be made every year? And this is about a $7 million number that recurs every year. It's obviously changes a little bit, but that's the number we're talking about. And in rough terms, as you see in the packet that you've been provided, $2.5 million of those dollars are assessed to the West Volusia Hospital Authority. But when we look at the statute and read the statute carefully and read the statute exactly as the Florida legislature wrote it, our position is frankly that the West Volusia Hospital Authority should not be assessed any of that Medicaid match contribution based on the language of the statute. And the reason why is that the statute spells out that in any county in which a special taxing district or authority is located, which benefits from the Medicaid program, the Board of County Commissioners may divide and allocate that responsibility. The question is, how do we define benefits from? And the simple answer is, the plain and ordinary reading of that statute is which hospital districts receive Medicaid funds. And in Volusia County, it so happens that the Halifax district and the Southeast Volusia district, they do receive some direct Medicaid funds. But West Volusia does not receive any direct payments from Medicaid. And the numbers here are stark. We provided in the packet that you have the Halifax Hospital Medical Center receives about $260 million a year in Medicaid payments. The Southeast Volusia Hospital Authority receives about $30 million a year in Medicaid payments. West Volusia receives zero. When the time comes every year for this allocation of Medicaid match contributions to be made, and you see how they're divided up, the numbers are in front of you, about $3 million has been assessed to Halifax, about $2.5 million to West Volusia, and about $500,000 to Southeast Volusia. Our point is that should be zero because West Volusia does not directly benefit from the Medicaid program. And it's important here, when you look at the statute, and this addresses the point that Ms. Coleman made, when you really read that statute, who benefits from and how do we decide that, it's very clear that the language refers to the hospital authorities. Which hospital authorities benefit from? It doesn't say whose residents benefit from or where do residents benefit from. It doesn't say that at all. It says which hospital districts or authorities benefit from. And that's the point here. So what you have is effectively what you have is Halifax and Southeast Volusia receive large sums of Medicaid payments from which they can in turn pay about 1 to 2% of what those payments that they receive is what they pay in their allocation. But West Volusia, not receiving any Medicaid payments, has to get the money from somewhere else. And what, of course, does West Volusia do? It uses its taxing authority, its millage rate, to assess the taxpayers within West Volusia to come up with that money. That's a very significant factor here. And our point, and you see it in our brief, which I would encourage you to read carefully, our brief, our letter that we submitted to the county council spells this out, that that's really, it's unfair. It's inequitable to the taxpayers of West Volusia to have to pay this extra expense, this extra burden that's put on them, that's not put on the taxpayers, relatively speaking. It's not put on the taxpayers of Halifax and Southeast Volusia because they don't have to raise that money to pay the allocation. They already receive substantial monies in the form of Medicaid payments. That's why the scenario here is different. We're not trying to cause or create a division between the hospital districts. What we're trying to do is reflect the reality. And the reality here is that West Volusia is different. We don't receive the same kind of Medicaid payments that Halifax and Southeast Volusia does. And frankly, we shouldn't be expected to contribute $2.5 million or more under the scenario that's proposed to the council now. This would make the problem even worse, frankly. That's why West Volusia has brought this issue to the table for your consideration. Because not only is the situation bad enough as it is, it's about to get worse if you followed county staff's recommendation. And that's why West Volusia needs to draw a line here, frankly. It's an inequitable situation that could get worse, and that's why we need to draw the line. I really appreciate your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions. We'll certainly work with council staff and the county attorney's office, but our position is clear, and we need to let you know that. West Volusia cannot continue under the inequitable format that exists. Thank you very much.
I think you do have some questions. Billy Wheeler?
Yes, sir. I hear what you're saying, but are you saying right here that West Volusia does not benefit in any way from this?
That is essentially what we're saying, Ms. Wheeler, and let me explain why. Don't forget here that under this, what these hospital districts all do, they serve an indigent population who are not covered by Medicaid. Keep that in mind. Medicaid pays for the services for an indigent population who are covered by Medicaid. But what West Volusia and Halifax and Southeast Volusia do is cover really a distinct population that usually doesn't qualify. They're perhaps not poor enough to qualify under Medicaid income limits. They're what we might refer to sometimes as the working poor. People in a gap between the indigency level you need for Medicaid and frankly a higher level to apply for, to qualify under the Affordable Care Act and to buy private insurance that way. What all these hospital districts really focus on is that group in between those two layers, the working poor, people whose income is not so low they qualify for Medicaid, and not so high enough that they can really buy private insurance on the open market. That's the population serviced here. And so when you focus on that, that is who West Volusia Hospital Authority is really helping facilitate services for. The other districts do as well. But what those other districts, Halifax and Southeast Volusia, also do is operate hospitals which receive large Medicaid payments because they're serving that Medicaid population.
But this is not based on them receiving.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm not sure I do either.
These are very tricky issues, and we appreciate that this issue can ruffle some feathers. But The fact is, West Volusia does not operate, a hospital that receives Medicaid payments. Halifax does, for example, very large, prominent hospitals. They have that Medicaid income coming in, from which, frankly, they can afford to pay their Medicaid allocation. West Volusia doesn't have that kind of income coming in. We can't afford to pay that without essentially taxing the West Volusia taxpayers to pay for it. That's the big distinction, and that's the dividing line here. So when you look at that situation, who are the people who are the people being served by these hospital districts? It really is a layer above Medicaid. And that's why it's important to keep those two populations in mind. Any other questions?
Yes. When you talk about the district, how are you defining that as the board of the West Volusia Hospital Authority or the people that live in West Volusia?
It's a good question, Chairman Brower. And I think it is important to keep in mind the Hospital Authority is a legal entity. It is a corporate legal entity created by the state through an enabling act. It is an entity, and that is from the residents, whether it be the residents who are taxpayers, everybody in each of the districts, or if you think of the patients, that class of people who are served by receiving benefits, those are different populations. But it's important to keep those populations in mind different from the West Volusia Hospital Authority itself. Same for Halifax Hospital Medical Center. That's very much an entity. It's an independent taxing district. And that's why this language of the statute is important and reflects on that. Frankly, the statute could have been written to say, hey, if your residents or if your patients receive Medicaid payments, then you can allocate the Medicaid match contribution. That's not what the statute says. The statute says if your taxing district or authority benefits from the Medicaid program, you may be allocated to pay for this Medicaid match contribution. That's an important linguistic distinction that we think is significant in the law. So the law is not written whose residents benefit. The law is written which taxing district or authorities benefit from Medicaid.
Do we agree? It sounds like we agree on the purpose that we have the taxing authorities. We have 3 hospital taxing authorities. And my understanding is the purpose of setting them up was to pay for indigent care. You seem to be separating Medicaid from all else. I'm struggling seeing that difference. And indigent care is anybody that can't pay for their medical care, which is why we're taxing our citizens for this. And it seems like, honestly, it seems like you're neglecting your responsibility by saying, well, we don't want to pay for any Medicaid when we have people in West Volusia that are on Medicaid. And you said, I know you want to say something else, but you said something that was troubling at the very end. You said we cannot continue like this. What does that mean?
We are raising this issue in front of the county council now, of course. If this resolution does not work in West Volusia's favor, West Volusia Hospital Authority will have to consider whether to possibly file litigation over this, because we do think it is an unfair and inequitable situation. And I can't speak for the authority. That's a decision the authority has to make, but the authority is considering that they may have to litigate this issue if it's not resolved here. But to address your issue, Chairman Brower, about the population served, let me try to make this more clear. You're absolutely correct. Each of these hospital taxing districts were created to serve an indigent population. Now, indigent population is not defined. It's not defined in the Florida statutes. It's not defined in any of these statutes creating the 3 districts. It says indigent population. When this law was created in 1957, go back that far, the Medicaid program didn't exist, right? So those hospital taxing districts, and not many of us in this room were around in 1957 as adults to think of this, but they had to determine what population they would serve. And they determined that in 1957, 1958, 59, and so on. Once the Medicaid program came into play, there are certain income requirements for Medicaid and certain status requirements. You have to, for example, single adult men and women don't qualify for Medicaid. If you're a single parent of a child, you might qualify for Medicaid if you meet the income threshold. If you're blind or disabled, you might qualify for Medicaid. So there's that class of people, or a population of indigent people who qualify for Medicaid, all right? They get Medicaid. But what do the 3 districts do today? The 3 districts serve a population above that. At income levels, for example, 150% of the federal poverty level, or 200% of the poverty level, depending on family circumstances and medical conditions. Those are the people who are really being served, who are getting services paid for by Halifax, by West Volusia, by Southeast Volusia. We're serving that population that's above Medicaid qualifications, but below Affordable Care Act type qualifications. I hope that helps clarify the points I was making in response to Ms. Wheeler's comments. So the indigent population today includes both Medicaid, but those folks are being paid with Medicaid payments. Their services are being paid for with Medicaid payments. That population above that, perhaps 150% above the federal poverty level, those folks are receiving services that are paid for by West Volusia money, Halifax money, and Southeast Volusia money. So that's why it's important to keep those 2 populations in mind. And again, my point, to bring it all back home, my point is that Halifax and Southeast Volusia operate hospitals that receive large sums of Medicaid payments. West Volusia does not. So how do we pay for the services for this gap population, the up to 150% of the poverty level? Well, West Volusia and, Halifax and Southeast Volusia have resources to pay for that. For West Volusia, we have to, again, tax our taxpayers to afford to pay for those services, because we're not getting those Medicaid payments. That's why this Medicaid match allocation process that's on consideration for you today, that's why, frankly, it should be allocated only to Halifax and to Southeast Volusia, and not West Volusia at this point. We're not receiving the Medicaid payments for which we can afford to pay this Medicaid contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Heather Post.
So I don't know if this is more a question for our legal team, but could you just clarify for the record why West Volusia does not receive those payments and why the other 2 do?
Yes, ma'am. I think that there's a bit of a linguistic divide there. The hospitals that are in West Volusia Special Taxing District, I think Mr. Mullen would agree with me that they do in fact receive Medicaid payments just like any other hospitals. Medicaid payments, as we're using that term, are the payments that come in once services are provided. So you go to the doctor, you're enrolled in Medicaid, you receive some sort of care. Your bill, instead of going to private insurance, goes to state Medicaid program. A portion of that, based on Medicaid rates, is paid, and it comes back to the care providers. So the question of whether or not the districts receive Medicaid payments, the care providers in all of the districts receive Medicaid payments. West Volusia, Halifax, Southeast Volusia, each of them receive Medicaid payments to the people who render the services.
And here's how I can draw that distinction again. Ms. Coleman's exactly right. The hospitals in each of the 3 districts receive Medicaid payments. The distinction here is that Halifax and Southeast Volusia both own or operate hospitals. That's why, as we point out in our brief, Halifax receives $260 million every year direct in Medicaid payments. Southeast Volusia receives $30 million every year in Medicaid payments. West Volusia Hospital Authority receives 0 in Medicaid payments. When you think of those numbers, the distinction becomes clear why it is inequitable to expect West Volusia to contribute 35, 40, 45% of the Medicaid match contribution when West Volusia is not receiving any Medicaid payments.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to Halifax.
May it please the council. My name is Kelly Parsons-Kwiatek. I'm Senior Vice President and General Counsel at Halifax Hospital Medical Center. I first want to thank the county staff. They've been exceptional. As you know, this is a contentious issue, and they've spent a lot of time with the 3 health districts trying to come to a consensus to avoid just what we're doing right now. I also want to thank them for preparing a PowerPoint that really does accurately reflect the background and the history and the issue before you today. So as we know, the state pays a portion of Medicaid to the federal government, and therefore it then charges the counties for those payments. It is up to you all to then charge the health districts, which benefit from Medicaid, proportionately. So how should we do this? Halifax Hospital Medical Center says you should do it based on enrollment, just as the county staff has explained to you. Now, I'll admit, it's confusing. We used to do it an old way where we reviewed all the bills. In 2015, we all got together and we said, we'll use some older data and we'll agree to this allocation. And we have continued using that allocation through 2020. We agreed to use old data. At the same time, the state was transitioning from the way they were doing it to enrollment. Starting, the statute came out in 2013, but the true transition started in 2015, and slowly from 2015 to 2020 to today, currently, it charges you all based on Medicaid enrollment. The staff was successful in getting updated enrollment figures, and so now we have very accurate, very clean data to use moving forward. Yes, this increases West Volusia's allocation percentage and numbers. But if you really think about it, and the population growth in West Volusia over the last decade, I think it makes sense. More so, what we're trying to do is align with how the state is charging you. That way you charge the health districts, and we have a nice, clean system that's accurate. We believe this is the most fair and consistent way moving forward. And so it's very simple to us, allocate on enrollment. Now, we've been talking a lot about whether West Volusia benefits from the Medicaid program. To Ms. Coleman's point, it doesn't say receiving payments from, it doesn't say being paid funds from. Yes, Halifax Hospital also operates an actual hospital. We are more than just the authority, right? We have providers that provide care, and in exchange, we are paid for those services. They're actual services. They're very different than when we're providing this indigent care. Medicaid pays our providers for services. Now, I will tell you it is below cost, so I don't think there's a big bucket of money over here for Medicaid services, but that is true. So for the purposes of this discussion, I think you have to divorce Halifax and Southeast Volusia from their hospitals and just concentrate on the actual district, on the actual authority, and whether it benefits from the Medicaid program. Now, we all know the purposes of all of our districts and the purpose of Medicaid are similar. It is to provide health care access to indigent people and families. West Volusia is specifically the payer of last resort, so they come into play when Medicaid doesn't cover those people. So there is great overlap because Medicaid, you have to have a certain poverty level, but then also be pregnant or disabled or over 65. The health districts cover kind of that other group of people. Could be the same poverty level, but maybe aren't single, or maybe don't have a family, or maybe aren't disabled. So we're kind of talking about the same income group of folks. And so there's great overlap. And so in our county, 19% of people are Medicaid enrollees. And you all the experts on consensus, but I believe that comes out to about 100 to 105,000 people in this county. Now, because of Medicaid, our health districts don't have to take care of the services for those people. And without Medicaid, we would then have to care for an extra 100 to 105,000 people. So I would submit to you all that without a doubt, all three health districts, divorced from the hospitals, benefit from the Medicaid program. West Volusia specifically, yeah, it might have a tax and a budget issue moving forward, and it will need to address how it would do that to, if Medicaid went away or if it claimed it didn't benefit from it, because it would have an extra big chunk of residents it would have to take care of. So for us, all districts benefit from Medicaid, and all districts should be allocated their portion of this match in an equal and fair way. We do believe enrollment is better. Again, as Donna, Ms. Butler said to you all, it is clean data. It doesn't have these line items that kind of are not explainable. It is also the same way the state has charged you all, and so it just makes logical sense that you all would now, moving forward, now that the state transition is done, charge us in the same way. Finally, we certainly align with staff on everything that they've presented to you today. They have asked for a 2 or 3 year transition plan. I do want to make it known that if we Halifax would have if the county's charges to the districts would have mirrored the state in the transition plan, Halifax Health would have paid $2.2 million less over that kind of true 5-year period. So part of us, it's very hard to agree to yet need another 2 or 3 years to transition. That said, we knew or should have known about this. We appreciate all the county has done. We appreciate you all taking care of the nursing home piece of this. And so certainly, as long as we stick with enrollment, would be a fan and hopefully not have to appeal this. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We were told how much money Halifax receives in Medicaid. How much is that?
So I have Sean Remington here, our Director of Finance. Sean, do you know the number? So 37 to 40 million in net revenue from Medicaid. And remember, those are actual providers providing those services.
So you're receiving payments for services for care that you've already given. Does that cover it, or does it still leave a hole?
I believe I'm accurate to say there is a shortfall. It is below
Okay.
cost.
Billy Wheeler?
No, Mr. Chair, if there are any further questions, I certainly would want to hear those, but if not, then I would like to make a motion to.
Let's hear from the public
That's
first.
okay. Sorry.
That's all right. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you very much.
We just have 4 members of the public who came to speak. Jennifer Cohn.
Hi, how are you guys today? Good morning. So I want to thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration today. My name is Jennifer Cohen. I am a commissioner of the West Volusia Hospital Authority and an accountant by profession. I'm also a resident of DeLand. But I do have to do a disclaimer, I'm not here representing the West Volusia Hospital Authority. I am here in my own, representing myself in my own personal opinion. So. I do support the zero Medicaid allocation for West Volusia Hospital Authority for reasons our council has laid out. But if you do not decide to adopt that, then you should vote to adopt the usage methodology. This is the methodology that is based on costs of actual Medicaid bills. The cost is the best measure of utilization and would be fair and proportionate, a fair and proportionate method of allocation. I acknowledge that there was a lengthy negotiation period among all of us, over 5 meetings and 5 months that ended in a disagreement. However, the usage methodology was not fully considered throughout that negotiation process, as it was not until October 25th, a few weeks ago, that the county was able to actually access this current usage data for the past 3 years. That would be 18, 19, going all the way into 2021. So let me give you an example of an unequal allocation of taxes under the zip code enrollment methodology as recommended by the staff. So based on the current usage data that became available, the West Volusia residents who receive less Medicaid benefit, it would be on average $5 million less every year than the residents who live in the Halifax district. Sorry, I'm getting a little jittery. Gotta shake it off. So I'm sorry. So West Volusia residents receive less Medicaid benefit on average, about $5 million a year based on the usage data we just got. But yet, based on the enrollment methodology, we will pay 4% more than Halifax based on for our Medicaid allocation. So we will be penalized, even though our residents receive less Medicaid benefit. So Does that sound like a fair, proportionate distribution of tax? It does not to me, and that's why I'm here today, to stand up for West Volusia residents, as this would be an undue burden of tax to our district, and the only winner would be on the enrollment method would be Halifax. So for that reason, I encourage you to vote for the Medicaid allocation as presented by our council, or the usage methodology based on actual cost. Just under the time. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Glenda Gibbs? Did Glenda wait? There she goes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here not as one of these knowledgeable people, but just as a person who's surviving on Medicaid. And I want to tell you how important it is in my life. In 2015, I had a hip replacement, and I could not afford to go to therapy for $30 a whack. And if I had been on Medicaid then, I would have gone to therapy. I could have asked questions because I really didn't know what was happening and what to expect. So I want to encourage you that it meant a lot. It would have meant a lot to me. And in thinking that we're going to have to pay our taxes to support Medicaid here, you know, people in business seem to pass the cost on. Now, I happen to be a very lucky person who bought a property nobody wanted 25 years ago. And it's a mobile home on 2 acres. And so I don't pay rent, but out of $950 a month, if I had to pay $700 rent, and that went up, which seems to be the going rate, I would be under a bridge with a 10. And so I just want to encourage you that how valuable this service is to many of us who worked during our lives, but really appreciate what it offers to us now. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming and expressing your thoughts. Tanner Andrews.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm Tanner Andrews. That's Pat Andrews there. My wife and I are here basically just to speak up for fundamental fairness. The West Volusia Hospital Authority is the one entity under discussion that actually has divorced itself from the hospitals. As of 2020, the end of 2020, the West Volusia Hospital Authority has no connection, ownership, landlordship, financial interest in, control over any of the hospitals here. They're fully separate entities. Now, those hospitals may receive a benefit from Medicaid. We can't know because those hospitals are private and do not share the information the way Halifax or Fish New Smyrna do. But what we know from the authority budget and its lack of hospital is that the West Volusia Hospital Authority receives a big round zero in benefit now from Medicaid. Halifax receives 200 and some million, which I believe their council said, or from which I believe their council said they netted over $30 million worth of actual benefit. I don't know if that also includes disproportionate share money, which if they pull in more Medicaid, then they get more disproportionate share. Fish New Smyrna pulls in 30-some million in Medicaid. And you know, if we're going to be fair about it, it's pretty easy to figure out who benefits and how much. We don't have to use zip codes, some of which slop over into Lake, Marion, Putnam, Flagler counties. Oh, and Brevard, I should say. Yeah, the zip code method is pretty darn inexact. The dollars method, on the other hand, is simple, easy to understand, exact, and lets us figure out the fair share. You simply prorate the state's assessment, the $7 million or so against Volusia County. You prorate that by how much benefit, that is, how many dollars each district receives. It's simple, it's fair, it's exact. You aren't dealing with slop over zip codes, and that's what you should do.
Thank you.
I'll definitely be.
Olivia Manning? I'm sorry. And you do write better than me, but it sure looked like a V.
Thank you, sir. And good morning to the board. My name is Valoria Manning. I live at 201 West Division Street in DeLand. Let me clean my glasses here. I am the chair of the West Volusia Hospital Authority. I guess I better pull this down. I'm sorry. But I'm here speaking as a citizen and a concerned person for our residents, constituents which have called me and feel that I have the ability and I can take and change all of this about the taxes. They don't want taxes added to they already feel stressed, especially during this time of the pandemic. So Halifax is proposing that the county charge, that's you all, charge the West Volusia Hospital Authority residents, taxpayers, $300-some million for Medicaid. But Halifax and another hospital, where is it? Vishnu Smyrna, received the Medicaid money. I'm more than sure at this time, maybe Advent Hospital received monies too. But we don't know that because we no longer have any specific dealings with that hospital where we can ask questions like that from them. So if they receive $250-some million a year, and the other hospital receive like $30-some million a year, but we receive $0, this is a year. If we don't receive any funds, why should the Volusia County, West Volusia County residents be charged? This is charging them for something that they're not supposed to be charged for. Halifax received the money, and the other hospital received the money, and maybe, like I said, Advanced Hospital probably received some monies too. My time is winding up here. I'm looking at this, one moment. If you do this, what's going to happen is if you put the taxes back on the West Volusia Hospital Authority, the taxes are then going to landlords, and these landlords are going to put the burden on people that are renting. I know this for a fact. This has happened before with our board. I know one of your commissioners up there, one of your councils up there, they know about this. But anyway, please, if you would, give the consideration of not taxing the West Volusia residents for something where they already have the monies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Certainly. Come on up, and then Bob Gertman. Bob, did you want to speak first?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to respond to a couple points made by Halifax Medical Center in their statement. And I think they bristled at my reflection that they received over $260 million every year in Medicaid payments and wanted to draw a distinction talking about divorcing the hospitals from the districts. But when Ms. Parsons asked for clarification as to what the net revenues were, you heard a figure of $37 to $40 million by their own staff were considered net Medicaid revenues to the district. Contrast that number, if you will, with the zero from West Volusia. Just looking at those numbers illustrates something that again emphasizes our point. I frankly did not use, in my discussion of the numbers here, I did not use the overall budgets for both of these entities because, frankly, the overall budgets can be misleading. We know Halifax, for example, operates hospitals and receives a lot of hospital revenue. But if you look at, and I think it's illustrative to help illustrate the overall scenario here, the yearly budget for the Halifax Medical Center District is over $600 million a year. That's their total budget, $600 million a year, of which the income that they generate, only about $6 million is generated from tax revenue. Contrast that $600 million to West Volusia, which has an annual budget every year around $18 million, a much smaller entity. But for West Volusia, all of West Volusia's income, with the exception of some investment income, is generated from tax revenue. That's the size of the different entities you're looking at here, and again illustrates our point about the equity, or here the inequity of the situation as we have. Frankly, the time is ripe. The time is right now to correct this inequity and change the allocation system from the way we've been doing it for too many years. Thank you.
Bob Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. You guys know I've been agonizing over this, having served 4 years on the hospital authority, and you know how much it means to me. I represent the West Side. The taxpayers for the West Side mean a lot to me. My challenge is how this is written allows us to view it from the different perspectives, right? Do you benefit, do you not benefit? Yes, the hospital, those that run hospitals today have revenue from Medicaid, but they also have a lot of expense from Medicaid, right? What the hospital authority does now in the model that it has does not have that expense. So I think there's just a number of different ways to look at this from where West Volusia Hospital Authority's model sits today and the way it is today. And I don't think that this day today is the day to long-term decide what that needs to look like, right? I think that because the West Volusia Hospital Authority no longer operates a hospital, and a lot of what is in place is what's come together over the course of years, I don't know that it's been given the level of review and scrutiny and considering what all the alternatives should be for what should happen for this hospital authority for future, right? So I'm interested to know, number one, what does a phase-in look like, right? How does that impact the West Volusia Hospital Authority if it were to be phased in? Not 2 years, but 4 years. What if because this language is so not clear, is it possible to get a better understanding of what that means to benefit from the state, from, you know, from how this is written? What is that true expectation? From what I heard from Donna regarding usage and the actual cost of what billings came to each district, to me, from what's being represented, it doesn't sound like it's an accurate number either. So you either have an inaccurate number of usage or you have an inaccurate number of enrollment, right? From what's being represented, it looks like enrollment is a cleaner process. So I'm still, I'm torn because I know I don't want the West Volusia residents to be impacted with a higher tax because of how this is being represented, but ultimately, we've got to come to the best decision for all Volusia residents. But again, West Volusia's model is not the same. And I don't know that we're getting to the fair consideration for West Volusia residents and for Halifax and Southeast. And I really do read this, though, that this is the taxing district and authority, and I view it that the hospitals are separate. I view it as the taxing district and the authority, the three of them, in my view, would benefit from a Medicaid program. It's intended to be there for the indigent. So I guess in my broader view of it, if I were to see it from that perspective, I think we need to get to the best place we can for the fairest application today. And if West Volusia Hospital Authority feels that they need to take it to another level to get a better read on it, I think that's where I will land with this today. I would like for us to consider enrollment, but I'd like to consider a 4-year phase-in, and I'd want to know what that looks like.
Is that a motion?
Let's,
I want to hear from staff.
Yes.
What phase-in looks like.
yes.
What does that impact?
I think everybody up here would, and I just want to say, Barb, I hear your agony, and I agree with almost everything that you said, and I think that needs to be the goal of this council, is to find the fairest way to divide this up, because we're already taxing all 3 districts, and I think the citizens think that they're being taxed for indigent care, including Medicaid. But if you would talk more, because we're going to need 2 votes here. We're going to have to vote for one of the 2 options, the methodology, and then we're going to have to vote for implementation, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years phase-in, if the vote goes that way. So.
Well, yes, Mr. Chair, and obviously you can choose to phrase a motion however it was. I don't know if Ms. Gertman's was a motion or not, but we've presented 2 options if there's a motion to consider either of those. Those both involve enrollment as a methodology, and one is a 2-year roll-in and one is a 3-year roll-in. If, of course, council has other instruction, we certainly will do that. I think, Donna, did you want to?
Yeah. So to your question, we can probably be back pretty quickly because it would just go to 25, 50, 75. So if you would like us to come back sometime today and give you that option before you make a decision, that's fine, we can do that, but it's the pleasure of the council what you decide to do. So before you is a 2-year phase-in, and that takes us to a 50% adjustment the first year, and then obviously 100%. The 3-year roll-in is 25, 50, and then to the full percentage. A 4-year would be 25, 50, 75, 100%. So we can come back to you if you actually want to see the numbers, or if you just want to, make that recommendation as part of a motion, we can make it happen. It would slow obviously the shift.
It would slow the shift, but it would also slow the increase on the public. So I think that's the critical part for me.
If I may, I have a few things I'd like to say in response to some of the things that we heard, if you all don't mind me doing that as well. Get back to it here. So there's been a great deal of discussion about what benefit means, and I do want to just draw your attention very quickly to some definitions. It's a legal canon, a way that we interpret statute, that if the statute doesn't define something, you go to the dictionary. So I have for you here both the Westlaw Dictionary, Black's Law Dictionary from Westlaw, as well as Merriam-Webster, and defining the term benefit. And I would draw your attention to the idea that, again, it doesn't mean financial benefit necessarily. It's something that produces a good or helpful results or effects or that promotes well-being. So again, benefit itself is a pretty general concept. Additionally, with regard to this discussion about the overlap in population between Medicaid and indigency, I think West Volusia's position is that indigent populations are kind of a strata above Medicaid coverage. Again, if you go back to a good old-fashioned dictionary definition, and he's correct, it's not defined in the statute, so that's where we'd go. Merriam-Webster does define indigent as suffering from extreme poverty. So I don't know that there's necessarily a reason to think it has to be a strata above Medicaid. There does seem to be a great deal of overlap. What you're looking at here is actually a portion of West Volusia's application process to receive one of their benefit cards. And you'll notice where I've added a check mark, a red check mark. One of the things that they do ask is proof that there has been an application or a denial for Medicaid. So they do, in fact, look at whether or not Medicaid is an option before they proceed to see if coverage needs to come from West Volusia. So again, I just want to reemphasize that idea that those populations overlap significantly. And finally, this is just one page from West Volusia's most recently published budget. I believe you have the whole thing in your packet from West Volusia. But once more, it's important to keep in mind, I think, that these first few numbers in their healthcare expenditures, hospitals, emergency room, primary care, so on and so forth, that's the money they've budgeted to spend on healthcare for their indigent residents. That number can change, it can increase if they want to tax higher. They have the ability to levy taxes. And obviously they can choose within a certain range how high that tax is going to be, but they certainly could also stay right there and stay on exactly the same millage rate that they have. But the number of people they'd have to serve with that budget would get so much larger without Medicaid. So I do just want to reemphasize those points for you that again, if not for Medicaid, the population that has to be served by the hospital authorities explodes. So it really does become much larger and is in fact a benefit. One final point that I wanted to make, and I don't think we've talked about this today, and West Volusia certainly can address it if they'd like to, but in their most recent request to you that's in all of your packets, they did request that if in fact you choose a zero allocation to West Volusia, that the portion that otherwise would be allocated to West Volusia be divided between Halifax and Southeast hospital authorities. We would need some guidance from council about how that would be done proportionately. That is not something that staff was able to suggest. A proportionate division between those two districts for West Volusia's Medicaid burden was not something we could come up with. So we would need further direction from council if that's something you're interested in doing. Can I answer any questions for you?
We have 4 people up. Do any of you have questions for council? Okay. Before you go, Mike Dyer, your name is also up. Did you need to interject before you? Oh, Heather.
That's okay. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add that whatever motion that the council makes, we would add that you include in it a direction to issue a decision letter so that staff has the direction to go ahead and issue a letter to the hospital authorities indicating how the Medicaid share is going to be split between them.
Okay, thank you. Heather Post.
So just like most court cases, the The discussion seems to be revolving around the interpretation of the statute, which state legislature is very good at loosely providing. Have we thought to do ask for an attorney general's opinion or any kind of opinion so that could get that from them themselves, or?
I'll certainly defer to Mr. Dyer about whether or not we would do that. I do not believe that's something that the Attorney General would opine about, the definition. In this case, I think since the statute does not define it, they would probably point us right back to the dictionary.
Right. Generally, the Attorney General's office will basically quote the statute back to you unless there's some other authority that they can cite. And we have done a pretty exhaustive search to look for any kind of authority out there that would give us some definition beyond the ordinary dictionary definition, and we have not been able to find any.
Have we looked at the actual, when the statute was actually put into place? And,
Yes, ma'am.
And who put it into place and talked to those people, or?
Well, we've certainly looked at the legislative history attached to it in the white papers. There's not much
There's
about
no
the
indication?
benefit term that I've been able to locate, although I'm certainly happy to hear from any of the other council on that.
The large amendment that Laura mentioned actually came as part of an amendment to the bill while it was going through the process, so there isn't a lot of information in the legislative history as to why the legislature made the changes that they did in 2013. Laura and I have both looked at that, and it really doesn't give us a lot of guidance, unfortunately.
Okay.
And again, I would say that the statutory interpretation canon is if you don't have a definition in the statute, you look at the dictionary. So we look at what benefit means. And in this case, again, it's the context of that word is important, but I think we have a pretty clear answer from the dictionary.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question. I was going to make a motion.
You
Unless
can make
there's
a
any
motion,
other-
and if it gets a second, we'll have discussion.
Okay, my motion, and Ms. Gertman, I certainly absolutely commend you for very, very hard comments, very well thought out, and I know that this is really hitting your heart as it is with all of us. This is really, really very, very difficult. But as if I don't respect you enough, I certainly have increased my respect. So my motion is to approve the Medicaid enrollment methodology to determine the share for each of the hospital districts. And do we need that as just one motion?
We need the methodology motion
At a-
first, and then Heather, let me ask you.
Does that need to be two, or can?
Does a direction for a decision letter need to be attached to this, or how we roll it out?
My suggestion would be if you're going to do two separate motions, I would attach it to how you're going to roll it out.
Okay.
Okay.
So that would be my first motion.
Is to go with what the county staff has
The
recommended?
staff recommendation of yes.
Okay, motion by Wheeler, second by Johnson. Any discussion?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Is your button not working? Heather Post, would you like to say something?
I saw that there were other people up, that's why I just responded to your question.
You're up.
So we're saying that we're just going to go with staff's recommendation, but staff is providing two proposals, so.
If I understand the
what does that
motion
mean?
correctly, the motion is just, at this point, is just for the enrollment methodology, and there will be a subsequent motion with regard to
One of two?
the time of the rollout. Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's what I wanted to clarify, thank you.
Ben Johnson.
This is a hard decision, and it's a decision that'll affect it. But right now, we're working on old information, 2013. And when we present it with the new information, it doesn't satisfy everybody by any means. But it's time to change it and bring it up to date, and I think this is the best way to bring it up with the most fairness for everybody involved.
Okay, before we vote, we have one more member of the public that would like to speak. I'm going to allow that, and then we'll end the public comment part of it so we can make a decision. Quentin Heath.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for this important opportunity to be able to speak on this very pressing and important issue. I'm here representing all the residents here in West Volusia County. And as you all know, this has been a very difficult and very challenging time for all of us residents here. Many residents here in this community have been faced with this awful pandemic and have been affected with the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, it has caused many residents to be unemployed because they don't have the full mobility skills or have the strength. Some residents are even on respirators. They barely could breathe. And so as a result, with a serious loss of income, many residents could not afford to enroll in Medicaid because, as Halifax has already said, it's a certain guidelines of income bracket that you have to abide by. But because the West Volusia Hospital Authority is so generous, residents in this community can apply for which is called a health card, and they can get good medical care here in this community with a health clinic here on Plymouth. As the world knows, and as everyone knows, Halifax have been involved in a very serious scandal with many Medicare, but by taxing Medicare and taxing Medicaid recipients. They have been involved in a lawsuit. And now they are trying to come here and suck every dime that they possibly can for us residents who's just barely making it. Council member, I ask, on the behalf of the citizens in this community, I beg and ask of you to please do not pass this vote, because it would not be fair on residents who's barely making it. And when Halifax, they are almost a billionaire. When you look at their income, they have over $600 million that they receive a year. And here they is want to come here and tax the residents in this community. It is awfully sad. Council member, I ask of you to please do not pass that vote. Please take in consideration. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Glenda, when you spoke, you mentioned how valuable service was of Medicaid, and it absolutely is. I'm frankly perplexed because I live in West Volusia, and every time I get my property taxes, there is a substantial charge for the hospital authority. I think indigent care includes Medicaid, and I don't want to see West Volusia Hospital Authority raise taxes again to, I think we're already being taxed for that. And so to me, in my mind, it's not an option of we're going to raise taxes to pay for the way that America is choosing to pay for this, the way the state is requiring us to pay for it, and the way that the county now has to look at it and say, what is the fairest way? And in my mind, the fairest way is for every resident of Volusia County, which is now represented by 3 hospital authorities, to divide that up according to their residents. And that should not require a tax increase. We're already being taxed to pay for that. So with no other questions, no other comments, I'll call for the vote on the motion for the methodology of enrollment the same way the state is doing it. Krista, would you call the roll?
Ms. Wheeler,
Yes.
Ms. Gertman,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Mr. Brower?
Yes. Okay, now we need a motion for the time frame to roll it in. We have a 2-year and a 3-year presented. Barb Gertman has suggested 4 years. And did you want to make a motion to that effect?
We'll
or-
make that motion to phase in 4 years.
Second.
Okay. And you've already said you can go back and rewrite that, change it.
Absolutely. So the percentages, instead of 25 and 50 for the 3-year, would then go to 25, 50, and 75, and then finally to the 100 in the 4th year percentage.
So that motion was made by Barb Gertman. It was seconded by Fred Lowry. And with that motion, we need to include the direction or the decision letter that needs to
Yes,
go
Mr.
out.
Chair, an authorization to send a decision letter that reflects both of these votes of council.
Okay.
Okay, we'll add the motion to include the letter.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One
Nay.
opposed, post? Was it, okay. Okay, you have your motion and
Yes, sir.
your decision.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 5. Budget resolution appropriating previous year excess funds submitted by the Volusia Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, Council. Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you is similar to the consent agenda item that the Supervisor of Elections discussed, which is reappropriation of the Sheriff's Office budget related to capital purchases. This is similar to what would have been, if it were not for Amendment 10, a provision of the county's Code of Ordinances related to budget, which allows for capital budgets to carry on until their purpose is achieved. However, with Amendment 10, as was described with the Supervisor of Elections item, the constitutional officer must refund us all the excess fees and then request that the funds for capital items that need to carry over be reappropriated. Staff has reviewed this request and also recommends approval. The CFO for the Sheriff's Office is also here if you have any specific questions about what is in that request.
Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Did you have something else?
Yeah, there is something I want to say.
Okay.
And this is something we always need to keep in mind, especially now that we have the constitutional offices. Too often in government, and this was a problem that I've always seen, is when people watch their budgets and return money. It's very easy in the next year to punish them for returning money. And this is a prime example where we're not, and we just have to stay away from that sort of thing. But we want them to act as responsible as they can, but next year they may need something. This year there's some things they couldn't get last year. But you want them to take and keep very tight control over their budgets And where I was going to is not to punish them in the future when they come up with something extra and say, well, you only needed this much money last year, why do you need more this year? And so it's very important that we remember that as a group of us that sit up here on this stage, to remember year to year is different and not always to try to go back. Don't ever punish for them being responsible.
Spoken like a sheriff. Okay, thank you, Ben. That brings us to item 6, resolution and budget. Resolution, local agency program agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation. Tad?
Good morning again, Tad Casbier, County Engineer. This item is an agreement between ourselves and the Department of Transportation in which they would provide $1.7 million for the construction of the Old New York paved shoulders from State Road 44 west over to the railroad line. We're going to use that money to go ahead and widen out those lanes a little bit and provide paved shoulders for an area that has a lot of traffic coming to it in the near future.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That brings us to item 7, contract with the John Rohrer Contracting Company, Inc. for the Volusia County Parking Garage Roof Deck Structural Repairs. Tim.
Morning, everyone. Tim Riddle, Director, Ocean Center, here with my esteemed colleague, Jim Corbett, Facilities Division Director. The item you have before you regarding the more repair and refurbishment of the Ocean Center parking garage deck is really a continuation. All concrete structures near the ocean gotten a lot of attention in the last year, but this is continuation of a process that began several years ago, and we actually just completed a refurbishment and repair of deck 2 of the parking garage in the last fiscal year. The item that's before you now is for deck 6, which is the top deck of the garage. Decks 2 and 6. Deck 2 receives the most traffic because every car has to go through deck 2 to get to any other deck. Deck 6 catches most of the weather, and in a marketing sense, we trumpet that we're 400 feet from the ocean. It's a great advantage. In a maintenance sense, man, not so much sometimes, but anyway, I'm going to let Jim speak to the technical repairs. As part of this agenda item, in addition to award of the contract for the repair and refurbishment of the deck 6 work, there's also a concurrent loan from Ocean Center to the parking garage for the work. I did want to let you know because of lodging tax has done very well over the summer. It will have no adverse effect on Ocean Center operations. Will have no adverse effect or delay in any other Ocean Center capital projects.
Thank you. Morning, council staff. For this project, the roof deck and structural repairs and coating, as you can see, the leading cause of deterioration is missing sealant and backer rod, as well as the concrete coating. What we're going to do, these are problems that you'll find typically, given the proximity to the ocean with parking garages, concrete structure, spalling, missing backer rod sealant, column deterioration, exposed rebar, all fairly common problems given the age of the structure. I think we're approaching over 20 years now. Scope of this project will make the structural repairs, the delamination of the steel components, restore the integrity of the concrete. We'll get new backer rod and joint sealants installed and apply new traffic coatings, paint, and line stripping. The new sealant should extend the life of the parking garage significantly. We find the biggest issue there is we get that corrosion, water intrusion within the cracks, causing further damage. So we're looking to avoid that in the future as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
You may have some questions. Heather Post.
Actually, I was just going to move approval. Approval
Okay.
of the purchase and the interfund loan.
Okay, motion to approve by Post. Is there a second? Second by Lowry and Billy Wheeler for discussion.
I would just like to ask a question. Those pictures are really disturbing. How long has it been like this?
So typically, these problems develop over a significant period of time. But once the concrete does start to go, it does so at an increased rate, and that's typically because the rebar expands. So you'll see the cracks, and as it expands, then the concrete starts popping off.
Well, let me just say, you know, I live in a condo, and I have a drive just exactly like this, a parking garage that drives up to my unit. So I'm on the 6th floor, and I drive up. And we go through we go through concrete restoration all the time. I mean, we have them ongoing. When I'm looking at these big gaps, that really is terrifying.
Yeah, structurally, so we issued a task assignment. We had a threshold inspector come out, evaluate all the deficiencies, and they determined it's safe. We just need to make these repairs as quickly.
Yeah, I'm not disputing the repairs. I'm just wondering how long they've looked like that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's amazing how destructive salt water is to concrete. Everybody thinks of metal, but it's also to concrete. And I'm wondering, we have a lot of parking garages on the beach side in Volusia County. Does the Florida building code, I don't know if the county manager or the county attorney know this, George is somewhat familiar with road and bridges. Does the Florida building code require any kind of inspection for, we're inspecting our own. You inspect them quite frequently for private or?
Right, there's nothing for the private sector. The most advanced program out there really is the Florida Department of Transportation's bridge inspection program, and they're tasked to inspect every bridge in Florida, not just theirs. And they have a cycle they do that in. I think it's 2 years unless the bridge shows some sort of sign, and then it goes to a 1-year cycle. In this particular case, we've been working on this garage, as Tim had mentioned. They just finished up work on a lower level, and a lot of this was known at the time that they did the engineering for the first part. And as Corbett said, we know that there are cracks and stuff. What happens, the rebar expands, and then, you know, pieces of concrete come off, and it does start at a pretty quick rate after that. So I think we've got this right about at the right time, and the idea is to get it like at this point so that the repair is effective and lasts a long time. So. But yes, people who have garages or have these structures, they need to be inspected on a regular basis. It's something that the owners of those structures should be doing. And I know a lot of it does go on because you do, if you drive up and down Beachside, and I think you mentioned it, Billy, I mean, the responsible places seem to always have a waterproofing contractor or a structural contractor working. They probably start at one end of the beach and head down to the other, all up and down. I mean, it's constant. Things like balconies, always a big problem, and you see them out there all summer long, usually working on balconies on various places.
Yeah, we have a lot of condos, a lot of motels. A lot of our condos are new, but I think you told me one time that you inspect every 2 years for concrete, just to be safe. So that I'm thinking of the Sunrise, and
sure
that'll come up later in the year when we have that, or early next year when we have that discussion. Heather Post.
Actually, I was just going to clarify that, how often we do actually do the inspections, and if that is a normal, regular SOP.
In terms of formalized inspections, my facility staff, I have them we try to get at least everywhere once a year and look at the structure and record that in our Lucy work order management system so that we can track this stuff and when we need to plan for capital projects in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or discussions, there's a motion on the floor to accept these expenditures for repairs. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, which brings us to item 8. Thank you, gentlemen. Approval of amended and restated contract to provide a self-funded group health plan administrative service for county employees.
Chair Brower, council members, staff, Dana Page Pender, Human Resources. We are here today requesting approval of a 5-year extension of our administrative services contract with Cigna for third-party administrative services with our self-funded group health plan. I have with me here today Dave Merrill, our benefits manager, as well as John Robinson with One Digital, formerly Robinson Bush, and Brian McNeil, our senior client manager with Cigna. Cigna is not new to us. The original RFP for this contract went out in 2016, and council awarded the contract to Cigna. The initial agreement was a 5-year contract with a 5-year renewal, and this is the 5-year renewal option. The amended contract has some planned savings and highlights that Mr. Robinson is going to share with you.
Thank you. My name is John Robinson. I'm president of Robinson Bush Consulting, and it's good to see some of you again and some to see you for the first time. We are going to spend some time going over some of the changes that have taken place with this 5-year that we're talking about. This renewal gives us the opportunity to continue the work that we've been doing with the health plan over the last 5 years and the improvements that have been made in it in that particular time. Since the acceptance of Cigna health plan at that particular point. Over that 5-year period, we've had some good successes, and we're building on them with these improvements. We'd like to talk about a couple of those improvements now, and this is the financial piece that we'll be talking about. From the financial piece, we've been able to improve upon the discounts and the trend guarantees. And let me talk about those in a little more detail as to what we're talking about there. The discounts are primarily on the pharmacy side of the agreement. On the pharmacy side, we're looking at improvements in the actual costs of the medications themselves, the generics, the brands, and the specialty medications. We've got improved discounts in those particular areas, and it increases over time, over the 5 years of that particular agreement. We've also been able to get additional monies back on rebate for medications, for all those brand medications that we'll get rebates back from the company on. And the third piece that we're looking at is we've been able to change the dispensing fee, so it's much less now than it was in previous years. So that's been the pharmacy side and some of the changes we've made there. To the medical side, we've been able to negotiate some medical claims trend guarantees over the next 5 years. So the trend guarantees are guarantees that are stated in the actual agreement itself, with financial penalties if Cigna does not reach those particular milestones that we've been looking at with that. And if those penalties aren't met, then if those trends are not met, then there's a financial penalty that's tied to that, and it's based on how much they miss it by if they do. On the administrative services fee, that's ASO's administrative services fee. The county pays to Cigna a portion of the monies that are collected in the premiums. Being self-funded, 96% or so of the monies that are into the health plan go to paid claims. The other 4% are for the administrative services, which is a very low percentage when you're looking at it. The majority of that particular money goes to pay for the administrative services fee. Those are the fees that the county pays to Cigna to have the network, to administer the plan, to pay claims, and to help with that particular plan itself and negotiate those types of contracts. The EAP fees are the Employee Assistance Program fees. That's the Employee Assistance Program is part of our health plan. For those behavioral health types of issues that aren't leading to a diagnosis, but that are problems. We've been able to keep those particular rates flat for the next 5 years. So they'll be the same as they are in 2021 for 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 for those particular rates. In addition to that, we've been able to negotiate some what we're calling premium holidays on the ASO fees. That particular portion, we will have a 3-month holiday in the first year, 2-month in the second year, and then a month for each of the other years there. So instead of having increases, we're actually being able to see some decreases in that particular area. What we're also able to do is to look at a specialty pharmacy discount program that will benefit not only the county health plan, but also members. This uses for certain specialty medications, those expensive medications that normally you see advertised on TV, and where there are coupons that are available with some of these specialty medications. This particular program allows the county and the individual members that are impacted by those specific drugs to be able to use those coupons up front. And the member doesn't have to get that particular coupon. It's administratively done at the point of sale when that comes in. So it'll be a savings to the member with the copay savings, and that'll be a savings to the plan as well. That is scheduled to be implemented in this particular renewal for a January 1 timeline. There's complete communication that goes to those individuals that are impacted by it, and it's a program that is beneficial to both. The other thing we've been able to do is continue upon improvements to facility costs. The facility costs are the inpatient hospital stays, the outpatient surgeries, and some of the services that are provided through the facilities, and the emergency room costs. Those costs are extremely high and a big part of the budget for the county, and we've been able to keep those in check and have actual decreases in those particular areas because of the discounts we've been able to negotiate in this particular arrangement as well. The last thing is that when we look at all these savings over the 5-year period, we're looking at a cumulative savings of around $9 million. And that's a savings in, from today's dollars. Now, we say that also there could be this is before any of the trend that we see that will exist. Yeah, trend exists because of the increased cost of providers when they're charging more for those particular services, and then also for the increased utilization that takes place because of members in the plan itself. So all in all, that's the financial overview. We've also been able to make improvements to the language and some of the clarification of items in the agreement as well. Happy to answer any questions you have or fill in more detail.
Discussion from anyone? Billy Wheeler.
I was just going to move approval of the amended and restated contract to provide self-funded group health plan administrative services for county employees and participating constitutional officer employees with Cigna Health and Life Insurance Company.
Second Post.
Second by Post.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion? Billy Wheeler? No. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We'll take the $9 million savings.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Brings us to item 9, 1-year review of special exception for a recreational area on a 20-acre prime ag A1 zone property located Marsh Road in DeLand.
Good morning, this is Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a public hearing regarding a special exception that was granted back in December of 2018 for a recreational facility to be constructed off of Marsh Road. The subject property is zoned A1, and through an agreement with the landowner, Stetson was given the ability to utilize it for a training facility for their golf team. We went through the public hearing process to allow that use via special exception, whereby the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and the County Council approved the special exception. During that process, many of the neighbors spoke in concern about the potential of noise, traffic, lights, as well as other impacts on the agricultural resources that are out there. During the hearing where the County Council ultimately approved the special exception, one of the requests was that this item would be brought back to the council for review to determine if they've been able to comply with all of the conditions that were identified as part of the special exception and ensuring that there was no external impacts to the adjacent properties. That time frame would be 1 year from when the certificate of occupancy was issued. The subject property contains, Let me go ahead and get through there. This gives you the site plan that was approved, and what it does is it shows you the parking lot, a basically locker room, storage facility, and then a series of different greens and tee boxes where the team goes out and basically pitches, putts, and drives golf balls as part of their practice routine. The area that is highlighted reflects a concern from the property immediately to the south. There is a pasture there. There was concern that the animals that they had there could be harmed by the golf balls landing on that property. So the request was to put in additional screening via a 30-foot high fence and additional landscaping. In October of last year, the certificate of occupancy was issued for the site, so they were able to open and operate. During that time frame, we did receive some concerns from the adjacent property owner, and some adjustments had to be made because we understood that the fencing had been misplaced and some of the landscaping was missing. So Stetson understood where we were coming from, understood the importance of it, and responded to our concerns. And I can say that at this point, I think that there is some landscaping that has to be replaced because of it not making it through the whole time. I think there's approximately 12 shrubs that have to be replaced. But otherwise, what we see is it is in compliance. We did have contact with Astrid DePerry, who is the attorney representing the property owner to the south, to ensure that if they had any questions, concerns, comments, or requests to otherwise deviate from what was approved as part of the special exception. And she indicated via email that she did not, and that her clients were happy with the efforts that Stetson had gone through to bringing this into full compliance with the special exception, and there was no necessary additional complaints from their perspective. We did treat this as a public hearing, so therefore we sent out the notification requirements that we have typically for a special exception, which is mailing notices to the adjacent property owner, posting the property, and advertising it in the News Journal and Beacon. So what you see before you is a basically request for the continuation of this, and it gives an opportunity just kind of for the council to fact check to make sure that the potential impacts from these special exception uses are in compliance with the concerns and addressing those concerns by the adjacent property owners. Mr. Watts, who is the attorney representing Stetson, is available to answer any questions if you have any questions for them. Otherwise, staff is here and able to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Clay. Before we do that, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any council have any ex parte to declare? Ben Johnson talked to Mr. Watts.
I did it. Mr. Chair, I also spoke with Mr. Watts, and he just explained to me the violation, or not really violations, but that they had become fully compliant.
Danny?
Yes, sir. I spoke to him as well.
Same here.
Barb Gertman also spoke, and I also spoke to Mr. Watts and Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve.
Sorry, motion to approve by Johnson, second by Robbins. Any discussion? Ben? Heather Post.
I just wanted to point out on this, we mentioned that there was some issues with the property to the south, and I did want to point out, because I know that we had a lot of public comments at the very beginning a year ago on this, and there was huge concern from the agricultural side to the south with all of the livestock that was there. But I do know, and I have clarified definitely, that has been mitigated, that they're continuously working. There have been a few issues, but I think every issue that has come up with golf balls ending up over there, and God knows how the golf balls get over that big old fence, but they do, and sometimes they roll under, and I know you guys have worked to mitigate that. So just really wanted to point out that even though there have been a few issues, all of the things that the public had brought up initially don't seem to be an issue at this point. Certainly not the noise, the lights, that kind of stuff. But my biggest concern was the livestock at the south, and and really checking on that, making sure that that's being mitigated. So definitely wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I agree. This is a great outcome for this. It gives the students at Stetson a great place to learn and to participate in a good sport. It also keeps the land undeveloped and well maintained. I mean, but the best part is the way that everyone worked together to resolve all the issues with lighting and golf balls. And yes, golf balls can be dangerous to cattle, not from hitting them. They don't mind that, but they will eat them. So no other discussion. I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Brings us to item 10, ordinance 2021-28, beach parking rules is back again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. This is ordinance 2021-28, beach parking rules for other vehicles, buses, trailers, and RVs. You were presented with the text of the proposed language during your second meeting in October. So this is just bringing it back for final approval. As a reminder, this incorporates the beach parking provisions in Chapter 118 into the Beach Code. It per se declares a nuisance these large vehicles from parking when they can't fit into standard parking spaces. Also, as applicable to all vehicles, it sets a default prohibition of parking between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. Unless otherwise signed or permitted by the county. So we can kind of tailor it for those parking areas that may require some additional extended hours. But this is mainly, most of our approaches are on neighborhoods. So, and these are the prohibitions in addition to you've seen this all before. So staff recommends council adopt the language as proposed.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I will open that now. We have one member of the public that would like to speak on this, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Just one thing. We talked the last time, when they park on the approaches, if they take up 5, if they take up 6 parking spaces, I'm told that we could only charge them for 1 violation. If you are in 6 different parking spaces, I'm asking that we charge for 6 different parking spaces. Because if I have 2 cars and I park in 2 spaces, if you have relatives and you're going from state to state or whatever, and you both take a space where you're not supposed to, both of you get a ticket. I'm asking that even though it's just 1 vehicle, if you violate 6 spaces, you charge for that. So they don't just, a $12 ticket or a $25 ticket is nothing to some of these people, but if you get hammered, you'll stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The attorney still down there? Is that how the law reads?
No, it's the standard is essentially if you are parking outside of the designated parking area, or if you are taking up more than 1 space. So that is the violation by itself, not each space that you are taking up and violating. So it's charged on a per vehicle violation rather than a per parking space violation. So that's the standard application of how these fines are kind of issued.
Okay. Thank you. Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I was going to have a question. There are people that double park all the time. So, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to adopt the ordinance 2021-28 beach parking rules for vehicles, buses, RVs, and tractor trailers on beach parks and approaches.
Who was the second by? The motion by Wheeler to approve, second by Robbins. Any discussion? Just one more along the same lines. This fine and the way it's imposed is
It's
county resolution or a state statute?
It's a county ordinance, so it would have to go through the normal county provisions for a county-imposed non-moving traffic violation, essentially the same parking fine that you would get in the rest of the county, but because we've taken jurisdiction over the beach and the approaches, that's why we've moved the standard parking provisions into Chapter 20. So it's a county-issued, non-criminal, non-moving traffic violation. So we can't use the uniform traffic citation. We have to use our own forms.
What's the fine?
$35 as proposed in the ordinance that matches how the fines in the rest of the county.
Okay, thank you. All right, the motion and second is on the table to approve as written and rewritten, since it's come back to us a couple times. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, may
Yes.
I just ask, this would be maybe a good idea to review this after a year and to see if people are just saying, oh, I'm going to go ahead and park, it's only $35. And pay that, hey, that beats paying, whatever. Review the amount. Would the rest of the council be?
Yeah, we just approved that one, but that's not a bad idea. Even if we don't wait a year, if staff could bring back a proposal for us to consider for, you're looking at what the public said. If you take up 3 spaces, you pay for 3?
Yeah, well, or whatever, have a substantial fee, because $35, that's not much. I'll go park my motorhome and pay the $35,
Right, for somebody that's a space hog.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
Which is often
Just
for
as-
handicapped people.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So
anyway.
maybe if we just kind of have that come back to us to see if we've had any major violators.
That's
good. We don't need a motion for that?
No, what I'm hearing from you is you want to see if what you're adopting is effective.
Right.
And if we need to bring back some changes to you. So either way, we'll bring that information
Thank
back
you.
to you.
Just discussion
And
on
Ca-
that, though.
Yes, Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, that was the same thing I was gonna say. It'd be nice to bring that back and see if we're having any, some of the spaces. I thought what Mr. Nicholson brought up was very, very appropriate.
Councilwoman Post.
So if that's the recommendation and that's what we're going to be looking at, those numbers, after a short time, then I see the head of public safety there, or beach safety in the background. And so it's very important then that they know that this ordinance is in place, and so are we telling them that we expect then for them to go and issue the tickets and to be sure that we're doing this, because if we're looking at, if we come back in 6 months and look at those numbers, if you're not, wholeheartedly fully enforcing it, then those numbers aren't going to really be completely accurate. So I think that would work hand in hand. Is that what council's saying? And I want to make sure that everyone's clear.
Well, yeah, I think we wouldn't have done the ordinance if we didn't expect the follow-up, but does Daytona also do any of those citations?
Evening, or good afternoon,
Yeah.
Andy Edward, Safety. We stringently enforce those violations, and this actually helps us. As far as the RVs taking up multiple spaces, typically, if it's causing an issue, we will have the owner rectify the problem immediately. If they're not on site, we can tow the vehicle if it is causing an issue. So that is also a tactic that we will employ. But we do, overnight, our officers are quite tied up with those incidents, all night long. So on the approaches, they park, and they're constantly going through and moving those vehicles along. So this will help out with that.
Yeah, so my comment was too, so at any time, does the Daytona Police Department help or assist us if I know at times that I've called and have had a problem, that sometimes they've said that Daytona also works to enforce the parking areas. Am I not?
We work hand in hand with the other agencies.
Okay, so
very
do they
well.
need to know that we're passing this, is what I'm saying, so
They
yes.
potentially would need to know
Yes.
that. But if it's not their jurisdiction,
They're not-
typically
yeah.
we would
Right.
handle it. And this would put this into our jurisdiction.
Can they ticket on a beach approach?
No.
That's not their jurisdiction, is it?
Yeah.
That's our jurisdiction.
Pardon me?
They would most likely use their own city parking ordinances.
To get their own money.
Right.
They're not gonna write a citation
Right.
for the county to get money.
Correct.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Gartman?
Thank you, Chair. So how will this be communicated to the public?
So, if you've been down to some of our beach parks lately, you've seen those signs with the beach rules. There's a conspicuous blank space that's underneath all those rules, and that's meant to, we're gonna put a sticker on there with these new parking rules on there. So when you go on to the beach parks, you're going to see the new parking rules on there. So when we put in those signs, I believe almost a year ago, it was contemplated that we were going to follow up and put a sticker on there informing the public of these new rules.
Jessica Winware, Coastal Director. We currently have more favorable parking signs that say parking from 5A to 11P. We will most likely do a hard social media push to let people know that there's a new code enforcement in place. Our parks, our formal parks that provide restrooms, amenities, and facilities do have park rule signs in place, and we will have additional writing on those park rules. But some of your approaches that don't have the amenities, that just have off-beach parking, we can modify the existing signs to say no parking 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. And make it a little more known that it's restricted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ben Johnson?
In clarification, section 2178 says all law enforcement and traffic enforcement officers, including beach safety officers, and it's definitely still inside the city limits. The beach is still inside the city limits. It's just we've taken all the jurisdictional control. Am I correct in that?
Right,
So
if
they
there
can
were
still, they can still enforce anything here, and this statute right here, or this ordinance, I should state, allows for anybody to enforce it. And I agree with the coming back and looking at it. When you come back and look at it, if we're not having proper enforcement of it, raise the limits, or another option would be is a 2-hour window. If they're still there in 2 hours, come back and ticket them again. Keep hanging it on them until they decide it's time to go home.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that brings us to item 11, ordinance 2021-36 on e-bikes and e-scooters and electric motorized devices.
Yes, this was presented before, once again, Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This was presented to council on your second meeting in October with the provided language. So this approves e-bikes, e-bicycles and electric scooters. Once again, these are the types of vehicles we're talking about. Following council direction, they are only prohibited in the natural beach management areas or in the conservation zones. They're allowed to operate in the traffic-free zones. They can operate inside and outside the driving lane. There's no restriction on the seasons. They are subject to hours of access, and this does create a careless standard of operation that kind of matches the normal operation of bicycles. Once again, if you are on an e-bike, you have the same rights and responsibilities as a regular bicycle, meaning you have to follow all the regular bicycle rules, including, if you're under 16, wear a helmet. If you're driving outside of the daylight hours, you need to have a light, things like that. So those same rules still apply.
Thank you. And this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. We have one member of the public who now feels emboldened, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. You had rules up there, and other than one, I didn't understand the rest. Okay, it is subject to hours, but it's not subject to hours. It's a bike but it has to be regulated as a car with lights and whatnot. It's just confusing. Initially, I oppose it because we have an ordinance that says they cannot be in Daytona Beach. Now, you're saying that they can, but Ben's saying that they can't. So that confuses me a little bit. They were so bad. They were running over people. There were accidents where they ran into a carriage and the kid had to go to the hospital or something. So we really absolutely dislike those vehicles, all right? Even though they're prohibited, they're in Daytona Beach 24 hours a day because Daytona Beach Shores allows it. They supposedly rent them from the shores, but they're parked throughout the city, all right? If you go to Mario's, they're sitting right there on A1A, okay? So you're opening up a Pandora's box. You don't realize it. These things go anywhere, and they basically are kids, and trust me, they're idiots. They go anywhere, everywhere. They're hitting people. They're a menace. So if you could put a little thing in there that in 6 months we will look at it again, just in case it gets to the point where those, what do they call them, scooter things, cause a distraction or a hazard to our tourists. If you could do that to look at it again, if it proves to be as bad as it did to Daytona Beach, I would like you to have an out. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Sawyer, did you want to comment on the first part of his?
Sure, and we'll go back. So they're allowed to operate year-round, so that there's no turtle season out of turtle season. They are subject to the same hours of access that of a normal vehicle. That's kind of an HCP requirement. So, you know, when the tolls are open, you know, depending upon the type of season, starting from 8 a.m. to sundown, you know, that's when the e-bikes are allowed on the beach. Other than that, you know, they can access from any point except for when you are in a natural beach management area. As far as the lights concerns, that is applicable to every single bicycle. So if you have just a normal human-powered bicycle, the provisions of 316-2065, which is the statutory provisions for bicycle operations, apply. If you're under 16, you need to wear a helmet. If you are, you know, operating a bicycle before sunrise or after sunset, you need to have a light. That applies to any person on a bicycle, regardless of whether it's an electric bicycle or not.
Thank you for that clarification. Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve as written.
Motion to approve as written by Johnson, second by Lowry. Any discussion? Heather Post.
I like the idea of us coming back and revisiting this in 6 months or so. It's we're getting into winter though, so maybe at the end of summer to have you really sit there, the head of beach safety, to tell us you know, how it's affecting with enforcement, or how it's pulling, if in fact it is pulling away from any other duties or anything like that, if it's how it affects you. So I would definitely love to have that report come back.
Why don't you amend the motion to come back in what period of time?
Well, I'd love to hear your opinion on it. So what would you prefer?
Andy Etheridge, Beach Safety. Well, they've been operating down there for a while. The only incident we have where a vehicle has injured a pedestrian was actually a normal bicycle. We've had accidents involving the one-wheel and scooters, but none, to my knowledge, with the actual electric bikes. So we do have a little bit of a history with it already. I think this ordinance just brings everything kind of in line with what's being done. We can bring it back at the end of the summer if you would like to readdress it at that point.
Yeah, okay.
We will have some data.
So maybe at the end of summer, October 1st?
That works?
Okay.
Okay, so the amendment is to, you will report back on how this ordinance is working on October 1st. That amendment is by post, and there was a second, I believe, by Councilman Lowry. Let's deal with the amendment first. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment,
First meeting in October then, right? Instead of October 1st is the date.
that would be correct. And that amendment carries 7-0, so now we can vote on the main motion by Johnson, seconded by Lowry. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank everyone involved. Russ Brown started this, Ginger Adair, Jessica, Jennifer, and Andy Anthorich. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. That brings us to item 12, the fiscal year 2020-21 revised budget, year-end fund reconciliation.
Good afternoon, Council. Ryan Oselski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you is our annual final reconciliation of the budget. With the exception of the with the exception of the hurricane funds, where there are some expenses that are being budgeted for so that we can properly account for them in the hurricane funds as opposed to the general fund or some other funding source because they expect FEMA reimbursement. With exception of those FEMA funds, this agenda item has many interfund transfers so that we can properly record revenues in or properly anticipate all the revenues that we expect to receive and do the transfers to the ultimate places where those revenues go. For example, the resort tax and the sales tax, as well as the revenue loss numbers from the ARPA transition fund that we're setting up. There's numerous grant funds that we're looking to refund any excess match, capital projects funds where we're looking to refund excess match. The agenda item itself had a almost 5-page summary going through each one of these things so that you, and then during the briefings we discussed each one of these items. So if you have any further questions, I'm here to answer them.
Councilman Lowry?
I want to move approval for the reconciliation.
Motion to approve by Lowry, second by Johnson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion to approve carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will say, just for the public's benefit, that was a, Ryan had provided a very lengthy report, and I know that for me, there was a lot of questions, a lot of information given. I can guess that it was probably the same for every council member. I don't want the public to think that we're just, ignoring it. Thank you for your work and for the extensive report that you provided to each of us, written and verbally. Thank you. That brings us to item 13, a sponsorship request from Florida Vietnam Veterans Assistance Foundation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director, honorable members of council, Mr. Reckerwald and Ms. Conchin. The item 13 is a sponsorship request from the Florida Vietnam Veterans Assistance Foundation for their Vietnam Veterans of America Golf Tournament fundraiser that will be held on January the 8th. The county's being asked to sponsor $1,500 for the event. The funds earned from the event will be used solely with the programs provided by the Vietnam Veterans Assistance Foundation, and they assist military families and veterans here in Volusia County.
Move approval, Post.
She beat you. Motion to approve by Post and second by Wheeler to approve the $1,500 sponsorship. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Vietnam vets. Item 14, community events by Kevin Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 14 is the community events update. So the first one we have is a reminder about this year's farm tour that's set for 9 a.m. to noon on Friday the 19th. That's this Friday. Residents can enjoy 8 of the more than 1,500 farms here in Volusia County during the 40th annual farm tour. Participating farms represent both East and West Volusia. Face coverings are highly encouraged, and for more information, people can call the University of Florida Volusia County Extension at 386-822-5778. And also a reminder about the very important Affordable Housing Summit scheduled for December 7th at the Ocean Center. For more information, people can contact Community Services Director Donna Butler. And can you believe it's that time of year again already? Well, it is. And the Ocean Center will host the 11th annual Light Up Volusia. The event will be from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Saturday, December 4th, so in about 2 weeks, and it'll take place on the East Plaza of the Convention Center. The public is invited to kick off the holiday season, and the best thing about it is that it's a free event, complete with a tree lighting. And this is no small tree. It's 26 feet tall, and it has 1,325 LED lights on it. Councilwoman Wheeler, I think that you flipped the switch last year. Let's just hope that Chevy Chase didn't do the electrical work this year. Wanted to put that image up there of all the extension cords, but I missed the deadline. Speaking of the Ocean Center, there's an event tonight at the Ocean Center, and that is an opportunity for residents to meet the artists behind the new Naturally Volusia Echo exhibit. It's in the Echo Gallery at the Ocean Center. It's tonight from 5:30 to 7. The exhibit features art from 5 painters with a focus on and appreciation for the complexity of the county's natural offerings. The artists will be available to discuss their techniques and inspirations during the reception, which is free and sponsored by the Volusia County Echo Gallery Committee. Light refreshments will also be served. And speaking of the holidays, Parks Rec and Culture Director Tim Bailey and his team are making a list with children's names, and Tim will be coordinating with Chris Kringle, who will be checking that list twice. Of course, we know him as Santa, and Santa will be writing out the holiday postcards and sending them to the kids on the list. This activity is part of an annual tradition in the Parks, Rec, and Culture Division. Parents can have their children, up to age 12, added to Santa's mailing list by sending the child's full name and address to elves@volusia.org by December 1st. And to talk once more about ECHO, the ECHO Advisory Committee will visit 9 ECHO grant applicants' project sites throughout the county between 8:15 and 3:30 p.m. this coming Thursday, November 18th. Applicants will then attend a mandatory eligibility meeting at 4 p.m. here in the Thomas C. Kelly Administration Building. And of course, we also have DeBerry Hall, the LEC, and Explore Volusia events. We can look at any member of the public can look at the county calendar for those events. Just a couple things to point out at DeBerry Hall. There's an accordion concert on December 11th, and there's also you can learn about poinsettias at the LEC on December 13th. So just to kind of give the public an idea, if you go to volusia.org, click news, click the county calendar, you'll see November, and then you can also just easily switch to December, and you can get pretty much a good glimpse of all the events that are happening. And just want to talk very briefly about our anti-litter campaign. We have a new logo that we refreshed for the Keep Volusia Beautiful, which is also the Keep America Beautiful affiliate, which we've been a member of for many, many years. The county recently had a tire amnesty event day, and we've also got a program called Adopt a Road. For more information on the Adopt a Road program, if anyone is interested, again, visit volusia.org. Right on the right corner of that page is the information for Regina Montgomery, who can give you more information. But if you just take a stroll around the county, you can see there's lots of opportunities to clean up our roads, and we're certainly taking that very seriously. When it comes to Tire Amnesty Day, we did that on Saturday, October 30th, and it was a very fun-filled event. We had a lot of tires that were collected, which also reduces our mosquito population. but a total of, I believe it was 469 tires that were collected. So huge amount that we were able to collect from the community. Just moving on quickly to our COVID-19 update. We still continue to have 5 campaigns on social media that are running. And again, the reach and impression on those continue to increase. We've also extended those all the way through the end of the year, so through December 31st. They were otherwise set to expire the end of this month. That also includes the testing site as well. So with that, I'll move to Mr. Ethan Johnson. He is the Assistant County Health Department Director for DOH Volusia. And Mr. Johnson, you're up.
Good afternoon. All right, we've had 76,442 cases among Volusia County residents and 1,518 or 80 COVID-19 deaths reported in Volusia County since the start of the pandemic. Case positivity is continuing to trend downward. At the end of last week, we were down to 5%. So this is a community transmission map of the entire country. Our case rate here in Volusia is down to 61.6 cases per 100,000 population, which is getting close to that moderate transmission level, which is 50. The state is at 48.9, so just crossed that threshold of moderate, and the country as a whole is at 156, indicating pretty high transmission still for the country as a whole. As a state, we have above average vaccination rates. A few months back during the summer, we had above average infection rates. So these two factors coupled together is likely why we're seeing what we see now in our state and in our region, the country. The demand for vaccination actually seemed to have picked up a little bit last week with the availability of the booster doses and the drop in the age requirement. The vaccine continues to be readily available throughout the community and, of course, at our health department locations. Last week, 2,266 Volusia County residents were vaccinated, which is a significant increase from the 1,080 that were the previous week. About 12, I know that Councilwoman Gertman, you asked last time I was here about the percent of those that we vaccinate who are receiving a first dose. We don't have that number for the entire county, but for the health department, that's between 12 and 15% still of individuals that are receiving first doses still, so that is still happening. People are still getting the vaccine for the first time. The percentages up to the week ending on November 4th represent individuals 12 and older, and then of course starting with the week ending November 11th, represent individuals 5 and up, which of course is why that number has dropped, the denominator has changed. The hospitalization data has dropped to steady rates over the past 2 weeks. There were 25 new admissions, 3.19% beds used, and 5.96% ICU beds used during this 7-day period. This is a guide that outlines the primary details you should know regarding the vaccine. This was updated November 3rd, so this is up to date. A point of confusion that we're still getting a lot, so I try to clarify it as frequently as possible, is the difference between the additional dose and the booster dose. Additional doses are recommended for people who are moderately or severely immunocompromised, whereas the booster dose is recommended for individuals that fall into this category. So the Pfizer and Moderna are approved for both additional doses and booster doses, whereas the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has only been approved for a booster dose, which of course we know that initially it was only a 1-dose vaccine. Also, heterologous booster doses are now allowable, which is of course receiving a dose of the vaccine that was not the same vaccine that you received the first time around. That is now allowable. Statewide, and unfortunately I don't have this for Volusia County, but statewide, about 3% of individuals in that 5 to 11-year-old category have been vaccinated. So that's just within a week or so. We continue to provide COVID-19 vaccines at all of our locations, as well as the PCR testing at Holstenbeck and Orange City. Our focus is primarily on the community vaccination and providing outreach and education, our focus in terms of COVID-19. And then we're also now providing the flu vaccine at most of the events that we attend. This past weekend, on actually just Saturday alone, we had the opportunity to go to 3 events listed here on the side at the Daytona Beach Midtown Cultural Center, New Hope Church of Deltona, and then the Parkinson's Walk. Altogether, there were 94 COVID-19 vaccines provided, 48 flu vaccines were administered. This coming week, or this week, we're providing vaccines at some planned events. We have one with County EMS, one with the Sheriff's Office, the Islamic Center in Daytona Beach, as well as United Methodist in DeBerry. And then, of course, our local pharmacies continue to have the vaccine for all of the eligible age groups. So we're constantly telling folks that they can go to vaccines.gov if they'd like to find a pharmacy or a location that's closer or more convenient for them. And then in terms of DOH, we're trying to transition to blue skies more, which means spending a little bit more time in some of our non-COVID related areas, such as our school-based sealant program, flu and non-COVID immunizations, STD and HIV treatment, as well as, of course, non-COVID reportable illnesses like hepatitis, rabies, syphilis. So we're really trying to make that transition now, while of course remaining ready in the event that we do have some type of spike after the holidays. So transmission rates are steadily falling and we're headed in the right direction, but we want to make sure that we do what we can to prevent a future spike. As everyone enjoys their families, just remember to continue with your frequent hand washing, wearing a mask when necessary, staying home when you're sick, and then of course vaccination. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilwoman Gertman.
Thank you for that thorough report. I think the only thing I have a concern about, I'm really happy to see our numbers going down, but there are reports of surges in colder areas and areas where people are now, more contained. And we usually welcome our snowbirds, so with them also comes, those same challenges. So I just think it's worth putting on the record that we still have to, remain vigilant and continue the precautions and do the best we can, because again, that's typically what we've seen. We've seen the surge in other areas, and then, we start to have challenges. So thanks for keeping an eye out and keeping us updated. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just add one more event to the list that was just confirmed today. And it's another microchipping and free food event on December 4th with Volusia County Animal Services. More info to come on a news release, but just got that today, hot off the press from Adam Leith, so we're pretty excited about that.
Can I add one more?
Absolutely, sir.
It's an ongoing event, and it's the hub on Canal Street in New Smyrna Beach. It made me think of it with the photos of the art that will be at the Ocean Center tonight. At the hub, many of the artists there are paint and sculpt environmental subjects. The neat thing about the hub is that the artists are frequently there. You can watch them paint, you can watch them sculpt, and it's an amazing place. You go in, join it. There's lots of events that they have there, music, but it's a wonderful facility on Canal Street in New Smyrna Beach. Thank you for that.
We'll see you there this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that brings us to Donna Butler and item 15. Is Donna still here? Brad's going to do it. Formation of an advisory group for the Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Brad Burball, Resource Stewardship Director. So the request before you today is the formation of an ad hoc advisory group. The largest portion of Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve is owned by the state. And with that, they require any properties owned over 160 acres that we update our management plan with public input every 10 years. So We're at that 10-year mark. It's dictated by state statute who should serve on that committee. So we've made some recommendations to you in terms of me and Tim Bailey as the managing agency and co-managing agency, two people who were involved with the process, and we also needed an appointment of an elected official. That's the request before you today.
Thank you, Dr. Lowry.
I was going to move approval for the formation of the advisory group as recommended.
Okay, motion to approve by Lowry, second by Robbins. And no other discussion on the formation. We'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And if it pleases the council, I would like someone to nominate me to be on this, unless someone else wants to serve, and then I will defer to you, but I would really be interested in doing it.
Chair, I would be more than happy to nominate you.
Second.
This is my birthday present.
Birthday to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion by Wheeler, second by Johnson, to appoint Brower to the, as the elected official. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Which brings us to item 16, reappointment of Douglas Little to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority.
That's for me, and I will reappoint Douglas Little to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority.
Motion by Lowry, second by, was it Gertman? Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Motion carries 7-0. Which brings us to the last numbered item, 17, by legal staff on meeting rules overview.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council, Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. It's my pleasure today to introduce Mr. Randy Mora, who is going to be providing the training today. Mr. Mora is a partner with Trask Denault Law Firm in Clearwater. After graduating law school, he began his legal career in New York City, working at a law firm, focusing primarily on liquidation of the largest feeder fund for the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme. Came back down to Florida in 2012 and started advising local governments. He is a board-certified city, county, and local government lawyer. He travels the state educating public officials on ethics and open government in Florida. Randy presently serves as the town attorney for the town of Kenneth City, the city attorney for Indian Rocks Beach, and special magistrate for the town of Indian Shores. He was recommended to us by the League of Cities to present to you today. So it's my pleasure. He'll be your host for the next 4 hours and 120 slides. Yep. Here, I'll turn it over to Randy.
I see the terror in your faces. I'm not planning to talk for 4 hours. That said, I am planning to talk for a little while to go through. In August, you folks adopted an ordinance formally adopting Robert's Rules of Order as your parliamentary procedure. It's my understanding this body asked the staff, mainly legal, to give a presentation on that material and explain how does that work and how does Robert's Rules overlay to how this body conducts its business. And that's why I'm here today. I recognize that, thank you very much. I recognize that you folks have been doing your business since well before 10:30. I got here at 10:30 and you were in the throes of it. In the spirit of Robert's Rules, you govern your own meetings. I'm going to be talking for a little while. It's round about 1. We can do this for an hour and change, or you can take a break for comfort and otherwise, but it's your meeting. I do want to be considerate of that before I start ranting at you about the very exciting, enthralling topic of parliamentary procedure. So I do want to put that to you as an option.
Thank you. Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit lengthy. I recommend maybe we take a break for lunch and come back and do this afterwards if it's the wish of the council. We've been sitting a long time. It's 1 o'clock.
I just don't want stuff thrown at me, so it's up to you.
Yeah. Pardon me? 30 minutes lunch break? And is that fine with you? Russ? Do you eat?
To the council.
Okay, why don't we do that? We'll take, it's 12:56, let's call it 1 o'clock, and we'll re-adjourn at 1:30?
Reconvene. Yes, sir.
What'd I say, re-adjourn? See what's on my mind? All right, thank you.
Slip, whoever it was.
I appreciate it, folks. Thank you. It's so exciting, you know?
I did hit it that time. And you've got it on. It's 1:31. We could start because we have a quorum, but it'd be nice to have all the council members here. There he is. Okay. Why don't we reconvene the meeting at 1:32? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, folks. Thank you for indulging me in the break. Like I said, I know that it's not the most exciting topic to start at the end of a 17-item agenda, but we are here today to talk about, as I said, in August you passed 2021-30. Mr. Brown, Attorney Brown, was kind enough to give you a brief introduction in my bio. I'd like to give you a little bit more context before we get started who I am. I'm a Florida native, born and raised. I grew up in Cape Coral, Fort Myers. I went to college at FIU in Miami. I met my wife in high school way back when, doing YMCA Youth and Government, writing rules of parliamentary procedure in Tallahassee as a really lame high school kid. So there's a part of me that's always been drawn to this stuff, and hopefully you'll share a little bit of my excitement by the time we get to the end of this. So let's start with a roadmap. It's helpful before we get somewhere that we know where we're going. If we don't know where we're going, we'll end up somewhere else. So let's start out with this is what we're going to talk about in our time today. I am not going to get into the minutia of and then this and then that. I want to make sure you have the core competencies, if you will, of how your meetings run. Obviously you do. You've met with some success. Your community has several thriving events and spirited discourse. You're on the right path as it is, but it never hurts to have a refresher. So what we'll be talking about today is the who, what, where, when, and why of parliamentary procedure, the flow of a meeting, motions and actions generally, amendments, how to handle the kinds of motions you have. There are more than one. Speaking, debate, voting, and adjournment. And that's adjournment both of this discussion and how adjournment of a meeting ordinarily works. So let's start with the who of this. This starts with the what in two ways. You've heard the term Robert's Rules of Order. Apologies if you've heard this part of the speech before, but Robert's Rules is actually derived from a former Army General, Henry M. Robert. In 1876, so post-Civil War America, he developed the Pocket Manual of Order for Deliberative Bodies. And it's so that when assemblies meet and transact their business, people don't exploit the process. And really what parliamentary procedure comes down to, I want you I really want to emphasize, these are guidelines. This is not the law. You know, Judge Dredd is not going to come down and break through a wall to drag you away for violating parliamentary procedure. It's really about having shared communication, shared understandings, for efficient operation of your community's business. A parliamentary law should be the servant, not the master of the assembly, and that's, again, it's a guideline. Robert's Rules of Order has been around since 1876. They're now on the 12th edition. If you go to their website, they have special rules just for conducting electronic meetings at this point, and in this new Zoom landscape that so many of us have adapted to from time to time. So what is the goal? The goal of all of this, again, is to find the best method to enable you in any size to do your business with the maximum amount of efficiency, regardless of the complexity of the issues you're handling. Why is this important? It preserves equity. All of you serve constituents in the same county. You all have equal footing. The mayor is the presiding, or sorry, not the mayor, the county chair. I'm used to local governments. But the county chair is the presiding officer, certainly, but you all exist as peers on this body. And so everybody has an equal right to speak, and you've memorialized that on some level in your recent rule changes. So That said, even though you may have equal footing, you may have different views. Sometimes there may be only one of you who feels a certain way, or two of you. And the beauty of our system of government and compromise is everybody gets that chance to be heard in an equal fashion. So if we have shared expectations and shared rules, we know the rules will be implemented uniformly, as I've seen them today. I really want to emphasize, this is to communicate how a new ordinance operates and less about some kind of remedial class because you're in disarray. What I've watched today, trust me, I've seen much, much worse as recently as last week. So, you guys are on the right path. So let's talk about the how. How does this work? Well, we've talked about Robert's Rules, but Robert's Rules isn't really the only source of parliamentary procedure. In fact, if I were to redo this slide, which I probably should, you start with the federal law and Constitution, right? We talk about people's freedom of speech. We can't say if you're here to speak in favor, come to the mic, and if you're against it, please go into the hallway and whisper into your hands. There's certain rules about who is heard and in what fashion. Then we have state statutes. State statutes can govern not just the time, place, manner restrictions, but if it's a budget hearing, there's very special rules on when it has to be held, at what time, what kind of notice goes out. So state statutes might limit the way we approach something. If you're adopting an ordinance for a new skateboard park hours versus an ordinance for rezoning an entire portion of your county, there's all kinds of different rules on how that hearing has to happen. You guys talked about a quasi-judicial proceeding. It has its own rules. Even in here, in your new ordinance, it recognizes there might be different procedures for quasi-judicial proceedings. So you have that. Then you have your county charter, which is the constitution for your own government. Your county ordinances, like 2021-30, that we're talking about mostly today. The rules that you've adopted, like Robert's Rules. And then there's orders. There may be directives of the county chair, the county manager, on how things will occur outside of that. But that takes the lowest precedence in terms of the hierarchy of order. And again, all of these, you see at the top of that slide, it says the sources of parliamentary guidelines, not parliamentary law. In section 263 of the ordinance you adopted, I'd really like to emphasize, it says, the council adopts Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, 12th edition, or as amended, Robert's Rules of Order, as a general guideline in the conduct of regular and special council meetings. Failure to adhere to this division is not a basis to invalidate action taken by the council. Now, there are laws on when the public speaks and how many hearings you have to have and the like, but the fact that you took an amendment out of order is not going to be the thing that invalidates your action, generally speaking. The lawyer has to give the it depends of it all, but that's generally true. I'm not here to teach you a law, I'm here to teach you a procedure or remind you about a procedure. So in your community, your county attorney, well, in most communities, county attorney is usually designated parliamentarian. You have the presiding officer, which is often distinct from your parliamentarian. Your parliamentarian assists with interpreting, guiding, informing you what those rules of procedure are. So Attorney Dyer from time to time might be asked, how do we handle this? If we were going to amend this, what do we do? That's your parliamentarian. For those of you who have been part of larger bodies, if some of you may have aims of getting to the legislature or have been there before. Sorry, I didn't read all of your bios in full. But if you have, there's also a sergeant at arms. That's your deputy who usually sits somewhere in the hearing and escorts people out and preserves order in a physical sense of it. So the parliamentarian first relies on your policies and your procedures and consults Robert's Rules of Order as a secondary source for authority. They might call it to attention errors in the proceedings. And that's really important, especially when it's coming from the county attorney, because I can tell you I have the great honor of serving as a city attorney to 2 communities, but I also serve as litigation counsel for the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, which means I defend cities when they get sued. And the beauty of that is you see what happens when the process goes wrong. And so sometimes your county attorney isn't just trying to, I've seen it interpreted, oh, they intervened to make sure that other side was heard. No, they were making sure due process was handled so that when if somebody were to sue, you could say our procedure, it was perfect. People got notice, they were heard, they had an opportunity to be heard, everybody in an equal manner. Do with it as you will. It empowers you. It secures the decisions this body makes. Any questions, comments so far? I truly do believe, and I meant to start out by saying this, this is no good if I talk at you. I mean, I love the sound of my voice. I am an attorney. But we are here for you to get information. So if there's something you're seeking as we go through this, we're not school children, you don't have to raise your hand, but at least give me some indication there's something about that that's unclear. I want to make sure that to the extent you've asked me to come here, that you get the information you sought. I had a college professor who said, when artists get together, they talk about, when art critics get together, they talk about form, function, shading, inspiration. When artists get together, they talk about where to buy cheap turpentine. This is the cheap turpentine of parliamentary procedure. I want you to know how it works, not the theory of it by the time we leave here. So when does this apply? Answering those who, what, where, when, why. When? Well, at lawfully held meetings pursuant to Florida Sunshine Law. It never hurts to have a reminder that these aren't the only rules we're talking about. Florida Sunshine Law requires that anywhere where 2 or more of you are gathered to discuss this body's business, that must be at a publicly noticed meeting, the location of which is open to the public, and minutes are taken. And your county staff will do a great job of trying to guide you on that, sometimes reminding you, okay, this is not the venue for that. But once you are convening and you are at that meeting, if it's not just noticing the fact that you're going to be speaking at the local Baptist church about a community issue, but truly a meeting of the body, that's when we're going to apply these rules. And again, it's so that we have a shared understanding of the rules of the game. I would say that county meetings are a little bit, and government meetings are a little bit like baseball stadiums. We all have the same rules, but the wall's different in every place. It's a little different stadium to stadium, but at the end of the day, the game is the same. And that's what we want to preserve, is the integrity of that process. Your full commission is 7 of you, the 7 of you seated here. A quorum is 4 of the 7 of you, which all of you know. Majority generally refers to 4 of the 7 of you. And so when you're talking about votes, what needs a majority, what needs 2/3, you're usually working from those numbers, unless your rules state otherwise. Sometimes you'll see a vote that says, a variance shall be approved by a majority of the members present, not of the full body. And so if only 5 of us are present, and that's a quorum, then 3 gets us over. Other times you might see that phrased differently. It must be, we're working on a charter amendment in the community I represent, and we made it very clear. It's unanimous of the full body, 5 members, regardless of if there's a vacancy or anything else. So if you need to do this thing, you're going to need to fill that seat before you do it. And so sometimes the rules will do that, and that's why we, again, look at that hierarchy of rules to see what we're guiding. You always want to go back to your rule book. So the flow of the meeting. I took this quite literally from the agenda for today. I understand this to be representative of how you typically meet. So this is how your meetings flow. You have your call to order, invocation, roll call, all those standard things, and you have your other business and your public hearing and your adjournment. Again, there is ordinarily no legal requirement under the state statute that you have an agenda. But your rules say all information to be included on the agenda will be filed at a time determined by the county manager. So you have an expectation that you'll know what you're showing up to discuss and have staffing and support and enable you to do the work of your residents and constituents ahead of time. So you have this agenda, again, all about shared expectations and shared understandings. So motions generally. I want to start out by the nuances of motions. What is a motion and all of that fun stuff? First of all, the pedantic lawyer thing. A motion is a noun. Moving is a verb. So typically when we're talking about parliamentary procedure and making a motion, you usually want to say, I move that, not I motion that. I move that. And part of the reason for that very nuanced thing is, again, there's no misunderstanding on whether or not you have made the motion. Because you might have a discussion, Commissioner Post, that says, I'd really love to see a motion about this. I mean, I think if we considered something like that, I'd be open to it. Well, now it's not, are you moving that? I don't know. Well, I mean, what's everybody else say? And you start looking around at each other to determine if a motion is made or if you have buy-in. Your better bet is just to make, I move that. If you're at that point of confidence, of course. I'm not weighing in on the political decisions and processes you do, but just, again, that discussion. So a motion is what puts something before you as a body. There are 4 classes of motion: main, subsidiary, privileged, and incidental. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through the whole, well, if it's this main motion, it's above this, we're not doing that. Again, just fundamentals. So what is the main motion? The main motion is what you ordinarily consider. It can only be made when no other motion is pending before the body. It is what puts the business before you. So, Chair Brower, when you say, we have the staff presentation on micromobility ordinances and guidelines, I would look for a motion now, and somebody says, I move that we consider ordinance number 2021-56. That is your main motion. That is what we are here to talk about at this point. It is item 14 or 13. Usually, as far as your agenda goes, an agenda item turned into a motion, that's your main motion. That is what is presently before you, and no other main motion can be made while that is pending. So if the motion on the floor is to pass the micromobility scooter ordinance, somebody else can't say, well, I move we do parking fines. We got to figure out what we're dealing with. You know, we're eating this elephant one bite at a time, every single day. And as a county commission, you have a lot to do in every meeting. You guys rarely have the joy of I don't think I've ever seen a county commission have a 10-minute meeting, you know, like some of the beach communities have the luxury of doing from time to time. And so you have to take everything one at a time. Again, why? To avoid the misunderstandings and miscommunications and resulting frustrations. So you have your main motion. Now, the next three categories are really considered secondary motions: subsidiary, privileged, and incidental. And you can see it's a little confusing as it reads, but you can see there's privileged motions with an asterisk and subsidiary motions with an open circle, and then they're all listed above you, and that kind of tells you which categories they fall in. So a secondary motion is one that has a direct relationship to the main motion, but does not violate that principle we talked about, that you can only have one main motion at a time. So motions to amend, motions to adjourn, motions to recess. They might have a direct or indirect relationship, but it doesn't change what's on the floor. And so you have these subsidiary motions, of which you can see here. Subsidiary motions are motions to postpone an item indefinitely, to amend, your most common one. And we'll talk a little bit about motions to amend. When I talk to you, I've learned and used, I just have not bought yet the 12th, but I have my 11th edition of Robert's Rules. You can see all the Post-it notes. I don't have this stuff memorized. But I can tell you a motion to amend, it's like 30 pages in this dense book. These things can get very complex. If your county attorney is put in the position of saying, well, she amended and now he wants to amend the amendment, is that a secondary or a primary? After he finishes wiping his brow and looking up, all dazed and confused, understand you're working through a lot of nuance there. But you have subsidiary motions, motions to amend, to limit debate. There's even some to lay on the table. That's different than tabling an issue. Laying on the table, you almost actually had that today. It's where you say, when you were talking about the hospital issues and the funding, there was a moment where staff said, well, if you want, we can come back to you later. And you may say, okay, let's lay this on the table and move to item 6, and then we'll come back to item 5 later, today, not at another time. So that's what subsidiary motion looks like. The next category of a privileged motion, that really has nothing to do with the main motion. Privileged motions have to do with where you sit and your subjective concerns. I want to call for a point of order. I want to raise a question of privilege. I can't seem to hear this. Can anybody else hear this? I need this addressed. I can't, there's construction. Is there something we could do about this? Those sorts of things. A recess is a privileged motion. Adjournment, fixed time to adjourn. Usually you're not debating these things. They're brought before the body. Hey guys, I have a need. Can we address this need right now? It doesn't really relate to the business we're doing, but it is going to interrupt that business. And then the last are incidental motions. And actually, I misspoke earlier. Point of order is under incidental. But points of orders, appeals, suspending the rules, objecting to considering an issue, these sorts of things are incidental motions. And they exist in that same hierarchy. You want to go through them in that order in terms of, okay, if we have a motion to amend on the floor, it's going to take precedent over perhaps a consideration of by paragraph motion. Let's deal with the motion to amend before we move to dealing with this ordinance in a different fashion. So they can have hierarchies and tiers. You have very capable county staff. I'm not going to go through and teach you every little element of that hierarchy, but suffice to say that not every motion is the same. Not all motions are created equally, and when you move to do these things, they're not all done in the same fashion or necessarily voted on in the same way, which we'll touch on as we get through this. Any questions or concerns at this point? Sarcastic remarks? No? All right. Chair, would you mind if I remove my jacket here? It's a little hot. Okay, no problem. All right.
No, please.
Thank you. Like I said, it's a cheap turpentine. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and let's do this work. So, as we go through the types of motions in their ranking, let's go with regular, run-of-the-mill, what we would call for our purposes in this presentation, your main motions. You can't have a discussion without a pending motion. Now, I will tell you, you will watch many government bodies say we are on item 14, have a very lengthy discussion about item 14, and then make a motion at the end of it. And that's fine, because again, these are guidelines, and they don't always align with the real world of how we do things. But ordinarily, under Robert's Rules, you're supposed to, before we talk about this, we make a motion to put this before us, because we have to agree that we want to talk about this in the first place. The fact that some stuffy staff person or some self-important attorney said it needs to be on the agenda isn't enough. We do our own business, right? And so ordinarily you move to put something on. And another note about Robert's Rules of Order, as you read it, it's designed for large bodies. We're talking usually like shareholders meetings. As you go through here, you'll start seeing things. It says for a small body of less than 20 members, maybe you do it a little differently. This is that, and that's why Robert's Rules cannot be the end-all be-all for your procedures, and it is a guide, because it's not designed for a small deliberative body, especially in most Florida governments where your chair or your mayor has voting power and exists as a peer, because this is premised on a situation more like your U.S. Senate, where they don't have voting power unless they relinquish the seat or the ability to discuss, for that matter. So you sit a little differently, Mr. Chair, than what these rules might read from time to time. So when we have a main motion, until a matter is brought before the council in the form of a motion proposing a specific action, it cannot be debated, and that's referencing the Robert's Rules of Order citation to the, it's written in this like page line fashion. So this is ordinarily what it would look like, as it does every other meeting. A member is recognized, they make a motion, see that, and move that, consistency, it's good. A member seconds that motion, and usually the chair restates it, and there's a reason for that. It seems very redundant. I will tell you, the US legal process is redundant. We have a former sheriff. I'm sure the number of times you've repeated yourself 3 times in one paragraph is very high, because that's the way we make sure there can be no misunderstanding. I move that we vote to approve fines for 3 parking spots. I second that motion, and the chair says the motion on the floor is to do this. And that's because it is entirely possible, because all of you at some point have had the joy of playing the game of telephone, that somewhere between 3 people talking there was a breakdown in communication. And if you say, no, that's not what I moved, great, let's clarify that now, so we're not at the point where we vote and you say, that's not what I was voting on, hold on. And then you have to go to the press and say, I was paying attention, they just did it wrong, and all of that mess. So realistically, the way it typically works is once the chair restates it, then that business is before the body. And the members debate the motion, discuss it. Presiding officer puts the question to a vote. You vote. Chair will often announce, it has passed unanimously, it has passed, it has carried, it has won the day, however, whatever fun way you choose to say that for the day, and it's done. One thing I will advise you, having observed some of the proceedings just today, usually once that vote happens, that's the end of the matter. There is a temptation sometimes to say, oh, now that we voted on it, I could tell that we were all going to approve it. It was pretty much consensus. But I do have this other thought about that issue. Have that thought during the discussion for a few reasons. One, because if somebody sees the vote and storms out, then they're going to miss the fact that you had some deliberation that potentially cured their concern after the fact. The other part of it is you have very specific rules that you've adopted, one of which is that each of you gets at least 10 minutes 2 times, provided that everybody else has had a chance to speak at least once before. When you start going a little fast and loose, then maybe, and again, I don't know your dynamics, so I'm not picking on anybody, but maybe member Wheeler starts saying, wait a second, I used my 2, and now member Gertman's doing all this other stuff. I want 2 more turns. And then your attorney's sitting over there like, it's your meeting, do what you want. And then there's some loss in confidence in your process. So typically once you have the vote, that's the end of the discussion. There's nothing that prevents you from using the 30 seconds you want or the 10 minutes you want, up to whatever your rules allow, unless you otherwise suspend the rules. There's nothing that prevents you from using it that way. I talk with a lot of deliberative bodies, government bodies, and there's often this misunderstanding of, well, when do I get to speak? The public gets up here and they come, as they say in Parks and Rec, care loudly in my direction. When do I get to care loudly into the microphone? Well, most of the time you actually do have the floor, but that is your time. That is your time to say everything from, I remember when my grandpappy took me there, to I really think we need to take a circumspect eye of this and I'm disappointed that I'm even having to vote on this. All of those thoughts, when you have the floor, that's your time to get them out. Once you've had the vote, give yourself some closure and move on. So that's how your ordinary process works. If we're just in your usual agenda item, staff presentation, move, second, discussion, that's how that works. Any questions on that? Concerns about that?
Yeah, what I think I hear you saying is not what we're doing. It sounds like you're saying, well, you sat in here the whole meeting this morning?
From 10:25 on, yes,
okay,
sir.
so what you saw when you call up an item, whoever from staff is speaking to that item comes up and speaks. If the public wants to speak, we let the public speak. Then a motion is made whether or not to accept it. You're saying we need to make a motion to even hear it.
Well, to discuss it as a body, I'm going to defer a little bit to Russ. Is there anything you want to add in terms of how your procedures work? Because as I told you, this is a guideline, and a lot of communities do the whole staff presentation, and then before any of you speak, the first thing is a motion. So I want to, Russ, if there's anything you want to add to that.
I think the general guidelines I heard from Randy are the same ones that you're following here today, Mr. Chair. I think the point of the discussion was that once the body is over and it's voted to move on to the next
Right.
agenda and to limit the discussion at that point. I think that was the point of Randy's
Well, it
discussion.
just, if you look at, are you looking at this
Yeah.
behind me?
We can
Is
see
that
on the
behind me
screen.
too?
Yeah.
He's got the motion first. We usually have the motion after the presentation and the public speaks. That's my only question.
So if you look at this flow, it actually doesn't provide for staff presentation anywhere, right?
Right.
This is how Robert's Rules works. So what you're doing is consistent with Robert's Rules in as much as you have staff present to you, this is something we would like you to consider. Before you debate it, you have the motion, which is actually how I mostly saw it working. This flow doesn't talk about a staff presentation or introduction. So this would be better stated, and I appreciate the constructive feedback, that we would start out with staff introduces the issue, a member is recognized, I move that, which is mostly how you flowed. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. Then tell me that. I'd rather be clarified.
I move that it's heard, or I move that it's accepted, because we can't accept it until we hear it.
Yeah, correct. Sorry. I move that we approve, or I move that we deny. And by the way, you tend to move in the affirmative, because otherwise the vote gets very confusing. So typically, yes, sir. Your current procedure is proper. Staff produces, and then somebody comes forward and says, I move that we approve the allocation of funds to restore the parking garage, second, and then you folks start discussing it at that point. But what you want to avoid is, or what parliamentary procedure would suggest you avoid is, staff does it, you folks just start talking about it, and then 10 minutes later you're like, do we have a motion on the floor even? That's more what this is about.
Okay. Barb Gertman?
So what I heard you say is, once we voted, the best recommendation or guideline is to move on. And I think sometimes what happens, and I think somewhat unfairly, because we're not all going to get to speak again, there's, when the vote does or doesn't go a certain way, somebody's making additional comments.
Yeah, and
after the vote, and I think that's where I'm saying, once the vote is done, the conversation regarding that vote should be done.
I think that's appropriate for a few reasons, and that is my suggestion to you. Again, I'm not here to say how things are happening, or I have the one and only truth and you must follow me. I'm telling you, this is recommended procedures. And so the recommendation is that once that closes, and from a lawyer's perspective, as a litigator's perspective, my record is complete at the vote as far as I'm concerned. So I want everything that I would submit to a court if this were challenged right up until the vote. Because it's better that I tell the court they considered that before they voted, not after they voted, and then got buyer's remorse or voter's remorse, if you will. And also, again, to the end that your public may perceive, if they're on a Zoom or they're in person, what have you, oh, they voted, it's done, and then you say, oh, wait, actually, staff, can we make that 7 p.m. going forward instead of 6 p.m. for the hours they close? If I was here, I didn't know that, right? And so it's best practices, and that's what I'm talking to you about, is best practices, that if you have something to say, listen, I recognize you, listen, as a city attorney, I answer to 5 to 7 people, depending on the buy. They're my best friends. You answer to thousands, hundreds of thousands of constituents, and you want to make sure they know your thought process, or that you have them in your heart and thoughts as you make very difficult decisions that often have no right answer. And it may occur to you after you voted, wait, I didn't signal to them that I see them, that they're heard. And I want to make sure I do that. And my suggestion to you is, because I know all of you do the diligence of reviewing your agenda materials and asking staff questions, that you collect your thoughts so that when the agenda item comes in, just say it beforehand. I'm not saying don't say it, be heard. You've got up to 20 minutes under your rules. I think that's even I could mostly collect my thoughts by then. So I would say that it's just a recommendation on best practices. Whether or not that's always what happens, we can't change the past. As I joke or often instruct my kids, the best apology is change behavior. Don't tell me let's just do different. Once you know better, you do better. And so this is a suggestion. It's your body. You run your business, and we started from that very premise with our recess. It's your business to be had. This is the only opportunity you have to do it, and if you have an agreed upon set of rules, then let's just follow those. So before a council person may speak, he or she must be recognized by the chair as having the right to be heard. I really like the system you have. I wish more of my communities had that buzzer so the chair can see who's asking to be heard sometimes, especially from the chair's perspective. When somebody's locking eyes with you, it's really hard to see the person at the end waving their hand. So you guys do a really great job of that. And again, respecting the fact that it's one person at a time. Again, I've not seen, and I did look at a couple of your other meetings online. I've not seen an issue with all of you interrupting each other. I can tell you, part and parcel to this discussion of parliamentary procedure is really a discussion about basic civility. And that's what this comes down to. Again, if we all agree on the rules, we can get to our real business and answer that. Unfortunately, we've seen an erosion of that in a lot of different ways. I went to my law partners a week ago and asked, is something going on that I don't know about? I've been asked by 3 communities to talk about parliamentary procedure or civility in the next month. So, there's an obvious trend in that way. And this is all aimed at you folks being able to signal to your community, we have this mutual respect. We are professionals here doing the public's business and serving the public trust. And I don't think there's any misunderstanding about that as between the 7 of you. So getting back to how we work, the chair must recognize any member who seeks the floor who is entitled to it. I think that your rules do a very good job of clarifying that. There's no question on whether or not you have the right as a member to speak on any given item. And we see that for the public too. It's an interesting fact a lot of government officials don't know. We all know the Sunshine Law and our meetings have to be open. It wasn't until 2014 that it was memorialized that the public had a chance to speak. And some bodies were operating with this, they're like children. They're meant to be seen, not heard. And that wasn't suitable, and the legislature changed the statute to explicitly say they must be heard within reasonable proximity to an official decision. Much in the same way, you have that right to be heard based on your rules and obviously the fact that you were put here by the voters and what your charter says about you. So once you have the floor, we're going to treat each motion one at a time. Again, your rules are stated here. You can extend the time required to speak by a 2/3 council vote. And sometimes that's just necessary. It's a recognition of the realities on the ground. Maybe not so much for parking fines, but whether it's voting on the allocation of Medicaid funds, how you're going to handle short-term rentals, a gun range is going in this community and, our zoning code isn't clear on it, or maybe we want to get ahead of the next thing that the legislature is going to preempt us about. Sometimes you just need to have that longer discussion. And there's a provision in your rules for doing that. And it's important. Again, that's why they're guidelines. We can change them. And we agree on how we're going to change them, not just at the whim of any one member. It's not, Member Lowry's show just because he said so today. We all know how, if Member Lowry wants to be heard more than that second time, how he achieves that. It's a 2/3 vote of this body. Can we suspend the rules on this? And then you can do so. Each council member has the right to speak once if desired, before anybody else can speak a second time. That's just kind of the fundamental fairness going back to grade school. It's everybody else have a turn before we go around the second time. Any questions on that? All right. So after a motion's been made, another member who wishes to say, I second the motion, I second it, second. Just anything that signals I am in support of this moving forward in front of us. One parliamentary rule that's often overlooked, just because you move for something to be before the body doesn't mean you have to vote in favor of it. You can be in support of spirited discussion, but against the item that's coming before you. So sometimes people are reticent to second. Now, for political reasons, I don't know if your constituents will always appreciate that nuance. She was before it and then she was against it. You folks can face that. But I can tell you from a parliamentary standpoint, you're not bound. And it would be silly for you to be bound by that. Why? Because your idea is, I want to have a discussion on this. And then you have the discussion, you're like, oh, I hadn't thought of that. Maybe we don't need to do this way. Or maybe we do it this way with that amendment. So you can change your mind as you go. I know it's against most people's mentality these days, but it is okay to change your mind with new information. So that's seconding. Now, the chair's duties. After a motion is seconded, the chair determines whether the motion's in order. Sometimes a motion is not in order. It may be, when we talk about the different classes of motion, a motion to amend has to be germane, relevant, similar to the issue at hand. So if you have a motion to approve parking, and Member Robbins says, I'd like to make an amendment, I'd like to put not everywhere, right before everywhere it says approve in this. Okay, that's not an appropriate motion. you're against this, you'll have an opportunity to vote that way, but you're completely undermining the main motion. And the chair can say that's not an appropriate motion at this time, and subject to your appellate process on that, which we'll touch on. If the motion is in order, the chair states it is moved and seconded that, which you've done all day, right? Or the motion on the floor is as follows. After the chair states the motion, you debate it. And again, that restatement has a really important role because it makes sure that we all understand what we're talking about. Sometimes I'll intervene in my own bodies as the town attorney and sometimes remind people, the motion on the floor is this. And sometimes you do that just when the conversation, as the chair, you may wish to do that when the conversation is completely in left field. I'd like to remind the body, the main motion on the floor is a motion to approve a site plan. Your folks are talking about, absorbing Alachua County into Volusia. That makes no sense for a motion about skateboard hours. So it's sometimes important just to restate that motion, even during the course of the discussion, to remind people what we're actually talking about. So after that debate ends, the chair puts the question, that is, you put it to a vote. In your case, usually that's just as simple as saying, Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk, roll call vote, or however you ordinarily handle that. And after the vote, you announce the result, and then going back to what we've been saying, at that point, you move on to the next agenda item once you've announced that result. Sometimes, especially in a quasi-judicial fashion, you might say if something's coming before you 2 and 3 times, maybe depending on how you do annexation processes and otherwise, sometimes you'll also announce this will come back, or this will come back for second reading at the July meeting scheduled for Thursday the 17th, or something like that, just so people know this is not the end-all be-all, even though it passed tonight. And that's another thing. Just because you approve something on first reading doesn't mean you have to on second reading. Sometimes your constituents come to you and say, I don't think you've thought of the unintended consequences, even though you moved for it and voted for it, and then on second reading you're like, you know what, not anymore. That's why it happens on second reading. It's sort of that, it's that Greek deliberative process. So in cases where there's no opposition or you're doing routine business, you can say if there's no objection to the motion, if there is an objection, it's taking things on unanimous consent. You do this typically with your consent agenda. Usually with your consent agenda, you don't, in most communities, now I don't know about here, I wasn't here for it. In most communities, you don't take a roll call vote on the consent agenda. It's already been predetermined. Usually the way most agendas are made, we say, okay, we had a workshop on, entering on contracts for softball leagues. We all discussed that we wanted the manager to do this. The manager did it. There's no real controversy to the softball leagues. It's just extending last year's agreement, so we put it on the consent agenda. We don't re-debate it and everything. We just say, move to approve on the consent agenda the softball agreements we already talked about and gave direction on. So that's a situation where you usually just see unanimous consent. Sometimes, and I'll speak to towns because I don't know as much in counties as you always do your business. Sometimes it's, if we're not voting on an ordinance or a resolution, but we're seeking direction, direction on the holiday events to be celebrated this year, what we want to do programming for. Do we want to do a 4th of July parade and a Thanksgiving? Okay, we have consensus, great. We don't do a roll call vote there. We just make sure we have the will of the body memorialized. And that's for the purposes of those minutes, which are public records. Full circle. Any questions? So there are some motions that are not subject to discussion. You pretty much just vote on them right there. One of those is moving the previous question, which we'll talk about. Some of you may have heard this calling the question. I call the question. Laying the motion on the table or tabling the motion. Recess and adjourn. You've never had I move that we adjourn. All right, public comments. And most of the time you can't even get to wrapping the gavel before the room's empty. But there are dividing the question. That's where you're seeking, and we'll go through what each of these are. And suspension of the rules. Typically with these, there's no real debate. You're just trying to figure out who's on what side and move on. And that's because this is not a main motion. These are mostly not main motions. Most of these are privileged motions. It's about where I sit, what my perspective is, so let's just get through member post needs right now, and then we'll move on, for example. So moving the previous question. One of the most used and often ill-used parliamentary things. You often hear this called calling the question, or to vote now, or just to be done with this. But moving the previous question is a procedural mechanism for ending debate. You folks have shared expectations, so you're not going to be moving the previous question if you haven't had your chance at your 10 minutes and declined them, right? Or if we've all gone through once, but we haven't checked if anybody wants a second turn or a second bite at that apple. Because you have, as a matter of right, that. Typically, you're not going to move the previous question in that scenario. because you have all the shared expectation that you'll get to talk at least once, possibly twice. But before or after the motion, the chair may ask if there's any objection to closing the debate. So this is, remember, you're going to have a motion on the floor already to vote on some ordinance or resolution. And then at some point, somebody's going to say, I move the previous question. Maybe you've all had your two, but you've suspended the rules, and Member Johnson says his third thing, and now we're all kind of just saying the same thing again and again, but we want to make sure the press, the public, and everybody else knows exactly how we stand. At some point, it feels a little redundant. And that's when that's really typically used. You've exhaustively discussed it. You're at 2 in the morning, God forbid here, when you start at 9 in the morning. But you know, we had a community just last week or 2 weeks ago in Pinellas County. It was a quasi-judicial hearing. The first night they went until 1:30 in the morning. They adjourned because of a family emergency for one of the members at 1:30 in the morning, and then the next day they convened until 5 in the morning. And then they reopened that another week later. And that was a very contentious land use issue, quasi-judicial, but it happens. I love the quizzical look on all your faces, but it does happen. And maybe there's and that's mostly people building a record because they know they're all going to sue each other over it. But you know, sometimes that is the members just waxing poetic, and where that happens, you move the previous question. So how does that work? Typically, under Robert's rules, when you move the previous question, before there's anything else happening, and before you're seeking a second or anything else, the chair can ask, does anybody object to this? Because if not, then okay, we'll just do that. If members object or try to get the floor, the chair should still ask if there's a second. So, okay, Member Gertman moves the previous question. Member Post objects. I've asked for objections, Member Post objects. Okay, we now know that there is some opposition to this. Is there a second? Member Robbins seconds the motion to move the previous question, and then at that point, we're calling the question. We're going to have a vote. That vote is only to end debate. You still have to vote on the main motion after that, but we're just agreeing that we're done talking about it. And that's how that process works. There's no debate at that point. We don't go, you know, and again, we saw what making a motion sounded like, right? It did not sound like somebody at a Comic-Con convention trying to ask a question of their favorite celebrity. Member Post, I was noticing that when you do this, you tend to smile, and I like that smile. It really makes me happy. And so I guess my question is, well, actually, it's not a question, but you're such an inspiration. Like, no. So your motion is not, I move the previous question because da-da-da. No. You've made the procedural mechanism known. I'm pressing the red button. My reasons why are irrelevant at this point. I think if you're making that motion, people know why. You want it to end. And we don't debate that. We just have the objection, vote, okay. It's been moved to move the previous question or to call the question. Let's have the vote. And in your body, if four people, I believe moving the previous question is just a majority. Is it 2/3 or majority? Okay. I like to check. Sometimes people make their own rules. It's a majority vote. And if that happens, then we just go next to the vote on the main motion. It makes it very frustrating for the chair when you get all these secondary. I think you can handle it, Chair Brower, but sometimes it's important, as we as county and city attorneys will remind you, okay, now this is the thing you're talking about. Sometimes people think when they move the previous question, they get to move on because they're just tired of hearing about it. And you see that frustration when now I have to vote on the other thing too, but you still have to vote on the main motion. Any questions about that? Yes, several. Okay. I have a phone a friend if needed.
Pardon me?
I said I have a phone a friend if needed.
We're in debate, somebody's speaking, and another council member just opines, call the question while someone else is talking.
Okay, so I want to unpack that a little bit because it it varies a few things. It depends who that someone is. If it's a member of the public or a member of the
council.
Okay, so a member of the council. Your rules provide that you will not interrupt another member. And another member, any one person speaking has the floor, presumptively for at least 10 minutes, should they so desire. The fact that somebody is saying for the umpteenth time that they are against short-term rentals and can't believe the legislature's done this, and when are we going to get back our local rights, and all this stuff, you may have heard them do this 10 times. If they have the floor, they get to do it again. It may be exhausting to you that you're still on the topic, but ordinarily, you wait to be recognized by the chair to make a motion. It's not an interjection to just say like, okay, I've heard enough out of you. Point of order, move the previous question. That's not how that works.
Correct. So the appropriate way is to, if, and, and in debate, somebody's speaking, and another council member just opines, call the question while someone else is talking. Okay, so ask the chair
To be recognized.
to be recognized, call the question, and then that would require a vote to end the debate by 2/3.
By majority vote.
By majority.
Majority vote.
Okay.
I'd said I'd vacillated because I wasn't sure, but then I checked with Attorney Brown, and it's a majority vote.
To end debate.
To end debate.
Okay.
It's, and I just want to interject, it's 2/3.
Oh, it is 2/3? Sorry. My apologies. Well, we polled, we did the other one. We did the poll, not the phone
No,
friend.
no, you're right to ask because different organizations may have a different rule, but
Yeah.
our default, we just rely on the default 2/3.
So apologies, 2/3. So by 2/3 vote, you end debate at that point. But again, that's without discussion. That is just, are we all in the same place right now? Okay, let's keep marching or let's get off the path. Is that all? You said you had several. Are there any other questions on it? Okay. So that is moving the previous question. Did any other members have a question on moving the question? No? All right. Forging ahead. The next one is motions to amend. This is the most common secondary motion. Remember, we had those main motions, subsidiary, privileged, incidental. Typically, your most common one is a motion to amend. Motions to amend have to be germane to the motion that is the main motion that is pending. They should be limited in scope. You're not going to do a motion to amend that overhauls the entire ordinance. Excuse me. And motions to amend can be amended. Typically, when you're making a motion to amend, you want to be clear about what you're doing. That's hard for the elected officials often because you have the spirit, but not necessarily the technical prowess you would want. So sometimes I will be in a motion say, Mr. Attorney, I'd like to move that we amend it this way. Can you give me some language? And sometimes, depending on where you are, if you're on first or second reading, you say, oh, we can, as I joke, we can fix it in post. But just get me the general direction if that's the direction. But you want to be clear about what you're doing. I move to add language doing this. I move to remove the language doing that. I move to change it in this fashion. And that's so, and I'm not suggesting to you any kind of policy decision. I'm using examples that I witnessed today. So had you decided not to revisit parking, but say I move to amend the RV beach parking ordinance to read that it is a violation to park in multiple spots and each spot shall constitute an individual violation, that would have been a motion to amend on that ordinance that you may have taken up. And that's how you would do that. I move to amend. Much like the main motion, you're going to need a second because we don't want the body held hostage by one person's whims all night long or day long. And so does somebody else share that? Okay, now we have the second. Once that happens, it lays over top the main motion. Everything we discuss from that point is this subsidiary motion, and we don't go back to the main motion until we resolve this. And let's say that that amendment passes on it shall be a separate violation. And again, I don't know anything about whether Florida law allows that in other ways. I'm just giving you an example. Once you do that, it's also best for the clarity in the body and the minutes and the record, I move to approve ordinance 2021-50 as amended. Because at that point, it's been amended, but it's just that clarity, like we did change it. And it helps everybody follow that. Again, you want to communicate with your constituents and your colleagues. So you want to insert, strike out, and insert. You want to make sure your amendment has a limited scope for a few reasons. One, so it's clear, but two, maybe part of that's a poison pill. Maybe inserting it is okay, and removing this other thing is not okay with everybody. So maybe you take them one at a time, and you have a better chance of success, or not complete failure, if that makes sense. And also just, again, avoids confusion if we do one thing at a time. Just like earlier, when you were on the hospital issue, you said, let's first decide how we're going to do this, and then second decide how we're going to allocate those funds, in what manner. And again, you could have done that combined, but it would have made it a little more confusing, or maybe one member agrees with the first thing but not the second, and now they're voting it down and you didn't get the consensus or majority vote you otherwise would have got. So that there is some incentive to making your motions to amend very discreet. As I said, motions to amend in this edition of the book span nearly 30 pages of just the plain text, to say nothing of the tables and charts. There's primary motions to amend, a secondary motion. You can amend an amendment, and you may want to, and depending on where you are, some bodies require that the original person who moved to amend, you don't have anything like this. that I know of. But require, before you amend somebody's amendment, that you seek their consent. No, I don't consent to that, consider it hostile. Fine, we're gonna have to deal with this as though it's hostile, vote on it and everything else. And so there are different procedures. It can get complex. I'm not suggesting that's what we're doing today, but just letting you know this can be nuanced. And so questions of parliamentary procedure, especially where there are guidelines that overlay on a series of other rules, can be complicated and are not as simple as you'd like them to be when you're looking over at Mr. Dyer and saying, but what is the answer? I want clarity. He often wants that clarity too. I was in a meeting with my partners the other day and asked, is there someone we can call about this? It was on public records, and they said, yes, that's people call us. So we have to figure that out. A motion to amend. The amendment is debated and voted on, and then the amended motion is debated and voted on. Again, that main motion is now voted on as amended. The chair should state not only the amendment, but how it will read if the amendment is adopted. Again, this is so that you don't have something after the fact where Member Robbins said, I agreed with the general idea, but then once I saw it written down, that's not what I wanted at all. So where your procedure, time, fortitude allow for it, you want to try and pin down that language if you can. And whether that's the chair seeking, okay, we have a spirit, county attorney, can you provide some, language on the fly or something like that, or can you restate it for the purpose of the body? You do have that as a resource. They are the parliamentarian, they can facilitate that, even if you are, confident and assured, just to make sure that there's that buy-in and shared understanding. Adopting the amendment doesn't adopt the main motion. Again, just like before, we have to come back to that main motion. Improper amendments, they do exist. Amendments that aren't relevant, amendments that are hostile, that's like the putting a not before everything. Amendments dealing with settled matters. We've already agreed that we're not going to do $5 million for this. Amending it to make it $5,100,000, we've done this. It's been resolved. There's no additional allocation. That was the discussion. So trying to find different quantums of an additional allocation is not going to do too much. Yes, Member Robbins.
Mr. Robbins, can you speak into your mic?
The way to interject through a point of order. Can you clarify that? If if it's the rules aren't being followed, if it's not germane to the subject, is there a way to pump the brakes, time out, let's regroup? Through that point of order. Can you just clarify?
Thank you for that question. There is, in the spirit of eating the elephant one bite at a time. That is a few slides down, and when we get to that, I'll make sure to emphasize that. But I don't want to dilute the confusion on amendments by getting a point of order and then people start to remember that they're the same thing, because they're not. And then amendments that are frivolous or absurd. Sometimes people try to make political points just for the sake of it. Well, I move that we amend this to dissolve the entire county because obviously none of you care about the voters here. So, okay, that's not a real thing. That's one, it's not germane, but two, it's an absurdity made for a political point. The chair can say that that motion is out of order, I will not seek a second, is one way that you can handle that as the presiding officer. You do have the ability. The challenge here is I will tell you as I touch on topics of civility, I was just at a conference this weekend talking about local government and its function, and one of the other key elements to all of this when we talk about shared expectations and communication is a shared trust. You have to share the trust that you're all here in the spirit of your residents, and I firmly believe that you are, whether you've come here in your first term in public office or otherwise. You're here in the best interest of the voters, and if you have to trust that your colleagues are as well, and that they're not here for gamesmanship and as one of my law professors used to say, chicanery. Just that you are here to do the public's work, even if you disagree about how that gets done. So you have to put some faith and trust in your chair, and the chair must preserve and respect that trust as you do, to not abuse that. Because sometimes you do have a chair situation, and I've watched meetings, I've not seen anything like this, where somebody says, well, I'm the mayor, and that means I always have the floor, and so, no, I get to talk 19 times. I'm the mayor, I have the floor, try and take it from me. And that's not in the spirit of it. It's really, preserving that and the chair respecting your trust, and you respecting the chair's role as the presiding officer of the meeting. We'll get to, that doesn't mean you're going to agree with all the conclusions he makes, but he is the chair. The procedure is premised on somebody being in charge, otherwise the whole thing falls apart. And so just being mindful of that, but there are ways to challenge that, and we'll get to that too. Each member has the right to make the maximum effort to have his or her position declared the will of the council, to the extent that it can be tolerated in the interest of the entire body. You can work hard to get hard work done. It's okay. But again, these are guidelines. As we say in the law, this is not a sword. Parliamentary procedure is not intended to be a sword. If you find yourself staying up until 1 a.m. the night before studying parliamentary procedure so you can, put Chair Brower in tongue twisters, you're probably doing it wrong. That's not the point of it. I'm going to make this motion, secondary motion, he won't know what hit him. If you have to resort to that kind of gamesmanship, then your idea probably isn't that sound to begin with. So motions to reconsider. This is a mechanism. I believe your rules speak to it slightly, but you can bring back for further consideration a motion that's already been voted on. If the motion's adopted, the original vote can be canceled. It can only be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side. This is a general guideline. Attorney Dyer, I don't recall a specific provision on reconsideration within the ordinance you've passed. Okay, so you're going to be, to the extent you're deferring to Robert's rules, there is a mechanism there. I'm not going to go into it exhaustively because I think that's better phrased, left to a real situation where your attorney can advise you on the particulars of that. So much of the law being it depends, that is a highly specific situation. The same with the council can change an action previously taken. That's not always true, quasi-judicial settings and otherwise. There's rules of appeal and otherwise. Again, this is just to let you know that the rules do allow for some level of reconsideration, but before you take any action as a body in that regard, you're going to make sure to talk to your county attorney. I can tell you as an attorney who sits at several meetings, and it's weird being up here, I'm glad that 3 minutes isn't going. But it's, often sitting from the other side of the dais, there's a lot of times where I wish we could have just had this conversation 10 minutes before the meeting. If you go through an agenda item and you have a question or even an inkling that something might come up, work with them to the extent your rules allow you to, so that you can have your meeting in the soundest way possible. Renewal of a motion, this is again to introduce a motion again after not being adopted. No motion can be renewed during the same session in which it has already been before the council. This premise is called the settled rule. You see this sometimes, again, more as a political ploy. I've not seen it here. I want to be very clear, this is all very generic. But sometimes somebody makes a point, I move that we pass this ordinance. No second. Okay, is there another motion on the floor? I move that we pass this ordinance. And I can give you a tangible example. Sometimes when I do these things, I do videos, and given the august nature of this body, I thought to avoid it. But I'll tell you from my own lived experience, within my first few months as a municipal attorney, I had a community that had 5 members on it. One person resigned 2 months into their term because the one thing they set out to do, they couldn't do. So now we're left with 4 people. And we get to budget season, and they've divided into camps. This is in roughly 2013. And so we are coming out of the recession, and we're talking about, for the first time, considering salary raises. And they're divided into 2 camps. Well, this is a cost of living adjustment. No, this is a raise. And government employees shouldn't get raises in this amount. This is outrageous. This is taxpayer money. So you have a 2-and-2 situation. And they could not get to a tentative budget. What would happen is somebody would move, then the other would second, then they'd get a 2-2 vote, and we'll talk in voting, a tie, the motion fails. Then the other person would move. Ordinarily, though it's not specifically said in the rules, the presiding chair doesn't move or second the presiding officer, so it would die for lack of a second. So then the other person says, well, you couldn't even get a second, I could get a second. Let's do that again. And see if you're gonna get your sense about you that my side's gonna win. And we went 7 meetings repeating the different versions of those motions, or a slightly different version. Well, I move it's 3.9, not 3.8%, and see if we can get there. And at some point, it's well established what you are and are not going to do. What was well established was they got to come to Jesus talk from their town attorney about the need to pass a budget. And about 2 days before October 1st, we had a tentative budget, but not after 8 meetings of settled rules being moved and moved again, settled motions. So there's no real value in revisiting what the body has already declared its will be, or won't be for that matter. But you can renew it at a later meeting. And by way of example on that, and I kind of touched on this before, in another community, they were talking about trying to regulate short-term rentals within the parameters of what the legislature has allowed. And they had 3 workshops, 2 meetings, and ultimately decided we're not going to do anything. Well, Facebook and Nextdoor did its job and a few elected officials felt like maybe we need to have this discussion again. And the presiding officer of that meeting called me in advance and said, we've talked about this 4 of the last 5 months. We've already decided we're not going to do anything. I said, well, it can be renewed at a later meeting. Your rules are that if 3 members want it on the agenda, it's on the agenda. You're talking about it again, as frustrated as you are, and you can't move the previous question the moment staff makes the presentation because they get the floor and they had rules of procedure of their own on who can talk when. So there is, while you can't revisit a motion in a meeting, subject again to how you folks can get things on the agenda and otherwise, I would say just because you decided no in January doesn't mean you have to decide no in March, necessarily. Again, maybe you learn new information, maybe a major catastrophic global event happens, and the things you weren't open to, you suddenly are. Debate and speaking, Chair, the first point here goes exactly to your question. A member must be recognized before they can speak. That said, recognition should not be unreasonably withheld. And I'm not suggesting you would do that, but I have seen chairs who like, anybody, and they do the Bueller thing, well, there's that one kid doing the pick me motion. That's not in the spirit of the body. You're all here, this is the only chance you can talk. Telling one member that they've lost their speaking privileges is not appropriate. But a member may only speak twice on any motion, may not speak the second time. Again, we've repeated this because this is really, when you look at this ordinance, and I do have it here, I've read it a few times, most of it has to do with the public and its interaction, which is well-founded based on what we've seen of public meetings in the last few years. But I would say that permeates to bodies as well, and that's why there are rules governing, the most salient of which for you folks is your right to speak and how often, and so you know also when we've gotten past the point that we've all accepted, okay, we've heard enough, and maybe when moving that previous question is appropriate. The maker of the motion has the right to speak first. That's typically how that works. I move, I second, we'll go to the movant, then this person who seconded, and then the rest of the body. No one may speak for more than 10 minutes at a time. But again, you guys can suspend your own rules by a 2/3 vote. So maybe you say, maybe on this issue, rather than 3 and 4 times, we'll let everybody have 15 minutes. You run your meetings by your will, and 2/3, I wrote it down here, 2/3 vote suspends the rules of debate. So that's how that works for you. And you can move to limit debate as well. Maybe it's something that like, okay, I move for this, we only do 5 minutes. Again, you folks can make those motions. They do exist. So that's how debate and speaking. As much as possible, the use of names of members should be, yes, member Post.
So going back to the last slide.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're asking questions, say you're asking questions of someone at the podium and you ask a question, and it's now 2:33, and someone at the podium spends 3 minutes answering your question, and you talk back and forth, how long is your 10 minutes? And then if you go to another question, does that renew your 10 minutes? Because you're no longer talking about the same basic issue, but you're asking various questions.
My observation of how your meetings work, and I'm going to defer to Attorney Dyer and Attorney Brown here, but my observation of how your meetings work is questions are asked of staff. That's not, and then it's after staff presents that you have your 10 minutes. Now, it may be that after public discourse, in other words, you have follow-up questions that occur to you during your comments, but ordinarily your questions are preceding your recognized time to speak. But Member Dyer, or Attorney Dyer?
No, I agree, and that's what I've read as well, that the time limit apply with the debate itself, not your questions of staff, so it doesn't limit your ability to get information.
Now, my advice to you, however, is I can see your chair and any other chair. If I'm in that position and you start conducting a deposition during a public hearing, I might say, Member Post, if you can succinctly wrap up in the next 2 questions, starting out with, well, this and this, and now you're just really making points in the form of questions. Well, isn't it true this, and then that, and then that? So it's not really the case what you said in your staff report, is it? Okay, you're making a point. You're not really asking questions for clarification to inform the debate. And maybe they say, listen, and maybe the chair leans on the parliamentarian in that regard, and I'm sorry to keep throwing to you, Attorney Dyer, and suggesting you'll be doing those things, but where there is that lack of clarity, I'll touch on points of order in a little bit. Maybe that's an appropriate place for that. But ordinarily, you're not asking questions during your time. At that point, you've collected all the information from the staff and the public. And I do want to advise, and I'll get to you in a moment, Member Johnson, But one of the other pieces of advice, this is mostly focused on how you conduct your business, not how the public conducts its business. And to members of the public, I've had my back to you the whole time. Their rules of procedure say all statements must be addressed to the body. If you're ever up here, please don't do the appeal to the masses. But the way that works is when you're at public comment, it is that. And it's often unsatisfying for your public, but it's an opportunity for them to be heard. It is not a Q&A. It is not an interrogation. And you may wish to memorize different phrases as the chair or otherwise. You know, I've had every question from what are you going to do about that to is this what you teach your children? And I've always responded with thank you for your 3 minutes. Thank you for your comments. And sometimes where appropriate, the county manager or city manager will say, you know, we're taking public comment right now. If there's a consensus about some questions we need to address, we'll address them. If there's one thing that keeps coming up and we can end a lot of debate by just saying, no, we're not barring people from doing this, that's a misunderstanding, then do that. But you don't want to engage in a back and forth. And that will reduce how much you have to worry about whether it's cutting into your time. Member Johnson.
Yes, I'll just say this inquisition you were talking about is taking place.
Yes, sir.
And let's just say, God forbid, that the chair just doesn't, maybe to some of us, it looks at us like it's an inquisition, and I mean, he hasn't noticed it or doesn't see it. What do you do then, or nothing is done about it?
Thank you. So what you're talking about is, you know, the chair is entrusted with the role of your presiding officer for your meeting. If for some reason you feel that were you in that role, that, hey, I think there's a rule that's not being adhered to, that's the incidental point of order. And there is a slide on that, and I know that I know you're itching to get there, but I want to, it's coming up on rules of order. So still sitting within the debate element of it as much as possible. You want to use the names of members, you want to avoid using members' names, and most especially because I know it's become very in vogue, members' nicknames. It's not really appropriate, you know, to refer to another council member as Boy Wonder or, you know, Her Excellency pejoratively. You know, that sort of, it doesn't elevate the debate. It does nothing but actually drag it down. Something to be mindful of. Remarks must be relevant when they're not germane. This is for, you know, for the presiding officer's benefit. Members will kindly keep their comments strictly to the topic under discussion. The other version of that is, folks, I wish to remind you, the motion on the floor is this, not that. If we wish to discuss that, we'll be able to either later in the meeting, in another meeting, in a workshop, whatever else. But reminding people what you're actually talking about. Don't get into name calling and making personal attacks. You know, again, it's become very in vogue to do. It doesn't do anything to get your voters to believe you've actually read the materials and are making informed decisions. It just shows them you're really creative in the ways that you know, demean people. No impugning a member's motives. Again, these are all guidelines. These are not laws. As I often have to remind my elected officials on behalf of the public or their peers, it's not against the law to be a jerk, but it still happens. And all of us are guilty of it at some point. But you want to, again, aspirational, let's respect the body, the people who have come here, the people who can't join us, and that we're doing their business. So no interruptions. When a member has been assigned the floor and has begun to speak, he or she cannot be interrupted by another member. Full stop. Unless, when a member notices that a significant procedural mistake has been made, you may call out point of order. Now, this is, for example, let's say, just sticking to the least controversial version of this. Your rules say that everybody gets a chance to speak and up to 2 chances once everybody else has spoken. So let's say Member Post speaks, Member Gerton speaks, and the chair goes to recognize Member Post while Member Johnson has very clearly been pressing his button and is over there like a Jeopardy contestant trying to get the daily double, and it's clear they're not being recognized. Even though Member Post has been recognized by the chair, it would be appropriate for Member Wheeler to say, point of order, I believe the rules on speaking are not being adhered to. I believe Member Johnson should have an opportunity to speak before Ms. Post gets a second term. And you can do that, again, without being rude about it. You're just trying to preserve the rule book. It's a flag on the play. And the best, you know, quarterbacks and running backs have had flags called on the play. It doesn't mean that you're doing the job wrong. It can be a simple administrative oversight. We don't have to immediately assume it's because of some alliance created behind closed doors. You know, you want to avoid the pervasive mistrust. And this is just my own personal thing. I'm representing a city commissioner in a large city in another area, And they are being subjected to great inquiry based mostly on mistrust and having to open their entire lives based mostly on the presumption that a smiley face emoji means that conspiracies come together, you know? So this sort of inherent mistrust, if we avoid that and just say, hey, let's get back on track, I think we missed this. So that would be Member Robbins and Member Johnson answering your question. The only time it's appropriate to interrupt is a point of order. And it's very, very important. I was really tempted to put in a video of this, but in the British Parliament, there was a really great video of a member calling up for a point of order. Now, if you've ever watched British Parliament, they do it a whole nother way. They will mock you right there. All this stuff about don't be a jerk goes right out the window. You know, so the person who was presiding over the meeting in that video, they say, okay, I'm presiding over member post, point of order, and this is a point of order. Yes, it's a point of order. It's actually more of a concern I have, and then he just laughs her off the stage, basically, no, that's not a point of order. We're done. You've already told me it's not actually a point of order. Because what a point of order is a reminder to the presiding officer that one of the rules, or a suggestion, perhaps, you may be wrong, it happens, that a rule is not being adhered to and should be. It is not. Point of order, didn't the staff say it's 2/3? That's not a point of order. That's you think somebody's saying something wrong, you'll get your chance. Wait. You don't interrupt people because you don't agree. You know, my son is an 8-year-old boy. It is possibly the most literal existence that there is. So I've had to caution him every time he speaks, if he's starting a sentence with, well, actually, maybe that's not a sentence he needs to say. His sister's talking about tug of war. Well, actually, it's about their center of gravity, not how strong they are. You know, so if you have a well, actually, that's not really a point of order. A point of order is, our rules say this, and I think we're deviating. Deliberately or accidentally is really irrelevant. I think we need to do that. Now, the way that works, under your county ordinance, members of the council may raise questions of procedure or a point of order to the chair and have the chair immediately decide the procedure or point of order subject to appeal as provided in the code. And the procedure in your code, by the way, I think it's 26E, is that if the chair decides on something and you seek an appeal of that, that happens again immediately, and it's a majority vote of you can say, Chair Brower, I think you've misapprehended this. I think you're getting the rule wrong. So if he insists, going back to my hypothetical, on calling Member Post a second time, and we say, no, Member Johnson's been pressing the button, and Member Rouse said, I looked, there's no button, and at this point anything he's saying is out of order, I've recognized Member Post. Well, by that point now, let's assume it was Ms. Wheeler who did the point of order. Ms. Wheeler, you'd be able to say, I'd like to appeal that decision, and you'd have a majority vote. Have I accurately stated the procedure as you've conceived of it? Okay, so that is how that works for your rules of procedure as you've adopted Robert's rules and modified for your community. So that's how that would work in that scenario. Does that address your question? And Member Robbins, does that address your question on that? So, you know, if you're looking at these slides, it's this slide, you raise the question in the form of a point of order. But it is fully within his discretion as the chair or presiding officer, or if you're not here, whoever Vice Chair Wheeler is presiding and on down the line. But whoever the presiding officer is gets to make that first call. And it's going to take a majority of you to make it anything else. And again, that's not a form of gamesmanship and saying, well, I don't like that. Now, if we're at the second round, everybody's talked once, and he recognizes Member Post first, but you think Member Gertman has a better point and should go first, that's not how that works. That's not a deviation from the rules of procedure. At that point, you're back to his discretion on who he recognizes. Mr. Chair, do you have any questions or concerns about that and how that, no? Okay. I promise we're getting close to the end. If you remember my roadmap, it's votes is one of the last things. Under Florida statute, you have a legal obligation to vote. I have a law partner, Jay Daigneault. I travel the state and do these presentations with him. And he would tell you, you're going to watch Randy get a little bit taller as he steps onto his soapbox. You have a legal duty to vote unless you have a legal conflict. A legal conflict is an ethical term to mean that it makes your money go up or down in a tangible way, not in a speculative way. You have a financial interest in this. That's ordinarily what a legal conflict is defined as, with some exceptions, especially in the quasi-judicial posture. But you have a legal duty to vote unless you have a conflict. That's important. And your presiding officer will wait for you to come back to vote. So if we were in the middle right now of a motion, a main motion, and Member Robbins stepped out for comfort break or whatever else, you will say, let's have a roll call vote. Member Brower's going to say, we're going to wait until Member Robbins comes back to vote, or we're going to vote and recess until Member Robbins can rejoin us, because as long as you are at a meeting, you have an obligation to vote under Florida law. You may have seen Congress or the Florida legislature vote here or present or abstain. That's not a thing. That's not a thing for you folks. There are different, I will tell you, that, again, that's what the ever-present lawyer, it depends. You know, if you're in a quasi-judicial setting and otherwise. But as a general proposition, you have the duty to vote. As I joke with some of my members, you don't get to take respiratory therapy because it's a tough vote. You know, now if you make yourself unavailable, we're not going to, national media aside, nobody's getting hauled in by the sheriff. Please don't threaten people with that. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Member Johnson feels differently about that. Yes, Member Lowry.
If he has a certain pattern, a listing of us, every time we come together it's a little different, is it possible to say, could you come back to me if I want to take a little more thought? Or I should
There's nothing barring it, but I actually just had this come up in another community. I wasn't the city attorney, it was actually a recommendation. I was making a presentation on litigation. I was asking for authority to settle. So it wasn't my call. Had that been my body, I would have advised, your vote now or your vote later is still your vote. Let's make it. Because what it lends itself to, and what can happen is, I know I should probably vote this way, but if I see 4 votes, now I can vote no and get my points with the community because it's going to pass anyways. And so to avoid that, especially if Chair Brower has a system, you know, the first vote he goes this way, the second vote he goes that way, or in whatever system you've devised, it's best to stick to that order if everybody's present. Now, again, don't make yourself constructively absent for that purpose. You know, if you're not here, let's say, you know, Member Lowry, one of your children or grandchildren has an emergency right now and you've got to leave, and we're in the middle of talking about a main motion, well, then the minutes will reflect Member Lowry departed. We're not going to wait for you to come back. We're not going to call you on your cell phone or make you log into some kind of new Zoom link. You're just not here anymore. But if you are present, you have to vote. You can't make yourself unavailable item by item or abstain unless you have a legal conflict. It's very important because it's a little less relevant, if you can believe it, at the county level. You guys are a huge county. I mean, you've got some of the largest and most historic communities in Florida. In a beach community that's maybe 0.8 miles square and 3,000 residents, and you're denying a variance for your pastor or your kid's little league coach or the landlord of your wife's property, you know, that's tough to do. And a lot of times people don't want to make that vote, but the system doesn't work if we don't. You know, that's one of the challenges. And the fact that people might not say hi to you in the grocery store anymore, or maybe choose a different insurance agent because of the way you voted, that's the challenge of being a public official, undoubtedly. And I'm not saying it's easy. I think any one of us who sit to the right of Member Johnson will say thank you for the job you do. There's a reason we sit where we sit, and you sit where you sit, and that's a special sacrifice and service, and thank you for that. But if you're going to take that role, then do that job. So you have to vote. There you go. You can hide. Member Johnson said the best thing about the pandemic is you can hide behind the mask in the grocery store. At least you can certainly get your groceries without getting stopped quite as much. And a member can vote against their own motion. We touched on this. A tie vote defeats a motion. That was that example I gave you in that budget vote. And a majority is required for most votes, and that 2-63 is a section of the ordinance you adopted. That's just how your votes work. There are some instances, most notably suspending your rules, that requires a 2/3 vote. If you are subject to a heightened vote, your legal counsel will likely let you know. I represent a community that was raising its millage rate by a certain amount that requires you to have forfeits, and if you're going to do this amount, fully unanimous. And I make sure we tell them before that happens so they know the impact of their vote, and also what's necessary for something to succeed. Member Gertman?
So what you said earlier is if we were out of the room, it's recommended that the vote be held until that person returns. So we don't have a 6-0, we would wait for the 7th vote.
Ordinarily, under Florida statute, if you are present under a meeting, unless you have a legal conflict, you have an obligation to vote. How that plays out, I'm going to defer to your attorney. Is that any deviation in that regard?
Yeah, I think, Ms. Gertman, to your question is if you have a long meeting, you need to step out
Correct.
for a minute. haven't had that come up as a question. But I think it would be within the discretion of the chair to maybe say, well, we'll wait for a minute for this member to come back. But I could also see it be a challenge for the presiding officer to look left and right and know at any given time somebody's not there.
One way I've seen that happen, though, is if it's, let's say, 6-0, and we've got one out of the room, having them record their vote formally, it's passed no matter how they vote at that point. But having them restate the matter is passed 6-0. What is your vote on the matter when they re-enter, even if you're on the new business, just for purposes of the minutes and otherwise? I've seen it done that way. I'm not suggesting your attorney would do that. You would have to take, it's so infrequent, but you would have to take it as it lies.
I think it happens often for us, and I know in recent ethics course, that's what it also said, that if you were present, that you needed to be recognized for your vote. And I know a lot of times, if someone's outside the room, we do a 6-0. So it's just something I want us to consider, what's the most appropriate way forward.
Yeah,
maybe not at this moment, but.
Sure. One thing I've seen other bodies do is you might have a member suggest a recess for 5 minutes as well, which gives a benefit so the presiding officer, the chair, knows that
we have some long meetings.
You do, but regardless, I think you're looking at delaying the proceeding. So this would at least give the presiding officer an opportunity.
Now, I mean, the problem is, again, these are guidelines, right? Life comes at you fast. If Member Wheeler suddenly learns that a family member's in the hospital but is outside, we're not going to make you leave that. We can just say they are unavailable for an indeterminate period, and we can note in the minutes when you rejoin the meeting. You have to consider the realities on the ground and note, you just note dealt with a personal matter, unavailable. You got to look at it. But again, if that's a decisive vote and you're at a 3-3, you're not going to want that to be a tie for somebody who's standing just on the other side of the door. And also, in a quasi-judicial setting, you're not going to want to walk out if evidence is being presented. There's a whole, guidelines on that sort of stuff. So again, as with every legal situation, I'm not going to tell you this is how it should always work.
Right.
I'm going to tell you that the presumption is you vote, but subject to
I just think it's one
rebuttable.
that we should look at a little closer at how we're responding to it.
I'll be glad to do that. Usually when it happens, you're right, we do have long meetings, and you can look up and down the dais and see that right now Heather Post has 4 bottles of water in front of her. So sooner or later, she'll have to go to the ladies' room. But when somebody's out, I usually assume that's the case. They're in the restroom, and just out of discretion for them, I tend not to say, well, Heather Post is in the ladies' room.
Right.
So, but
I'm not saying it's good or bad.
Not normally
I
the
can
case,
find a
just
way to stall until she
Yeah, I
comes
just
out of
think
the
it's
stall.
something we should reference one way or the other, so it shows 7 of us were here, because I think sometimes it doesn't for the public record, so.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No problem. Again, I promise we're getting close. I know we said 60 to 90, and we're coming right up on that. We're almost wrapping up. The presiding officer or chair preserves order and decorum. That's no secret at this point. And you determine all points of order subject to that appeal process we talked about that you folks agreed on in your own ordinance. I like to underscore that you folks agreed on that. You make your rules. You are self-policing that way. And if those rules don't work and you work with your attorney, you can change them if they just don't work for you. I wouldn't suggest you do that right after adopting them in August. Give them a chance, please. But just being mindful of that. So if an appeal is taken, just because we didn't talk about it, it's important you have not just the idea but the mechanism, right? So in your community, if there is that decision and a point of order is called and the chair decides against that point of order but you still feel strongly, the script that you guys have for your community is, I'd like to challenge whether the decision of the chair should be sustained. And then you as chair would say, the question on the floor is whether the chair's decision as recognizing member Post, going back to my hypothetical, shall be sustained. What is the vote? The body has spoken. At that point, you, the people, as represented here, have decided how you want to proceed. And that's what's going to happen. And if you don't get the majority vote, then the chair's decision stands. And that's a vote in support of the chair's conclusion. So that's how that works. Breaches of order. What's an example of point of order? People speaking out of order. This is usually when you see point of orders happen. It's when you're in a very controversial situation and you all start shouting over each other. Because Member Post is speaking and says something that upsets Member Robbins. That's not true, and then Member Johnson says, point of order, Member Johnson, Member Robbins doesn't have the floor, Member Post has the floor, and that's why you have one person, and apologies to whoever's listening to this when I keep hitting the mics. That's why you have one person whose job it is to be, as I jokingly say, grown up in chief, and say, hey, this is who has the floor, the point of order has been called, now let's address that, and let's get back to doing business. Remarks about the council members collectively are in order. It's much like when lawyers write to the court, we don't say, Judge, you decided this, we say, the court decided this. Similarly, the commission decided, or you don't want to be singling out individual members. Again, it doesn't do much to build consensus, compromise, and trust in one another, which is all in service of the public. Condemning the nature or likely consequences of a proposed measure in strong terms is in order. You can say this is going to have catastrophic consequences if we vote on this, in my opinion. That's okay to say. You're talking about the policy, not, Member Robbins, you will have single-handedly ruined the county our parents and grandparents built. That's not appropriate. That's obviously not why he's here. But that's just being mindful of the distinction there. Attacking or questioning the motives of another member is not in order. Again, the presumption is we're all here for the right reasons, bachelor and bachelorette language aside. So procedure for disciplining a member, there are slight breaches of order. It's wrapping the gavel out lightly. Mr. Chair could be used as a means just to kind of, it's the same thing as sitting at a light behind that person you know is texting. You try to do the little slight honk, hey, just a reminder, stuff's going on. Same thing here. The chair wraps the gavel lightly to point out a fault and advise the members to avoid it. Yeah, well, it all depends how responsive they are, right? Maybe that first one's light, that second one has some hand gestures too. The member can then continue speaking if he or she convinced no further breaches. More serious offense when a member notices a breach of order. When we get to that point where people are shouting over each other and everybody's yelling point of order, that's a hard gavel wrap. Members, we will preserve order, we will restore order, or we will recess this meeting. And that's one way to handle that. So the chair either sustains the point of order or overrules it. We've talked about that a great deal. We've talked about the appeal. Here's some procedural advice. You'll have this presentation if you don't already in the agenda materials. I'm sure your staff can release it to you if you wish to have your little, crib sheet for after this. These are the sort of script for it. Any questions on that? So the last thing is adjournment. It's a comic that says all those in favor of saying it's a wrap instead of meeting adjourned, say aye. The county ordinance, if no motion is pending, council members may move to adjourn. I do a lot of depositions. We tell people you can take a break anytime you want, except not when a question's pending. I can't ask you where were you Saturday the 3rd and you say I need to go to the bathroom. Similarly, if there's especially a main motion on the floor, vote on that before you adjourn, or make the motion that we either indefinitely or to a definite point, as your rules dictate, for the item, move this to another day. It's 1:30 in the morning. We're obviously not solving this tonight. I move that we reschedule this to another day, followed by a motion to adjourn. Now there's no motion pending on the floor. And you can signal with the aims of adjourning thereafter, but that's one motion at a time, right? The main motion will be that, then the motion to adjourn. Upon the incompletion of the agenda, an adjourned meeting may be moved by specifying a time and date. Sometime, just like that meeting I told you about in that community where they had an emergency at 1 in the morning, they said, okay, we will move to recess until tomorrow at this time. Adjournment is usually when you conclude. Some of these things are what we colloquially say, commonly say, versus what the rules dictate. A recess is when you're taking a break. So like Congress taking a summer recess is not a recess. They have adjourned for the summer. And that was the only reason I made that pedantic point about reconvening. The language is appropriate there, and they have a different meaning. But generally, we're going to adjourn. It's another one of those motions, just like the point of order or moving the previous question, that's not debatable. You decide, are we adjourning? And again, most of the times you guys, like when I finish here, are going to be very eager to get out. There's not really a reason for a discussion anyways. The meeting is adjourned only after declared by the chair, usually upon a vote. I usually have to say, all in favor, aye, and you get one person who's already in their car yelling aye. But you do want to have that recorded for the minutes that we agreed we were done doing our business. That's why there's that formality to it. It's so that you can't have the situation where you start fighting over whether or not we were still convened, and 3 of you sit up here trying to pass an ordinance while 4 of you go to the car and say, no, we adjourned, and there was never a vote. And I know that sounds silly, but you don't need to look far, and I won't call individual communities out by name, but I could give you 3 examples in the last year. Some have resulted in recall votes and criminal charges. Some have resulted in 2 attorneys sitting at a meeting, each saying that they are the sitting attorney because 3 people convened a meeting on Facebook afterwards. And I'm not speaking to the merits of them, but a lot of those come down to what your rules say. And if we don't have shared expectations, thank goodness that all of you have the goodwill to work together. If that isn't the case, things can go sideways very, very quickly. And it doesn't serve your interests as politicians or public servants. It doesn't serve the interests of those communities and the public who just needs their budget passed, their pension approved, whatever the issue is. It just serves making points, getting likes and shares and controversy in the headlines. But remember that under Florida's Constitution, a public office is a public trust. You don't have to believe in a higher God or anything to believe that you are in service of something bigger than yourself. And that's really, all of this is aimed at preserving that. And that's what this is for. It's not about any one person's failure, successes. It's just about making sure that you continue to be stewards of a community that was here before you were born, hopefully will be long after you're gone, and continue to do the business of all your residents. So with that, are there any questions about anything we've discussed today, or anything else I can clarify so that you can continue doing the business of your community?
Heather Post.
Yes. So going back to something you touched on a little bit, but questions of staff. So there have been several, I'm in my second term, there's been several issues over the years where, I look at these meetings as this is the public meeting. This is the time to ask the questions. This is also the opportunity, because we can't speak to each other due to sunshine, so this is the opportunity to discuss things and ensure that everybody's on the same page, everybody knows what's happening, and that those questions are answered both for myself, for them, and also for the people in the community that are asking me those questions and wanting this stuff asked. So I just wanted to clarify that council has the absolute right, and it would make sense, right, because that's the whole point of the meeting, to ask questions of staff and to not be stopped in asking questions of staff.
I think all things within reason, right? Getting back to the point I made earlier, you have an absolute right to ask questions of staff, certainly during their presentations, especially in a quasi-judicial posture. But where you stop going from, I need information to make a decision, to start, I'm going to either embarrass this poor public servant or try to make the point that I was right and everyone else was wrong. There's, in the law, it's when you're in an oral argument, we talk about knowing when to stop talking. You've got the information you need, now leverage it. Don't keep teasing it out of somebody. But I want to touch on something. I really appreciate the question, because as I go to different public bodies, there's this sort of philosophical divide about what the Sunshine Law does and doesn't mean. And people are entitled, as a joke, you're entitled to be wrong. People are entitled to disagree. But one philosophy is, this is where we do the public business. I'm going to make sure the public sees me do that business. And I come here, tabula rasa, clean slate, having never looked at the agenda or asked anybody a question, because this is where I do my work. And this is, my job only happens here. And I'm not suggesting that's what you're saying. But I want to be clear that that's not what the Sunshine Law means. Subject to your county restrictions on giving staff direction, you can ask questions ahead of time. You could even tell staff, hey, I'm going to throw you a softball. But based on what I'm seeing in the public, there's a lot of misunderstanding about whether or not this rule on mooring vessels applies to putting your boat outside the restaurant district. So I'm going to ask you that. I know the answer, you know the answer, but let's make sure we make that clear. That's okay to do. But where you start saying, again, where it stops seeming like you're inquisitive and now in an inquisition, that's I think that your chair may be appropriate to say, if there's information you need, please seek it, but let's get back to doing business. I can't tell you there's no situation where you can't be interrupted by the chair, but I would say again, as the chairs I doubt would commit, unreasonably withholding your ability to have the floor and get that clarity. Again, I think that philosophical divide is important to address. You are fully capable of doing that diligence ahead of time, asking those questions, subject to whatever restrictions you guys have on staff access. I know every place does it a little different. But do your homework. And then if there's reasons, just like earlier today, Mr. Chair, there was a moment where you said, for the benefit of the public, we had a really, really long session about this, and this is just getting it over the finish line. And that's okay to just signal to people. Do that before the votes. We're about to take a vote on this. I just want it to be clear, da-da-da. And again, that way you have no post-vote discussion, and it doesn't invite somebody else saying, you might anticipate that's non-controversial, and then Member Gertman's like, actually, I didn't think that was that great of a discussion. And now you've opened a can of worms. But I hope that addresses your question. Sorry, I feel like I'm rambling now.
Well, I think sometimes there might be situations that arise where the answer might be embarrassing, but it is not meant to embarrass. It is meant to get to the root of the problem and move us forward and fix the problem, and then create policy to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not suggesting that you can't ask tough questions. Mm-hmm. It's just, again, it's all in the how and the why. It depends of it as a lawyer. It's what's obscenity? I know it when I see it. Mm-hmm. I can't tell you the situation right now where I would say, like, okay, this is a bridge too far, but I think your chair, and with the assistance of your parliamentarian, might give you a signal when you're on the, and I've seen this, a half hour into your questions only, mm-hmm. and nobody else has asked one yet. Okay, member, other people are going to need the floor at this point.
And this is the chair's decision, and not other council members jumping in and saying, I don't want to talk about this anymore, let's move on.
Subject to your entitlements to speak the 2 times.
Yes.
Okay. And again, how you administer that, I can't give you the definitive, it will always look like this, mm-hmm. because these are guidelines. And maybe you guys suspend the rules in that posture, I don't know.
Thank you.
Any other questions as we wrap up?
Could you tell us your name again?
My name is Randy Mora.
And where do you live?
I live in...
Not your address, but
I live in Pinellas County, Florida, in Palm Harbor, unincorporated Pinellas. I grew up in Fort Myers, Cape Coral area, went to college in Miami. So I get all around this great state. I love it dearly. It's as absurd as it can often be. But this is in addition to my legal practice, serving with the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust and representing counties in Pinellas. This is a passion of mine that I do.
You can tell.
In addition to that, if you've liked this lecture, go to the Florida League of Cities. I do Florida League of Cities University, the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials, helping newly elected officials learn about ethics, public records, sunshine law, and how those issues often interact with technology. Millennial lawyer, I am under 40, so often I'm asked to just be the IT guy too. But trying to make sure that government, especially smaller governments, it's rare that I have the honor of being before a county. Smaller governments with lower resources still need to deliver great service to their residents, and trying to make sure they know how to do that.
And Randy was recommended to us by University of Central Florida's Institute of Government, so I appreciate their helping us find him.
Well, you did some homework on us, but really you came in here not knowing us very well.
Correct.
And you did a really good job.
Thank you, sir.
Just saying.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Barb Gertman.
And thank you for your time and recognition.
Barb Gertman had a question.
Basically, I don't have a question. I wanted to say pretty much the same, how much I appreciate your being here and how you simplified the information and really gave a really nice high-level overview, but impactful, because I think you hit on some of the core concerns. And again, I think did it in an appropriate way, where we all take from it what we needed.
Yeah.
So,
and if I could just, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, madam. If I could just restate one thing that's really important.
Madam's my mom.
Okay. Military family, it happens. I'll still call my sister ma'am. But what I would say is, you folks are going to rotate through positions, second, third. I don't know if you folks have term limits, but new people will be in these seats. Your constant is your staff, and please lean on your clerk, your county manager, your county attorney to fill in those gaps for you, and to be the constant steady hand for you. I joke that it's, sitting as a city attorney, I look at my other charter officers as like Avengers unite and assemble every time we get to a meeting. Like we've got to get this done, and don't be afraid to use them. They are great resources. I'm not here because of a deficit in your staff. This ordinance is well written, it's well reasoned, it's targeting real issues going on in your community and other communities and anticipating some. And so it's important that you lean on your staff as well. You have a really good team here. I've enjoyed getting to know them as I've prepped for this.
Go ahead, Ben.
Job well done, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So at this point,
Did you have
in
one?
your
Did you
agenda,
have
I
a
think there's a
follow-up-
whole
follow-up?
procedural
Yeah,
mechanism.
I just wanted to say that it's really about having an independent voice. So kudos to our staff for finding you, but we also respect them and all the hard work that they do as well. But sometimes an independent voice,
absolutely,
you know, just to get to see what's happening around, and you seem to bring that experience. So
Gotta do my peers a solid and put it out
well,
there.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think that's it. Thank you very much. Russ, thank you. Legal staff, thank you. Where are you going?
I'll be out there, my
Do we have any requests from the public to speak? Okay, we do have 3 requests from the public, and the first one, I'll just take them in order. First one is Joe Tremens. Thank you, Joe, for waiting a long time.
According to Robert's Rules of Order that he didn't bring up, is the fact that when you post online and you say you're going to start your meeting at 9 o'clock, that's when the meeting should start. But the meeting don't start at 9 o'clock. It starts at 9:30. But it says you're supposed to have people like me talk between 9 and 9:30.
This
is what I was told when I came over here the first time I came to this meeting. Okay, that's just to let you know what it is. Okay?
Okay.
My complaint is that the code enforcement officer for Volusia County is using aerial views of my property, and he himself is turned me in. Now, that's contrary to your policy. Your policy is that you're proactive. Unless somebody turns you in, you ain't gonna do it. So I went and I turned in everybody I got 8 tickets. I turned in everybody within 2 miles of me, total of 540. Okay? Then they changed the ruling where you can't turn them in anonymously anymore. You have to turn them in with your name on them. That's probably why that happened, was because of me. But that doesn't matter. I will continue to turn in all these people in Volusia County until they find out what this council is doing here to our rights. I don't have the right to protect my property. You're not allowed to have a storage container on your property. You're not allowed to have one in anywhere in Volusia County. But I count 20 in the town of DeLand. And I turned them in, and 2 of those people got more containers. So is it just for certain people that these rules are made for, or is it for the entire public? Our Father's Closet, they had 1, now they have 3. I turned them in. Nothing's happening to them. I mean, if the rules are meant for everybody, I have no problem with following the rules. I'm a retired vet from Vietnam, and I know how to follow the rules, but I will not follow the rules if everybody else doesn't follow the rules. You passed a law, or a violation, excuse me, that if you're only have 2 car parkings in your driveway, that's all you can have in your driveway. But you can't have a birthday party without more than 2 cars at your house. So you can't have birthday parties at your house? What kind of a county do we have?
Okay.
Thank you. That's only one thing. The second thing I wanted to bring up, when I handed that sheet in, I asked to speak in all of the things that was here today, and my name never got called.
Okay.
And on that sheet, it says all of them. I wanted to say about the West Volusia County and the thing that was going on there.
Thank you. Yeah, but your time is up for
I
for
know.
this time.
I'm only allowed 3 minutes, but everybody else can have whatever time they want.
Thank you. John Nicholson. I thought you were coming back for comment.
And before you go, a great presentation. Thank you. I thought
Which
it was going to be
one?
boring.
Oh,
You know, but when I came back and I thought I was going to be bored, and he was great.
it was. You're using up your time.
That's fine. I have time. First thing, happy birthday from the
Stop.
public and for everybody else.
Thank you, John.
Secondly, if from the public, we noticed 2 new people on the dais. We had this very attractive young lady over. She changes hairstyles every other day, so it came across from my angle as a new person. And then there's a new guy over here, a young guy, George, looks like 20 years younger. So it was nice. It was a change.
I got a haircut.
I was thinking about shaving too.
Yeah, see, not until after the pandemic. On the going back to what we discussed earlier, my comment on the beach parking was not the fact that they they should be fined, but the idea was that we have limited parking, especially during the summer, and they park everywhere. So if someone is taking up 5 or 6 spots, to me that's greed. That makes those 5 or 6 people park elsewhere. No, so that's the reason why I brought that one up. 2, on the Oak Ridge Bridge, when they were talking about the cement and the problem with the rebar, we do have that. We did a walkthrough. The city of Daytona Beach did a walkthrough on Seabreeze, and if you walk the south side of the bridge at Oak Ridge, you will see plenty of rebar because the cement is popping off big time. So we need to address that. I think you all have the Oak Ridge Bridge, Seabreeze Bridge. On Seabreeze, I'm sorry, not Oak Ridge. Lastly, when you were talking about the West Volusia Hospital District, one of my pet peeves is that Halifax has a helicopter for emergencies, all right? And when it flies into West Volusia, which it does quite often, because there's no emergency rooms in the west side, and they fly them back into Daytona Beach, Daytona Beach has to pick up the tab, which I find offensive. The West Volusia should be charged for that, all right? And secondly, with the county, with the fire department and the EMC, generally in Daytona Beach, we're the first one to arrive, and they do the administration, and they use bandages and all that kind of stuff, and then we get stuck with it. You guys don't reimburse us. We don't get new bandages, we don't get new money, we just lose out. So there are benefits that they get that they don't realize that they're getting. So if you really could be nice and give us a return for whatever we use, have a good night.
Thank you. Suzanne Schreiber? I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Ben Johnson.
We might want to answer a little bit of that about the helicopter, because that's a misconception. We wouldn't want to get it out there as a misconception. That helicopter's owned by the Sheriff's Office and Halifax. And the deal was, years ago, Halifax pays for half of it, and the Sheriff's Department pays for the other half, and that half comes out of our general fund. So it's already being paid for by the citizens of West Volusia and all the citizens. Halifax recoups their money on trauma they get the charge for the patients that come into Halifax Hospital for the trauma. So we just don't want that getting out there as a false statement by not knowing what it is. It's not the Halifax district so much paying for it. It is a public-private partnership that they do get the ambulance fee for the helicopter flying, and they get of course, the trauma monies from insurance for it.
Thank you. Suzanne Schreiber?
Hello. I did not come with a speech in hand today. I actually didn't plan on speaking at all, but sometimes timing dictates when you should say something. And so I want to address water quality again because I think it's a partnership in the community, and a lot has been happening. A lot of strides have been made in the county staff doing things. I can see it. I know it, and I appreciate your efforts as well. Everything from addressing it on the front end with what goes down the drains and addressing it once it hits the river, and you participate in diving to clean up trash and everything. Just because I address a couple of things doesn't mean I don't realize a lot. But I do want to point out that the programs in the county are based on volunteers. Staff does show up and help, and that's greatly appreciated. But the litter in the county in certain areas is so much that volunteers really, you're asking a lot. I had 11 people altogether who helped clean up the loop. We picked up so much trash. It was pointed out to me, and I know it, that what you're expecting volunteers to do a lot of times is too much. I'm saying it's too much, okay? So what I'm asking is to make it a part of the water plan, which is being reviewed right now for the county, to possibly have a cleanup crew by the county, like you have with the Volusia Coastal Cleanup Crew, that cleans up certain areas of the county. And I'm talking on a long-term basis because I'm not sure that you all realize how much is in certain areas. So what you could do is designate an area to be completely cleaned up and then move to the next area. Not suggesting it all happen at once, because I think that's biting off more than anyone could chew. A long-term plan to clean up each section of the county. I can tell you that the trash is so heavy on the Ormond Scenic Loop that the half mile that we cleaned up, there's so much more. And that's not the only area. I know for a fact there's other areas. So I appreciate the volunteers, I appreciate the staff, and I appreciate what you're doing. But I'm asking you to address litter in the water quality plan. And yes, I understand storm drains and other things are addressing it. I'm asking you to address litter in a different way. So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. And let's see how, that's the end of our public participation, and we'll just add to that, since Ben spoke to yours, I think you'll be pleased with the anti-liver, I like liver actually, the anti-litter campaign that Kevin Captain and Mr. Hunt are working on with each of the council members. But it still begs the question, you know, it's there now, how do we get it up? I want to see, I'm a dreamer, I want to see the public stop throwing the stuff out the window. I want to see this public start picking it up. Until we get to that point, then, you know, it's an expensive chore for county staff to, but it says a lot about the county. And we all up here and the staff over there have a message we want it to say, that we respect and love our county. So it is an issue. Thank you for bringing it up. Okay. Mr. County Manager, is that George over there? Okay. It's hard to tell.
Just trying to get closer to that picture that's in the lobby out there that was taken 20 years ago. Actually, it was just a few years ago. A couple of items. Number one, this week there'll be some folks up and attending the Florida Association of Counties where we are going to receive an award for good government for our Amendment 10 transition work. And I just want to recognize that that team again worked very, very hard, and as we all did, to make that transition painless, and I think seamless, and as efficient as possible. And I just commend all the now constitutional officers and their staffs that also helped with our staff to make that happen. So I think a big day for us getting that award. I also just wanted to remind everyone as we go on the holidays, especially next week with Thanksgiving, there'll be a lot of county employees that work through that. We provide our services 24/7. So think of them, and not only in the public protection area, which of course we always thank, but also running our airport, our ocean center, all of our public works people that make sure that we still have water and sewer and all the other essential things that go on during that period of time. They march on when we're eating turkey. So I want to point that out. And lastly, I am going to be off the end of this week and next week visiting my family, which maybe they'll recognize me, maybe they won't. I think my mother will be happy anyway. So, and also I'd like to give a moment here to Suzanne, because she actually has something we've been working on about litter. So go ahead.
Thank you, George. And Mrs. Schreiber just spoke about a litter crew, and that has been a topic that I've been in conversations with Ben Bartlett about potentially deploying some of our transportation trust monies into a litter team that would be a staff and some day laborers whose mission it is to, throughout the county, pick up litter. They would have to do it road by road. I also have Mark Flowers, who is offering to participate with our inmate crews. So I'm going to work with Mark and Ben collectively to try to make it as cost efficient as possible for us and get that employed just as quickly as possible. So great minds think alike, and it is something we've been talking about for a few weeks at the staff level, and we'll keep the council informed of our progress and hope to roll it out shortly.
Yeah, and we have picked up litter. I just want to say it usually is associated with the mowing of right-of-ways, but what happens is our right-of-ways don't get mowed very often. So a lot of them are at somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 times a year, and so a lot of litter can occur in between those times. And then once it gets wet and works down deep in, then it's not as easily seen because when they do it ahead of mowing, they're often on usually like a 4-wheeler or something, and they're picking it up to make sure they don't hit it with a mower and make even more litter. But that does not get all, is evidenced by like Ms. Schreiber's experience out there. When you're actually on the ground walking, you really pick up even more. So that's what. So we're going to go ahead, I think, with a specialized crew to really we'll target areas that really need it and see how that goes.
I think Councilwoman Gertman had a question for you, George.
I did, either for George, Suzanne, or when you mention about having free labor using the inmates, and I wonder if there are funds available. I think I know we've talked at some point about having a transitional program and being able to assist with some dollars that if people are giving their labor for projects that would typically cost us, even if it's not at a, minimum wage rate, but there's a rate so when people leave, they leave with something in their pocket. And I think we've got to get to a point where we get people better situated for transitioning back into the community. And I think those types of programs can help those efforts.
Sure.
Especially we're talking adults, we're talking people with children. And again, free labor is not free, right? And I just think it's something I'd like us to consider.
Sure, we will, and also I do want to point out that through the years we've had a tight relationship with corrections and road and bridge, and to the point where they've hired people from those work crews and come to work with us. So, but we can also look into that, and there is some pay that is involved with the inmates, and also I believe other advantages that they get for working. But yes, we can look into it something a little bit more in a transitional manner. And also we've looked at programs too with teaching skills. Litter is actually we mentioned that, and that's something that they can do. But there's also more skilled jobs that we like to get, so that they get that experience again, so to better their situation when they come out. So we'll continue and to look at that. Thank you. That's a good point.
Michael Dyer?
I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Did you get a haircut?
Thank you for noticing.
He
You tell
thought-
him an only child.
He thought today was National Attorney Appreciation Day. All right, I'm sorry. Suzanne, you were finished. Thank you. Billy Wheeler.
I have a few quick things. One thing I wanted to say is the event last night, thank you very much to the CTO and Margaritaville. And by the way, I was out in Margaritaville the other day taking the tour, and really, really neat. And one of the things I was told by someone that they were so excited about was that the Bayberry HOA President Kamer was leading the pack for an installation of a sidewalk tournament to Margaritaville, and it happened. They've got it done. So that they were really excited. But getting back to the event, that they were donating up to $25,000 of the fundraiser. They would match the $25,000. And so I think it was a very successful event, and it was for the Marine Science Center and the Riverside Conservancy, which are two things that we really have been pushing for recently. And I just want to thank them very much for that. Friday, I went to the Lowlands Center for Diabetes and Endocrinology, their new ribbon cutting at the Halifax, absolutely wonderful, and it was deeply needed in Volusia County. And they had a conference on Sunday, of which I did a proclamation thanking them for this, bringing this to Volusia County. I wanted to remind everybody that the Mary McLeod statue is still at the still at the News Journal Center until December the 12th. It is free to get in, but you do need to get tickets, and that is mmbstatue.org. Please go and see it. It will make a difference. And then I wanted to kind of share something with everybody. I was contacted by one of my pastor friends at the New Life Church. Actually, he's on Division. And he's one of my dear friends, and he contacted me with the situation, and I turned it over to staff. And they had me at their church a week ago, and they presented me the certificate. And Mr. Chair, if I could just read it because it's important. Certificate of Appreciation presented to me, Volusia County Vice Chair Billy Wheeler. In recognition of your dedicated service to our church and community by making it possible for the completion of our sidewalk and drainage reconstruction for our south parking lot project. And it was signed all the pastors. I want to share this with staff. This isn't my award. This was y'all. I had made the contact to everybody, and I said, my friend called in. You're laughing at the y'all. My friend had called in and was asking about that. He was so thrilled that you were on it the very next day, and you did not let up. They were ecstatic, and it happened to be that I was at their church the day after the huge rain on Saturday. So that was the first thing I said when I got up to speak. Just tell me that you didn't flood last night, you know, and they were thrilled. So I just want to thank staff that this needs to be shared with them. So I sincerely appreciate that. That's what you all do. And y'all, I'm sorry. Now, the last thing is, I would like to ask the council if it is okay. I am asking to be replaced on the AHOC. I would like to have a reappointment on that committee. This is the first time that they've had a county council commissioner and a council member, and I guess it's by state now that we're required to have a representative. When I was assigned this at the beginning of the year, I did not know that I wasn't going to run again after next year. There is a huge learning curve on that, and any new learning I feel needs to be presented to someone who's going to be on here for a period of time. Their meetings have conflicted with some state and national committee meetings that I'm on same day, as well as the TPO, which I'm now, since I'm the chair, I'm also working more because we don't have I'm trying to replace a director and a finance director. So I'm asking to be re-signed. I would really like to make a nomination for Barbara Gertman to be my replacement. She's been very equally involved in this, and we desperately need someone that understands the needs and the requirements. So if everybody is on the council is okay.
What
Mr.
group
Chair?
is this? What group is this?
AHOC.
Oh, okay.
It's very, very important, but it's just one that I feel, number one, it's conflicting with my other commitments, as well as because of the amount of things that you're learning in this. I really felt it was for somebody who's going to be ongoing, and I know Barbara's going to win her election, so I just have to say that.
Can we clarify for the public what AHOC is?
It's the, how does it is the,
It's
how,
the Affordable
Who's
Housing
that?
Advisory.
affordable housing, yes.
Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and just for the council knowledge, that is the group that's been working very hard with staff on the Housing Summit in December,
Yeah.
and will be managing the affinity groups thereafter to propose an affordable housing plan to council.
And Michael Dyer.
Sorry. Just to clarify, so this would be an appointment of a member of council to a committee that technically would be an appointment by the chair.
I didn't know.
Mike,
Yeah.
typically this appointment and the appointment to the Value Adjustment Board are not done by a chair appointment. They're actually done by an agenda item. Just these two boards, those two.
Because they're appointing other members of the public to serve on it as well.
I do not know the legal
I think
reason for
that's
that,
why.
but that's why.
I mean, technically an appointment of, there's nothing wrong with doing it that way. I just, and Chair, you may want to just roll out the way it's proposed, but, okay, all right. Ms. Wallace is correcting me. It's because of the unique statute here, but typically it would be a chair appointment. I apologize. It would be appointment by the council because of the unique statute. So forget what I said, Carissa.
She didn't. She has. Okay.
So where do we go from that? Because I'm really needing this to be effective immediately.
Well, you've made the nomination. Is there a second? Second by Johnson. And if you are voted in, do you agree to serve?
Discussion, please.
This is discussion.
Do we need to bring that fellow back in here?
Right. So I really appreciate the vote of confidence that I'm going to be here for a while. And of course, housing is critical to me. Yes, I would take on that role. However, I would ask that Billy take on, I serve on the Value Adjustment Board. So if I'm going to take this on, I would ask for her to take on the balance of whatever for the Value Adjustment Board.
Okay, let's separate the two, though. Did you ever hear that guy that was just here? So let's deal with the motion at hand.
Well, I'm putting it out there because, again,
Amending the
All right.
motion.
if that's not the case,
And-
I've got plenty on my plate.
First was contingent upon the other.
And I see Carissa's eyes rolling over there, and the county attorney is thinking, so.
Well, they said these are the two that would be appointed otherwise, so if it has to go on the agenda and come back for us to vote next time, is that what needs to happen?
I think
No. No.
we can do it now. I just want to keep the two separate. Let's vote
Okay,
on the
well-
main motion at hand, and then somebody can make a motion to appoint Billy to the, okay.
That's just fine. Just
So we have a
Look,
motion
do
to.
that one first. Make sure she's committed.
You saw how well that worked when I asked you. So we have a motion on the floor, nomination of Barb Gertman to serve as the elected county official to AHOC. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And now.
I'd like to
Go
make a
ahead.
motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to kick Barb Gertman off the Value Adjustment Board and appoint Billy Wheeler.
Can you restate that in kinder, gentler? All right.
Due to Ms. Gertman's busy schedule, I would recommend we allow her to resign from the Value Adjustment Board and we appoint Billy Wheeler.
Second.
I'd like to have a conversation. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, boy. Okay, the nomination was by Johnson, the second by,
I have a question for
Flower?
Ms. Gertman or Mr. Johnson, who serves as a second. I just did want to make a point, and I could be wrong. There's a lot of boards to remember, but I believe that typically the Value Adjustment Board process starts April 1st or sometime around April. And I'm not too sure when that ends, but if Ms. Wheeler is saying that she no longer wants to serve on AHAC, I'm not sure when the process for the Value Adjustment Board ends, and she may not be here to be able to finish out that process. So I don't know if anyone knows when that typically would end, Ms. Gertman or
Well,
Ms.
I believe it's January to December, correct? It starts in January and ends in December, and even though she's not going to be here 2023 by her choice not to run again, she would be able to fulfill a full year. Did I get that right, Aaron?
And there's really nothing pending on the Value Adjustment Board at this time, I don't believe. I'm on it also.
You're the chair.
Yeah, I know I am.
I just wanted to make sure.
Don't remind me.
okay, so we now have a nomination for Billy Wheeler to the Value Adjustment Board to complete that term that Barb Gertman just gave up. Nomination made by Councilman Johnson, second by Councilman Lowry. Any further?
Effective immediately or January 1st?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we do it immediately.
The nomination was to be effective immediately. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Did that complete yours? Okay. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. This is real easy. I won't be able to won't see most people between now and Thanksgiving, so I wanted to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. I also want to, this Thursday at the Joyce M. Cusack Resource Center in Spring Hill will be the annual Thanksgiving dinner, and this time we're focused on what we're grateful for, since we're all grateful to be here. And I want to acknowledge that they've done such a great job there, being a good partner with the county and a number of programs. They've helped me through initiatives with programs with the Strive to Thrive, with the COVID testing and vaccine. They just finished a resiliency program there, so they've just been really, really active in a number of programs, and I'm just proud of the work that Sharitha Dixon, their staff, and how our staff in county and city have partnered and worked with them, along with a number of community partners. So anybody who's interested, this Thursday 2 to 5, please be there and maybe help serve some of the residents. Otherwise, know that I'll be there. And that's it for me. Just, again, grateful to everybody and wishing everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Councilman Johnson.
I just got a couple of things. I mentioned before the meeting started about everybody about the angel tree starting up again, and I wasn't going to say any more about it, but I've gotten a little bit more information. And you know, this has been a tough year on a lot of people. And the angel tree helps the children that of our own government, the ones who may have had a tough year. And with the coronavirus, we've had many people who have lost their jobs, you know, the spouses. And it's a way that we can make sure that the children have a Christmas. But you can make a check out. You can bring, I believe, either pick a family or you can make a check out and make it to Volusia County and make sure that it gets to Dana Page Pender, and just put angel tree in the remarks section. It's very important, and I highly support that myself. One other thing, I read an article the other day in the News Journal, and it kind of concerned me. And it said that the county manager and county attorney don't truly answer to Volusia County Council, and I, for one, disagree with that statement. They do answer to us. They answer to the majority. Sometimes in the majority, sometimes I'm in the minority of the council, but it doesn't matter. Their job is to answer to 4 out of the 7 council people. As long as there's 4, that is their direction to go. And I myself highly disagree with the fact of they don't do that. They're there to help us, and whether sometimes you're on the losing end of the end or the winning end, because you're on the losing end doesn't mean they're not representing the council. So I want to let them know I stand with them. I feel like they're representing me and doing what I tell them to do, and it's just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Councilman Lowry.
I second that. I appreciate you bringing that up. Otherwise, I just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and good luck next week with the turkey run and all that sort of business. It's good to have getting some things kind of back to normal again. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilwoman Post.
Yes, I have a couple of things. Last Thursday was Veterans Day, as everyone knows, and just a reminder, we had today is also Carla Howe Day. We had that veterans presentation this morning, but just wanted to remind everyone that every day is Veterans Day. So if you could keep that in mind. Talking about staff and the assistants there, there have been a couple of larger issues that I have brought up recently and discussed, and I wanted to thank those directors and staff that have addressed those and been on top of that, including legal. I appreciate all the response. was very happy to be asked to speak at the National Association of Women in Construction group out of Central Florida to talk about construction and some of the future of Volusia County the other day. I'll tell you, they were very excited to see someone from Volusia County in the Central Florida group. So looking forward to keeping in touch with them for sure. And we actually have a number of members out of that Central Florida chapters that live here. So again, another meeting I attended was the opioid task force meeting in Orlando. It was a presentation from Project Opioid, and we had again, a lot of people from Volusia County were at that presentation, and that has evolved into a number of other discussions in reference to the opioid problems in Volusia County, and really looking forward to working towards some ends on that as well, and staff has been very helpful, so thank you. FAC, George mentioned that the FAC conference, the Florida Association of Counties Conference, is this week. That's tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'll be attending that as well. I know Mike Dyer is going to be there with the Florida Association of Counties, and I'm sure Ben Bartlett will be there with the Florida Association of County Engineers. Looking forward to that. And also, that will be the first meeting of that state preemption committee that I have been appointed to, and so very much looking forward to getting started on that and getting some good work done there. 2 items of things that council has recently received. We all received a giant binder from someone in the public on the wildlife corridor in Volusia County, and with the Wildlife Corridor Act that was enacted over the summer, I'd really like to see if we can have some discussion in an upcoming meeting on the actual wildlife corridor in Volusia County, and really look at where we at on that. If we could lay it out, if we could talk about how Volusia Forever is going to impact that. I know some of that was in the binder as well. Is anyone on council not in favor of bringing that back at maybe the next meeting, just to have staff discuss the wildlife corridor and Volusia Forever? Go ahead, Susan.
I actually had that on for my comments as well, so I'll just piggyback on what you've said. The Florida legislature just passed that unanimously, which never happens, and they provided $300 million to protect our wildlife corridors and have designated areas where they could be and should be. And so with $300 million at stake, yeah, I would like, I was going to just ask the question, do we have anybody on staff now looking at that, or the key person? Are you raising your hand? And okay, go ahead, Suzanne.
Go ahead.
I'll take a first attempt at responding. As you may have all read, our Volusia Forever calls for nominations closed yesterday, as I remember, and staff is now making its way through the applications. I have not seen the binder that you both refer to, so I would like to see it, but I think I want to suggest the next meeting in December may be a short period of time for us to really give that presentation enough of our attention. We do have that holiday in between. If we can look at bringing that back to you in January, I think that would give staff more time to work. I'm going to ask Resource Stewardship to partner with our environmental division on that presentation, and then we'll be also able to update council on where we are with those Volusia Forever applications, if that's satisfactory.
Well, and maybe it doesn't even need to include Volusia Forever, but just simply, I think some sooner than later discussion on the Wildlife Corridor Act and those monies is definitely worthwhile, and I would greatly appreciate that coming up soon, because that's not something that we would need to do great research into, I don't think.
Well, but there is some, and I know we are working at the state level on those fundings, so I mean, rather than to try to put some materials together in 4 days, I'd rather have just a little bit more time. I promise we'll bring it back to you in January with as much good information as we can provide for you.
Okay. Okay. And then, council also, we all received a letter from the president of the Volusia County Professional Firefighters Association, and that letter was in a joint letter with all of the fire chiefs within Volusia County discussing the EMS response. And I wondered if, I know George was CC'd on that, if we've responded to that, or
We actually have responded, and in fact, we have a meeting with the president tomorrow afternoon.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And can someone maybe send me that response? Or
Sure.
send us all the response then?
Yep.
Thank you. And that's it for me. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Lots to be thankful for in Volusia County, for sure.
Councilman Robbins.
Here. I came across a pretty cool program on myfwc.com, and it involves, and I believe we can look at this and possibly directly tie it into maybe our water quality aspect, end of everything that initiatives that we're doing here locally. It's called the Grass Carp program or permit, and in a nutshell, what it does is there's a program where you can buy these fish, and they'll eat the harmful invasive species, and a lot of these species that'll cause these algae blooms in fresh water. And obviously, you know that we have that problem down in the southeast Volusia. These can be also applied probably throughout the county, because it all tie in together. And just real short, and it'll also, it's proven to eliminate the need and use for mechanical maintenance. There'll be a huge cost savings there possibly with the county, and also too, herbicides that are used and whatnot. But you're looking at anywhere from $15 per acre with these fish, where in comparison herbicides and some of these other harmful or possible harmful methods can cost anywhere from $100 to $500 per acre. Per acre. And I was just trying to see if we can get maybe staff or council to give staff direction, if we can all agree on that, to maybe look at it. This program evidently has been around for quite a while. I actually know a guy that is trying it, that does actually pond maintenance and whatnot. So if we can see how the council feels about that, maybe just getting a little bit more information, kind of let nature do this instead of some of these other maybe antiquated practices that we've been using in the past. How does council feel about that?
I'm certainly not opposed to that. I would like to hear more information about it, and just make sure we're not, I'm thinking of love bugs that were brought into the state of Florida to eat mosquitoes. They don't. I've had, here's my only question is, we use carp in our pond and they ate everything, so I would just want to make sure that it doesn't eat the kind of grasses that we're trying to grow.
No, of course.
But getting back information is, yeah, I'm all for it, and look at that. And anybody opposed?
And there's a formula, Chair, just for clarification, and I apologize, but there's a formula. They do, X amount per acre, so it doesn't remove everything, for instance, or remove habitat. And also, too, these fish are sterile. They don't reproduce. So, yeah, that'd be good. If you guys are in agreement to that, to just explore.
Look into it, find out, get back.
And lastly, too, just in my travels, I'm always on the water, not just here but throughout the country. But ice machines, looking at ice machines just for an extra, maybe a little convenience or revenue source for our boat ramps, county boat ramps. I think, has anybody ever seen those around town where you can go pull up and there's $2 for a 20-pound bag right in these parking lots? I know a couple people. There was a guy in Daytona when I was a police officer that had 3 of those machines that he'd bring to events, but I've also seen them fixed and stationary, and they're an absolute, this guy wasn't hurting for money, they're an absolute gold mine. And at some of the county ramps, I think it would just be a tremendous, maybe additional source of income for us, and just as importantly, a convenience for our boaters and our families, anybody that's enjoying our waterways. We can also consider giving staff direction on that as well. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, that brings me, I just want to go back real quick to what Heather brought up about the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act. My understanding is that $300 million is above and beyond Volusia Forever, and that it really has nothing to do with Volusia Forever. And I'm not questioning the timing. I think you need to take the time that you need to, and we can provide you with that notebook. But this would greatly relieve funding for Volusia Forever to do more things if they didn't have to put their money into what this money could go for. So that's why I'm.
We often leverage too. So a lot of our programs, if there's a match of any kind too, that we use that as well. So
right. Thank you. To that end, I want to say to the two last speakers here. No, I'm serious, John. I know you come to most of our meetings and you give input. You don't give complaints. Sometimes you'll disagree, but then you'll give an alternative. And you come to every meeting, I think, that you're healthy enough to come to. Mrs. Schreiber comes occasionally. I just want you all to recognize this morning that, and the rest of the public, that we do listen. We don't always agree, but we listen. And what we saw this morning is that staff was already working on what one of you brought up. And so you do win. There are things that you're winning on, and there's your input is well received. And we really appreciate the public input. So Ben is just, I can hear Ben in his head saying, but not 3 times every meeting. Today it was 4. So.
Did you ever get that membership form for Tuesday golf?
No, I didn't. I don't have that much money. And then Ben, since you brought it up, I'm the one that said that in the paper. Mary Helen was the reporter from the News Journal, was there. I think she did a spectacular job capturing the essence of that meeting. There was a lot of public feedback, and it was really good feedback, and they weren't, as usually happens when you go and ask the public to talk about anything that you want. There were things that they're not happy with, and they had suggestions, and I did talk about the organizational chart of the county, and if you look at the organizational chart, I would have brought one to put up if I knew this was coming up. I've talked about this with the county attorney and the county manager. And so let me just say that about that before I go on. I have a relationship with Mike Dyer that honestly stuns me. He probably does the same for y'all, but he comes to my office at least once a week and says, is there anything I can help you with, any questions? I have a very good relationship with him, and he makes himself available, and as well as the rest of his staff. And I really appreciate that, because as you all know, the law is complicated when it comes to government. George and I have a very good working relationship. We agree on a lot of things. There's some things that we don't agree on. But it's a very respectful relationship, and there have been issues that I've had that I've taken to George with about our relationship, and we have worked it out. And I'm very comfortable with the working relationship that I have with all of the staff. And it started very early after election with from the Loop project on. We've had great discussions, and for me, it's not about winning and losing. It's about our responsibility. My remarks had less to do with county staff and much more to do with all of us, how we do our job. If you look at the organizational chart, it doesn't start with the county manager, it starts with the county council. What that means to me is that if the very top of the chart is the county council, the very top of the chart is really everybody in the public. It's the people that we represent. And so I spoke about it, and we've had a really good meeting today. It's been a good meeting, and I don't want to change that. But you asked the question. I brought it up in the context of we need to hear more from the public. Come and take your 3 minutes. Send emails. One of the reasons that John is listened to is because he's always respectful. So do it respectfully and don't come and throw bombs. And you have the freedom of speech. You can do whatever you want, but it goes further when you converse as an adult. So I'm appealing to the public for more input, but I'm also appealing to the county council that we need, and I hope we all agree with that, our job is to give that end of the dais direction and set priorities. And very honestly, I don't think we do that as often as we should. I hear sitting up here that I heard it during the budget when I said, I want to go through the budget, and it was said, that's not our job. I just disagree with that. I think it is. I can't give any direction if I don't know what it says. And so I would like to see the council give more direction, and it's not that I have a problem with staff, and I think staff is saying, I don't really care what you say, we're going to do whatever we want. They don't do that. And I don't think they do that to any of us. So my issue is for us not to settle back and say, well, this is not my job to get into the details. And I'm not telling everybody else what to do, but that's my perspective, and that's why I said it. I think we need to get into details in order to be able to give staff direction on something. I respect our county staff. I know how hard they work, and I don't know how they do their job sometimes. With every 2 years, one of their 7 bosses is getting changed. And then they gotta bring us up to speed, and so they have a hard job. I understand that, and I try to treat them with respect, knowing that. And I have since this came out of the news journal, I've had this conversation with George and with Mike, and I haven't had it with the rest of his staff. I told George that I would write him a letter and explain. And say what I just said, and that he could share it with anybody he wants. But now the public knows. George and I get along, Mike and I get along, and more than that, we both have the same goal, which is to make Volusia County the best possible place to live, to do business in, and to have a clean environment. So, and with that, can I get
A motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor? Thank you.